What follows is strictly for adults. Put your children out of harm's way. You see, the following 5 gentlemen are clearly not PG. In fact, an R rating would stand for rude. Let's meet them now.
He's originally from the land of Lincoln, Illinois. Then he moved to Georgia, and then he moved to Florida. How much farther south can this man go? Cuba? There's no doubt this man is lucky Ronald Reagan is not alive because he would be calling him a communist. But don't worry, he's no Castro comrade. He's the president of the Bears Country podcast, the lead host of their signature show. Now he's one of us. One of us! One of us! Aldo calls him the OD. Let's not call him a cocksucker. The other Dan. We don't know anything about him. I mean, we don't know shit about him. We don't know his real name. Is it Thaddeus? Is it Reginald? Is it Frank? I don't know. What's his address? Any of his friends? Does he even have any friends? Hey, we do know this. He's someone you better not fuck around with. He knows the Bears and the game of football. He's funny as fuck. He likes to fuck. And just like me, again, this is redundant, but he likes pussy. Nomad. This man was an extra on Oliver Stone's Natural Born Killers back in 1994. It is believed he has more body hair than any other mammal on the fucking planet. And some suspect he starred in gay porn back in the 1980s. But there's nothing wrong with that. Now he delivers the Bears' state of affairs. He handicaps games better than anyone except maybe Mike North, but they're both good. He loves the efficiency of bourbon. It's Tooch. It's Mr. John Santucci. You know this gentleman as the Podfather. He created the Barroom Network in 2014. But 2023 figures to be a big year in this man's life. Medicare, Social Security, and erectile dysfunction all at one time. Hey, quit calling him white. He's tired of that shit. He's Puerto Rican. He's Aldo Gandia. I've been saying for 3 years on the Barroom Network that I love the Chicago Bears more than I do masturbating. But now I don't really know if that's true. Alright, I'm just fucking with you. Of course it's true, but it's been a bad season. I mean, except for Justin Fields running all over the place, right? I recently got dumped by a girl on Facebook. My ex-wife's getting remarried. But don't worry about me, I'm still getting lots of pussy. I'm Dan Aguirre.
These 5 are here to talk about the Chicago Bears and bare their souls.
That's why we're here indeed to bare our souls. My name is Aldo Gandia, and I have a full cast with me, except for Dan Aguirre, who's running a little late. He's handling some business right now. He should be joining us hopefully in about 30 to 45 minutes. But don't despair. To my left on screen is Johnny Santucci. How are you, my man? I knew it. He's muted.
Of course. We got Cartoon Dan for a little bit there.
We did.
It's like half a minute of Cartoon Dan.
And his beautiful pipes.
The very first show, he was like, I was not going to be the ass to mute on the first show. And from then he's been muting it.
That's right. Also with us is Nomad. Nomad, how are you, my man?
I'm good on my favorite show with my favorite motherfuckers. Hey, life is good, man. We're getting one day closer to the free agency mark. Draft is coming. I'm excited as everybody else is in the chat. I know they're just biting at that bit, just ready to talk about this shit. So let's get this shit cracking, man.
There you go. And of course, the other Dan is with us, the OD, Mr. Shorty. Todd. How many nicknames do you have?
Koresh.
I don't even know, man. I'm running out of nicknames at this point. Mr. Shorty, Dan Shortino. Everyone called me growing up Shorty because I'm 6'2", and it's a pun. It works.
Yeah.
But now it's just turned into this thing where Dan can't call me Shorty because I'm not short, and he's seen that I'm not short. And now I have the other Dan and Todd. whatever you want to call me. Fuck it, it works. I'm just glad to be here. Love you guys. This is this is the highlight of my week. I can't believe it's Tuesday again, to be honest.
Hey, you broadcasting from your bunker?
Why does it sound like it?
I thought you might have went into your bunker after last week's show with your beans and MREs and shit.
Yeah. Well, no, that alien experience happened years ago, so I already bunkered and I came back out. I'm good now.
That was some of the funniest shit I've ever heard, man.
Man,
talk about fucking aliens.
I gotta tell you, Kitty was rewatching that show the next day, and she was barrel rolling laughing at that, and she was laughing at you laughing, Aldo. I'm like,
That's hilarious, man.
I'm glad I could add some comedic humor to the show.
Yeah. St. Omni says he's starting a petition to bring Don Lemon back to CNN. Gotta tell you, St. Omni, Don Lemon has not left CNN. He is doing the morning show now, and he will return tomorrow after taking an absence because he said something pretty stupid the other day on the air. Not a big deal, but Don Lemon is still with us and still aggravating conservatives and other people.
What did old Lemon do, man?
He, Nikki Haley, as you all know, has announced a run for presidency, and he said, she's past her prime. Women, when they get to be that age, are past their prime. And so the show he co-hosts in the morning now is with two other women. And so they're looking at him like, what the fuck are you talking about? He goes, that's not my opinion. Don't kill the messenger. That's what Google says. And so I'm like, okay, this motherfucker Googled, when are women past their prime? Yeah, right.
Yeah, that's cold-blooded.
Yeah.
But I mean, it's true though, man. Women catch hell for that, man. They don't have longer careers as men do because they start aging on TV, and then producers and executives always think they can find something better, younger or prettier. So I mean, I get all that stuff, but yeah, it's
but not for a presidential candidate. I mean, that's a different thing. I understand that TV producers want to have the young faces, especially when it comes down to women. But for him to say that after she announces that she's running for president, that's a little bit misguided.
Could we send her Madonna's plastic surgeon's card? Maybe.
Tooch, you look like a Nikki Haley guy.
She's polling at 1%. What's not to love?
So you're the 1%er.
Gucci, by the way, it's good to see you back on the show. You're entering the show with us. How you been, man? I know you've been sick.
Yeah, I was. I told Aldo and Dan before Nomad got here. I was working on a magazine, like after the Super Bowl. Before this, like a week before the Super Bowl, I got assigned the Chiefs Victory magazine, and then one of my coworkers had the Eagles Victory magazine. Of course, they're produced simultaneously, and then whoever loses, that magazine's completely scrapped. And then there's the Aldo would call it the main story. This the center spread or whatever. 10-page center spread of the victory, the game itself, and then a lot of individual stories like Andy Reid, Patrick Mahomes, I forget all the other stories. And I should have known, Nomad, when I got assigned the Chiefs magazine to bet on the Chiefs, because I knew I was going to be fucking working all night. So I worked. I was right after the game until 6:30 in the morning, and I was around 6 a.m. I was, what are those those little birds that dip their beak into the red water? That was me.
Yeah, right.
But the magazine looks good.
Look at that. Nice job, brother.
Yeah.
Beautiful.
That is nice.
Yeah. And get my name in the magazine too. I'm
Let's
like,
see,
I'm
where
ready.
is it there? There he is.
Analyst right there.
I'm looking for it. I don't see it.
It's at the bottom of the first paragraph.
Yeah.
Right above the vice president.
Middle of the image.
John Santucci, color quality analyst.
Yeah. Yep.
The Toochmeister.
So a lot of magazines I'm in the get my name.
Omni wants to know if you do Playboy layouts, Tooch.
No, he does. Yeah, he does.
Yeah, I'd be working
Yeah.
overtime if I did, St. Omni. If we had Hustler and Playboy.
Yeah, really. He'd have a sticky, gooey stuff all over his microphone.
Yeah, yep, for sure. The keyboard would be a little sticky, as Dan Aguirre says.
That's wild. So let me ask
Yeah.
you a question about that magazine. So the game is over. We know the Kansas City Chiefs won. Now all of the pictures and all of the copy, the stories inside of it have already been chosen and are finalized, right?
Yeah, except for the cover, that center story, and like the title page, table of contents thing, image.
Gotcha.
Which was the safety kissing the running or whatever, holding the trophy. I forget. I think it was Ron Thornhill or something, I forget who the other safety is, but yeah. So in that time from 11 p.m. at night to like 7 in the morning, we have retouchers retouching one retoucher, and the copywriters are writing all the stuff, and the layout people are putting it together, and then it's me, and I'm checking quality control, checking it and stuff, and marking up, the images where, an art director and myself are marking up the images and stuff.
Because it's what they want it to be on newsstands on Tuesday morning, so everything's got to be done Monday and shipped out late Monday morning or early afternoon.
We had a 6 a.m. deadline, so it had to be uploaded to the printer. 6 a.m. printed and on the shelves that afternoon, like evening. So Monday afternoon, it was on the shelves. Pretty cool.
St. Omni says he's going to look back at his old Sherry magazines. That's Cheri. Don't I know my porn magazines?
Yeah, Sherry. Yeah.
To see if he can find teaching the credits.
Yeah.
Hey, did y'all see that? Did y'all see that Chiefs? Right? Did y'all see that Chiefs parade, man?
I did not. I saw a couple of the speeches, but I didn't see the parade. Was there really a parade, or was it just a couple of people outside having a beer?
Oh no, it was a parade. Matt Nagy looked like a disaster trying to dance. Fucking Mahomes was wine drunk, man. He was drunk as shit. Almost fell off the float.
Oh, man.
Oh, really?
Man, he was tall. He was ripped.
For J2K, I mean, like we produce a ton. We're the world's largest magazine publisher in Des Moines. The office is in Des Moines, and we have New York office. We have like a long time ago, Meredith bought Time Life, Aldo. So we still have like some Life magazine specials and stuff. Time magazine is no longer, published by us, but we have like offshore retouchers in India and Poland, I think. And then we have a half dozen in Des Moines.
Damn, dude, give me a fucking job, man. I'm a good writer.
Yeah.
Long as I ain't got to sell my soul to the devil, man, I can help you.
Yeah. I like I said, I stayed up all night and I never caught up on my sleep. I was sick by like Tuesday.
That'll do it to you.
Yeah. Just no sleep,
That'll do it.
Back ready to go. And can I show Aldo or Naldo? Can I show Nomad my pick for the Bears' #1 overall pick?
Yeah.
Yeah. Here, Nomad, you got to give me a little scouting report on #1 Cocaine Bear.
Is that at the movie? Did anybody see that shit?
No.
Believe that?
Is it out yet?
Yeah, I don't know, man. The way it's advertised, you would think it's out.
He's got a kill percentage of 100. Nomad. We need him. We need him.
We can use him at nose guard.
Yeah,
Hey, ask a question.
3 technique.
What was your first reaction to seeing that commercial for that movie?
Me?
I thought
Everyone
it was great, man. It's like the new Snakes on a Plane or Sharknado.
Oh my god!
You know what I thought? The first thing came through my mind is this: some rich ass motherfuckers. There's so many scripts that's probably sitting on somebody's fucking floor in their mansion that's way better than that shit. That's somebody's fucking kid that came up with a script, gave it to his dad. Said, Dad, I need this done.
Thank you, Nomad. Well said.
Well, it is got a fucking great title, and so that's the St. Omni saying it's a true story.
Yeah, it is. It's on a true.
Do you have
it's based on a true story.
Addicts?
Look at this, man.
Don't get us cut here, now, Aldo.
Yeah, I know. I figured if I play the video with no sound, maybe they won't recognize it. But Mr. Shorty and I are talking about YouTube fucking with us
There he
with
is.
copywritten material.
Yeah.
Pull it and then replay it. You've already gone too long.
I'll tell you what, Tooch. Fucking Deron Payne plays like a fucking cocaine bear.
Yeah.
I'll tell you that.
Oh, we're going to talk about that. We're going to talk about free agents
Yeah.
that we want to target. We're going to talk
can't wait.
about trading down, how far you want to trade down. We're going to talk about a bunch of other stuff. So we're going to start without Dan here, and as soon as he gets in, we'll fill him in, and hopefully he can add to the conversation. But let's start with the topic of, how important is it to you guys that the Bears trade down and acquire more draft capital? I actually ran a poll the other day, just yesterday, I think it was, and asked people, not that one, this one. How important is it for the Bears to trade their number 1 overall draft pick for more assets? And 75% said crucially important, 18% somewhat important, and almost 9% said not too important. So I'll ask you guys, if you're filling out this quiz here, how would you vote on that? Start with you, Tooch.
I voted crucially important because, like, every offseason, I've said this so many times, like, there's always like more holes than players to get, with the Bears. But we may get to a situation where the Bears can't find a trade partner and they have to select like Carter number 1 overall. They just can't get the value. Everyone's keeping their cards close to the vest, and Rand Poles just can't strike a deal that he thinks is worthy of the first pick or will benefit the Bears enough for that first overall pick. And we may be stuck drafting number 1 overall. I'm okay with that.
What do you think, Nomad?
I think it's crucially important. We won't get. You're going to get into how low do you think we should, how far we should go, and should there be a benchmark of how far we should go? But yeah, it's crucially important when you have as many holes on the team as we have, and the lack of talent that we have. Yeah, you need volume, man. You need volume, and you need volume quickly, because the way I see it playing out is, we're gonna get some core pieces in free agency right away, and to me, the draft is going to be icing on the cake. Depth and young guys, that young energy added on to the young energy that we already have, and so I really don't see it being important to get one individual player per se, rather than getting the volume of them. So yeah, it's important. It's important as hell to make sure you get a deal done, too, if at all possible. But we'll get into that later on when you talk about the rest of that.
Quantity over quality.
Need a volume.
That's what I'm going for in this draft. I think we can all agree on that. If what I would love to see, the ideal trade would be trade 1 to 2, 2 to 4, 4 to 8 or 9. Looks like Carolina might get David Carr possibly. So Atlanta right there at 8 could be looking for a quarterback. They need a quarterback. So if you go from 1 to 2 to 4 to 8, the boatload of picks you could get out of that, not only in this year's draft, but next year's draft. And next year's draft is crucial because you just never know what's going to happen. And if you have another first round pick or 2 in next year's draft, and you have the opportunity at Marvin Harrison Jr., let's just say, with another pick, that's huge. So personally, I had a lot of fun playing around with the mock draft stuff in the last year's draft, and I wait for this. I get to the final week or 2 before the draft, and I start doing my own little mock drafts, and I kept trading down and trading down and trading down in most of the drafts I was doing last year, and it ended up being that's what Ryan Poles did. In fact, one of my draft scenarios, he was almost spot on with. I shouldn't say that. It's meaning that he had traded as many times as I did. Not necessarily saying saying he picked the same players I wanted, but if we can do that again in this draft, and get multiple picks and we can get some sweet spot picks in the second round, as well as some first round picks next year. Wow. I mean, the sky is the limit for this team with what they can do with that. This first pick has to be traded. I certainly hope it can be. I believe that teams are going to fall in love with some of these quarterbacks at the very end after the combine, and then all the true stuff's going to come out, and then boom, the Bears are hopefully doing something like that, 1 to 2 to 4 to 8. That'd be perfect for me.
If you don't mind, Aldo, can I add to that right quick, just really, really fast? Just to add to what he just said, the sweet spot is getting to 2. And to get to 2, you don't want it because you want to play that game as if, okay, getting to 2, okay, we're not gonna ask for a king's ransom, we're not gonna try to put them over a barrel, but we need to get to 2 without very much wiggle. We just need to get there, and that's when the sweet spot happens. That's when the gold happens. And that's when, because there is going to be a quarterback that emerges after all these pro days and all that kinds of stuff. It happens every year. A guy emerges and everybody races to go get that guy. And if you get to 2, there's more action at 2 than you would have at 1. To me, the sweet spot in the draft is not in the top 25. There's always going to be guys in the top 25 like, yeah, I got to have that certain guy. Like for me, it's Trenton Simpson, linebacker from Clemson. I don't want to get past, and I've done 100 mocks, and every time Trenton Simpson is not there after 15. I believe that guy is the best player in the draft, but I'll put that to the side. There's a lot more to be had after the first 4 or 5 picks. And the sweet spot is really after probably the middle of the second round towards the end. And that's when all the great shit starts to happen. So I wouldn't be worried too much about too many guys in that first few picks. I just think it's a lot of great talent and depth after those guys.
You're on mute, Aldo.
Excuse me. I agree with J2K. I want to trade down, and a big part of the reason I want to trade down is I don't think that there is a number 1 overall draft pick in this draft. I don't think there's anyone of that quality that you want to pay that number 1 overall salary to. I like Will Anderson. I like Jalen Carter. They're going to be really good football players, but are they these transcendent first overall draft picks of the draft? Absolutely not. So to trade down, I think, is crucial. And I agree. If you trade down to 2, and now all of a sudden you're fielding even more offers. So let's say you trade down to 2 with the Texans, and they give you, their 2 and 33 for your 1. I'll take it. I'll fucking take it, and then start fielding offers for that second pick, which like Nomad said, is going to get some action, and trade down to the middle of the draft. That's when it starts to cook. And again, as has been said already, the second round picks, that's where this draft is really the most loaded. Yeah, you want first round picks because you get that 5th year option on the contract. But I think, most of this draft is not as talented with superstars as have been previous drafts. This draft is loaded with good players to very good players. And so that's why if they can walk away with 3 number 2s in this draft, that would be great. The other thing I wanted to point out too is that, we would all like to get more first round picks, but these are the 4 teams that have first round picks this year, more than 1 first round pick this year. Texans at 2 and 12. And we're not going to get the number 12 pick if we trade with the Texans. We could get 12, 33, and something else, maybe another second rounder next year, but you're not going to get 2 and 12 for them to just move up 1 slot. I don't think that's doable. 5 and 20 is what the Seahawks have. 6 and 18 is what the Lions have. Eagles have 10 and 31. Now, if they want to move up to the first overall pick, and I highly doubt that they want to, because they have to replenish their squad because they're going to lose a lot of players who are going to make some big money, like Javon Hargrave. They need draft picks. So I doubt they're going to trade any of their first-round picks. So it's going to be hard to get 2 number 1 draft picks from a team this year. The Lions ain't going to give it to us. There's no fucking way.
Aldo, can I ask you a question on that?
Please.
What if the Eagles decide that they can't pay one of those stud defensive linemen and they want to replenish that guy with a top pick by moving up with those 2? And the Bears go to 10 and 31. Let's just say the Bears did trade with. It's almost like a foregone conclusion that everyone thinks we're trading with Indy,
Right?
For either Will Levis or the quarterback from Alabama, Bryce Young.
Right.
But what if the Eagles just surprise everyone and say, we'll give you 10 and 31. Let's say we traded down to 4. Then they say, oh, Will Anderson's still there. And we really want him to continue on this defensive front so we can let the next guy go. We'll give you 10 and 31. What would you do?
I'd love to hear from the other guys. I'll just quickly say, I doubt Eagles management is going to do that. I think that they are going to take the approach of we can find a good pass rusher at 10 or even at 31, because there are some good ones out there this season. And so I doubt that they're going to trade major draft assets to jump all the way to number 1 to pick Jalen Carter or Will Anderson or who knows who else. There could be another pass rusher that could be climbing the ranks on the combine. Tooch, what do you think? Do you think that the Eagles would trade 10 and 31 to move up all the way to 1?
I don't think so. I think they probably would keep 10 and 31 and just replenish to make another run at, the NFC Championship and Super Bowl. Mm-hmm. That'd be my guess. I mean, Howie Roseman's no dummy.
Yeah, he's a sly dude, and I know that he right now he is really fucking happy. He's got 2 first-round picks, and he's the NFC Conference champion.
Yep.
And so I don't know. What do you think, Nomad?
No, I don't see that. I'm just thinking about the Super Bowl game and trying to see if I can recall where they were lacking, and if there's somebody that's a sure shot guy in the first 5 or number 1 that they just have to get. I don't see a guy up there that really changes the dynamic of their team at all. So I just don't see that one. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I don't know. Shorty, was that just a kind of a rhetorical question, or you think that could possibly
It was just
happen?
a pontification.
You got another nickname number 6.
Pontificator.
Shorty, the pontificator.
I'm just giving you guys things to think about. That's all. That's what I do.
I love it. It's all right. What else you got for us to think about?
It's to me. I'm answering every fucking call that comes across the board. Every fucking call. Number 1.
That's the answer,
easy.
Aldo. You should have said that.
Every call. But the one time I'm gonna pick up the phone and hit my keypad to call somebody is to make sure I get to number 2, because that's when I think the dominoes fall. Get to number 2 by all means necessary, and there's a boatload to be had after that. And so to me, I'm trying to do that as early as next month if I can, and then let the chips fall where they may come draft day.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I mean, what are you going to get for 2, though? I mean,
I think you can get 33.
Yeah, do the Texans have any incentive to move up to 1? I mean, they can just sit
only
at 2
if they fall in love with the quarterback, right?
With one guy. Yeah,
right. Yeah,
right.
All it takes is one clueless fucking owner that doesn't know anything about football to put the vice grips to his GM and his head coach and say, "I want that guy."
We have that GM. I mean, we have that owner.
Here's another pontification, though. What if Seattle with 5 and 20 wants to go to number 1?
Mm-hmm.
Done.
That's the most likely trade partner out of those ones you flashed up there. I agree with.
But this is why I say, and I stick to it. And every time I see that Texans trade, I'm not even going to look at the rest of the trades. I'm going to take that first and let the chips fall where they may. Why? Because you have to look at it in this context. Yes, they have a defensive coach. They just hired D'Amico Ryans is a defensive-minded guy. He wants to play defense first. But the reality of organizations and fan bases, when you look at the 2 combined, you always have to have a face of your franchise when you're starting over in a rebuild. And the face of your franchise has always got to be your quarterback. Am I not right? And
Yep.
so knowing that going into this draft, you know that they have to get a quarterback. Do they feel like they can sit pat at 2 and get the guy that they want? Probably right now they do. But as these things start to play out, the pro days start to happen, the combines and all that stuff start to happen, the pressure's going to ramp up. And they're going to see a guy that emerges, and they're going to say, you know what? We need to get this guy. Let's just go ahead and do this deal with the Bears. I think that's what's going to happen. And that's when the war is going to start.
Well, who's the general manager of the Texans? That's something to take into account too. What is his history? Is he a Ryan Pace-like guy?
The owner or the GM?
The GM.
Oh, he just got there in 21, so I mean, he doesn't have that much of a track record.
So he might have some happy feet and want to go from 2 to 1 and give a boatload, for Bryce Young.
Nick Caserio, who came from the Patriots organization. So,
okay.
If he follows that Patriots lead, he's going to want to add draft picks as opposed to trading draft picks.
Right.
If he follows that model, because that's what the Patriots have always done. They loved to trade down and add picks. So it's a very interesting topic, and the only reason I put this on here because in my mind I was always hoping, man, I hope we can get 2 first-round draft picks. And so when I looked at who had 2 first-round draft picks this year, I said, man, that's going to be tough to, So hopefully we can get a number 1 this year, a number 1 next season, and second rounders.
That's why, in my mind, it's going to take a trade with Indy from 1 or, well, it could go from Indy 1 to 4, and then we sit at 4, and then let's say Atlanta wants, they're looking at, we want the next quarterback that's there, and we go from 4 to 8. That the 8th pick in the draft will give us Atlanta's first pick next year, per the draft scale of the chart.
I'll tell you right now, Indy is the thirstiest of the bunch on the board. They are thirsty for that number 1 quarterback. They
really are.
So,
yeah. So let's hope they fall in love so badly that they're willing to give up a lot. So on Twitter, I asked, so how far back would you be willing to trade? And 60% of the people said, don't trade back any further than the Colts at number 4. The Panthers got 26% the Panthers are drafting at 9. And I assume that the people who voted for the Panthers know that you're going to get more assets the further down you trade. If you trade with the Panthers or a team below them drafting at 10, 11, 12, whatever, you're going to get more draft picks back. And so I assume that's why the Panthers got 26%, and then the Seahawks came in at 10%. And Nomad, only 4% came in with the Texans. What say you, Nomad? Are people stupid and you're smart, or what?
Anyway, I mean,
those 2 votes were Nomad, by the way.
The idea is to get you want to see if there's a scenario where you can go and make 2 trades right up there in that top part of the draft. And I think the Colts are thirsty enough. If you can get to 2, you can get a haul off the Colts to get up there. That's just what I think. But as far as how far you go down, to me, I don't see them going past 9 at all. I don't see it. But we all just speculate, and we don't know who they covet for their first pick. And so we really don't know. I mean, we know what we covet and what we think they should get, but reality is they value these guys differently. So I don't know.
It could come down to the Texans. They know that we're keeping Justin, and they know that they're 1 pick away from getting the guy that they want, and they're afraid that whoever trades with the Bears is going to take that guy, and that would be the scenario that would cause them to have, maybe at the last minute panic mode and say, yeah, we'll give you a first and a second. We'll trade picks this year and give you our second. Then the Bears end up with another high 2nd round pick. And then we just swap picks for that. If they get their quarterback, we're sitting there at 2. Next thing you know, somebody else wants CJ Stroud or Will Levis, and some other team, Indy, is high on whoever is next. And then that would just be the perfect scenario. I think it could happen, actually.
Yeah, if Vaughn says, I just want to get the 2 and the 12 from the Texans. The only way that happens, Vaughn, in my opinion, is if the Bears sweeten the deal. The Bears would have to throw in like a third-round pick, a 2024 third-round pick, because I don't think any general manager would, particularly with the disasters that we have seen, like the Trey Lance disaster and teams just moving up in the draft, that just lately it hasn't paid off for anybody. So I think if you want that 2-12, and I would love to have that 2-12 too. I think you gotta sweeten the pie for the Texans. Anybody disagree with me on that?
It's possible.
Yeah,
I just think the mindset behind getting it to, and just the whole, if you're determined enough to get to 2, you're not going to be trying to get these guys over a barrel to get there, because you know that the action is going to happen after you get there. So you may want to be willing to give up a little extra just to get there, just to make sure they're happy, just to get there, and you're going to get what you came for after that, when the Colts come running up to you with all this capital and whoever else. And so that's when the war will start, between the Panthers, between the Seahawks, and whoever else is trying to get involved with that, maybe even the Commanders, I don't know. But if you get to 2, you can definitely start a chain of events that really benefits you as a franchise.
Yeah. I don't know. This whole thing fascinates me, and Nomad is absolutely right. We're just speculating here. We're just guessing. We don't have the inside story. Even the people on the inside probably haven't made up their minds. They're all still devising plans, and it's going to be after the combine when they have those 15, 20-minute chats with players. That's when they start the love affair, because one of those quarterbacks is going to go up to the whiteboard and he's going to say, "This is what I do here. This is what I do there," and some GM is going to say, "I fucking love you. I want you on my team." That's when the planning really kicks into gear. As of now, if I'm a GM, I'm fucking staying up at night and plotting potential scenarios. How am I going to handle what do I want from the Panthers if they call and want to move up from 9-1? What am I going to ask for? Do they have a player on their team who is contract friendly and ready to explode? Do they have, how many picks they have next season? Can I get their first this year, their first next season, and 2 2s next season, and a 2? You got to start going through all these fucking scenarios, because if Ryan Poles is not doing that, then holy shit, what the fuck are you doing, dude?
Right.
I agree.
Hey, Aldo, I've been wanting to ask you guys, and I know Tooch, you don't watch film, so. Just or you might have a guy that you've seen, I don't know, on a game.
Honestly, I won't be watching any player.
Tooch used to watch a lot of film, but he's a little busy now.
I won't watch anything till after the Final Four and national championship after March Madness.
Okay, I just wanted to ask you guys, give me one player, not because you went to that bowl game, although it doesn't have those guys there. Just one player that really tantalized you, whether in any position, that just like, God damn, this dude is fucking talented. I wish we can get this guy. One stood out to you.
I mean, the engine for the Bears defense is the 3 technique. You have to get that position if you want to do anything on defense next season. For me, that guy's Jalen Carter. 6'3", 300. He's like a bigger Aaron Donald. I mean, if you watch the national championship game, he was throwing TCU offensive linemen all over the place. I'll take that.
It's the 3 technique, the will, and the safety. And we have the safety. So we need the 3 technique and the will. And I think those are going to be 2 targets in this draft. And I don't think that
we're not talking about what we need. I'm talking about a particular guy that really, really impressed you, like just blew your socks off. Like, God damn, that dude is talented. Like one guy. Is there one guy?
Marvin Harrison Jr.
Oh,
he's not in this draft, though. I understand where you're going, Nomad. I totally understand. So he's the guy. If Nomad is asking, who is the guy on your draft board? Because you're going to put together a draft board. Here are top 100 picks. We got these guys slotted as first-round caliber. These guys slotted as second-round caliber. These guys, and so on. Who is that guy at the top of that first round that you just look at and say, holy fuck, man, would I love to have this guy on the team? That's a great question. And J2K has a great answer. This kid from Iowa State, Lucas Van Ness. I'm surprised Tooch didn't say that, being from Iowa.
He's a Hawkeye, a Hercules. Yeah, that's the dude, man.
Yeah,
that guy'd be perfect at defensive end. He's JJ Watt.
And then Skyler has another good one because I've fallen in love with him. Danny Shimon did. We've got this draft room, barroom draft exclusive, and Danny just posted his Tyree Wilson evaluation, and I fell in love with this guy. 6'6", moves like a small running back. I mean, he can guard running backs coming out of the backfield on special formations. He's got long ass arms. He reminds me a little bit of a little quicker Richard Dent. Tyree Wilson is a guy I would love to be in the Bears. In fact, I think he might be better than Will Anderson for the Bears scheme. Will Anderson to me looks like a 3-4 linebacker, outside linebacker. Tyree Wilson is a guy you can have him start immediately as your number one pass rusher. So I would say those two guys, Lucas Van Ness and Tyree Wilson. Nice job, J2K and Skyler.
Okay.
If I may just say,
I watched him play in Iowa Hawkeyes every Saturday. I mean,
awesome player.
If I may say, I think that my approach to this draft is so quantity over quality that I don't view one guy as one specific, because I don't think this draft has one. There isn't what's his name from the Cleveland, the defensive end, like that superstar stud that sacked Justin Fields 8 times in his first game. There isn't one of those guys in this draft.
Oh yeah, there is.
Well, you could make an argument for who?
I can make an argument for several guys.
But we're talking about the number one pick guy. Will. So it's down to like Will Anderson and Carter, right? But for me, I think there's so many other quality picks you can get at a defensive end, and there's so many other quality picks that you can get at a 3-tech, and there's so many other quality picks that you can get, even at a will linebacker. Those the other 2 spots that we need, it would be more conducive for the Bears to just stack picks and not worry about trying to gamble on whether that Carter or the Will Anderson is going to be that superstar in the draft. Because when you look historically at first round picks and you point out the Hall of Famers, it's not like you go back and you almost laugh going back. That guy I thought was going to be a fucking superstar. And then we're all sitting back going, what happened to him? Solomon Thomas, players like that. And so I just think that in this draft, because there isn't one person that I think single-handedly stands out above the rest for me, personally, that it's just better to go quantity over quality.
Man, you worse than my girlfriend, man. Make a damn pick.
If I can just finish.
You know something, man.
If I can wait, let me finish.
He's pontificating.
I'm fucking pontificating. Let me finish pontificating. What I've been doing is looking at the quarterbacks in this draft because I want to know what the other teams are thinking of those quarterbacks and what they're going to be doing to trade up to get that quarterback. And the quarterback for me that sticks out the most is Will Levis. And I think that's going to be the guy that ends up standing out the most because of his strong arm and his amazingly quick release. And those are going to be the things at the combine that wows everyone. That's going to move him up the board. And he's going to be the main reason why everyone's going to want that pick, in my personal opinion. So for me, I'm just going quantity over quality from there. Go ahead, Nomad.
So you gave us a 2,000-word essay just to say Will Levis. God damn, you didn't have to preface it that long, man. You should have just said Will
I had to
Levis.
wind you up, man.
Motherfucker. I like
wind you up.
The minute I turn on the tape, I watched probably 2 hours. You could have said all that stuff, man. What the fuck?
I had to set you up for it. Wait for it. Wait for it. Wait for it.
No, but hey, for me, let me tell you something. Everybody in this chat that's seen me anywhere will tell you who my favorite dude is, and it's Trenton Simpson. But let me give you my honorable mention picks. And this is just the guys I've been studying lately. And I'm talking about in athletic order. Will McDonald, Tuli Tuipulotu, and probably Kalijah Cansey. Those 3 guys, man, they are they're talented, man. But fucking Trenton Simpson is a guy that you can put anywhere on the field in any position, and he will get results. He is a unique individual. A guy 6'3", 245 pounds that can line up anywhere, from a defensive lineman to a linebacker to a corner or a safety. He's done it all. That's a coach's wet dream, man. That dude he's the most talented dude I've seen thus far. And I ain't gonna say by a whole lot because Will McDonald was a freak, but he's the top of the echelon to me.
Will McDonald, to me, scares me because of his size. He is thinner than Leonard Floyd was. And we all knew, when Leonard Floyd showed up, we all knew it's going to take 2 or 3 years for this guy to get an NFL body. And he did. And then the Bears let him go for some fucking reason. I don't know.
Right.
But I love Will McDonald, and he's got that fucking spin move that he has perfected that fucking spin move, and he can get 13 sacks in his rookie season with just that move alone. But I worry about, I like my pass rushers to have some muscle density behind them, and that's why one of the reasons I fell in love with Tyree Wilson. But I hear Matt. Those guys that you mentioned are really good players. J2K has a question for you. Do you think Flus will value taking an off-ball linebacker that early?
I think Flus will, and I seen his comment earlier where he said, I think what he was referring to was that press conference when I think a reporter asked him about Roquan and why didn't they draft Roquan, and he said that he didn't think Ballard would value an off-ball linebacker. So that's what he said. That didn't mean that he didn't go to Ballard and say, hey, man, if we can get in this spot, I want to get that guy Roquan Smith. I'm sure, because Eberflus is a linebackers coach. That's what people need to remember. He was a linebackers coach before anything.
Yeah.
And so he's a linebacker guy. And so he sees in Trenton Simpson, when he's looking at that tape, I know he's like, he's brick hard and he's wetting himself, dude. Because that's a true joker. That's a guy you can put almost anywhere. And for a defensive coordinator, that's a bag of money, dude. That changes everything. So hell yeah, I think he convinced Ryan Poles to get an off-ball linebacker first because he knows he can get value later on in the draft.
Mm-hmm. That's a good point. It's a good point.
Mm-hmm.
I love this kind of talk, and this to me is like talking about what's going to be under the tree on Christmas Day when you're a little kid.
You must want to start opening the presents to see what it is. You ever done that? I did it one time. I ruined a Christmas.
Oh, really?
What saw every toy. Peeked in.
No.
I couldn't wait. And then I opened all the presents. I was like, this is the worst Christmas ever. Which is also my birthday. So it was even twice as ruined.
Oh, no. All right, let's switch the conversation a little bit because the next big player acquisition period is not the draft, it is free agency. And while we do not know, because today was the first day where teams are allowed to franchise tag players, we do not know who exactly is going to be a free agent until at the latest in 2 weeks. We do know that there are going to be some free agents available that should be of interest to the Bears. And so I wanted to get a take from everyone in the chat room about who are the free agents you're targeting. And I got to tell you, when I looked over this list, what I did is I went over to foxsports.com, and about 10 hours ago, they put together their top 50 lists. And I chose players that might be of interest to the Bears. I didn't put all 50 on my list that's on the screen right now, but I put a number of them, and I got to tell you, this is not the best free agency class that I've ever seen. It's like, fuck, the Bears have all this money. They got the number 1 draft pick, and it's like, what the fuck?
It's a better class than it appears to be. That's a whole lot of
quantity over quality.
That's a whole lot of we don't need to break the bank kind of guys on there that can really produce. That's what I see. I see a bunch
that's
of
a good
really
point.
good, talented people there.
That's a good
quantity
point.
Over quality.
Yeah, there you go. Mr. Pontification with a brief statement that covers miles and miles of fraud.
It covers free agency and the draft in this current year. I mean, seriously.
You're very right. You're very right. So I'm just going to name some of the names on this list, and I'd love for you guys to jump in at whoever wants to go first. But Javon Hargrave and Deron Payne are the inside 3 tech guys that could make this defense run, like Tooch was talking about. These are the guys that play that position that the Bears desperately need, a disruptor from the middle of the defensive line who, if he plays at a high level like both of these guys did this past season, could make everybody on the defense much better. I have to, I think we really need to consider the safety position, probably not in free agency, but in the draft maybe, because what's going on with Eddie Jackson? He had an injury late in the season. I don't know if he's going to be ready next season. I don't know if he's going to play at his best after that injury. I know that his contract is starting to hit that top level. So maybe Jesse Bates is somebody that should be thought about. The cornerbacks from the Eagles, Bradbury and Gardner Johnson. The cornerback from the Bucks, Jamil Dean. The linebacker from the Bucks, Levante David. Draymond Jones on the defensive line. Marcus Davenport, who has been a major disappointment as a pro. He had a half a sack this past season. Yannick and help me out, Tooch.
Yannick Ngakoue.
That's my man. Orlando Brown Jr., Mike McGlinchey, who plays in a zone offense, and so he would be a perfect addition at the right tackle. And he's looking for somewhere between the $15 and $20 million mark. People have been clamoring for Saquon Barkley, Josh Jacobs at the running back position, Tony Pollard. Dalton Schultz, tight end. I've been thinking a lot about the tight end position. And wouldn't it be nice if we had 2 really good pass catching tight ends? And Odell Beckham at wide receiver, Juju Smith-Schuster, Mike Gesicki, another tight end, DJ Shark, who was with the Lions this past season, but he's always shown that he can be a very productive pass receiver, even though with the Lions he was like the 3rd or 4th receiver on their depth chart. I hate to say this, but Alan Lazard kind of fits the bill of what the Bears like. And as a wide receiver, big guy who can block well. Isaac Suamalo, offensive lineman. Rock Yan-Sin, I don't love him at cornerback, but the Bears did mention that they will be looking at premium positions in the offseason. And one of the premium positions they mentioned, Ryan Poles mentioned, was the cornerback position. David Long Jr., Tremon Edmonds, the linebacker who came out. Everybody thought he was going to be a superstar, and the Bills decided not to exercise their 5th-year option on him. Is he heading into the prime of his career and maybe can do like a Leonard Floyd, where he starts to play well after he leaves his initial team? Another defensive lineman, Zach Allen. Another running back, Miles Sanders. I love Dalton Reisner from the Denver Broncos. He's a mean, nasty interior offensive lineman. Jacoby Myers, wide receiver, Jonathan Jones. And I'm leaving out some other names, but I'd love to hear your take on these guys. Nomad, why don't you tell me who you like and who would you put as the first guy as your target for free agency, and give me some other names too.
Okay. Based on these names here, first we got to protect the golden goose. So if you know what I know, Isaac Seumalo is a bouncer. He'll throw your ass out the club. The connections that he has with Ian Cunningham, that's the first guy you're going to get. The second guy you're going to get is you're a ground-based team. You want to run the air out of the fucking ball. So you go upgrade your running back position, and you don't pay too much money because he's not going to cost too much. Just go get Josh Jacobs. And then you move on to your 3. If there's a 3 on here that I'm going to get that I think fits my needs, it's probably I love Draymond Jones, but I don't know if he's heavy enough for what we're trying to do here. I think Javon Hargrave at 30 is a better fit for what we're trying to do. I think he likes heavier guys up front that play the 3. I've never seen him play with Eberflus play with a 3 that was lighter than I don't know how big Draymond Jones is, but he's not very heavy. But Javon Hargrave, just based on this list here, that would be the guy I would go and get. And then, You were talking about
Let me challenge you on that one real quick. Hargrave, the fact that he's 30 years old matter to you, and Deron Payne is 25.
Deron Payne. I don't know. I don't imagine him making it to. If we want to play that game and just with the guys on here, yeah, you go and get Deron Payne right after you go get Ike Siamalu, and then you go and get Josh Jacobs. That's what I would do.
All right, sounds good. Any other names that you'd like to point out?
Oh man, dude! If you can somehow get, to me, the best three slot corners in the league in this order are C.J. Gardner-Johnson, probably Dante Jackson, who is gonna hit the free agent market, and then Kenny Moore from Indianapolis. So if you can somehow get C.J. Gardner-Johnson, and it's not gonna cost you an arm and a leg, you can keep Kyler Gordon over there on the hash, and then you got your three, you got your slot. And if they draft the middle linebacker, I think they will. You got everything you need to run a solid defense.
There you go. Okay. Hey, before I get Tooch's and the other Dan's thoughts on this, Dan Aguirre is now with us. Dan, how are you, my friend?
I'm tired, but I'm here. How's everybody else doing?
Doing good, man.
Brother Dan, good to see you again. Here,
Who's here?
it's the other Dan.
Oh, hi, Dan.
That guy, huh?
What's up, John?
I'm good, Danny.
Hey, Dan, you said you were tired, and you've been texting me and telling me that you've been suffering from a little bit of insomnia lately. So what's that all about, brother?
Me too, man.
Yeah, just anxiety, I think, man. Just, getting shit in order at the house and, I don't know, stuff with my cousin. There's just a lot going on, and it's not a unique story. I'm sure everyone's had problems like that before.
Absolutely. You want to share the latest on your cousin?
Oh, well, he had his preliminary hearing on Friday for the escape attempt, or not attempt, he did escape and then was recaptured. So he'll be likely indicted by the grand jury in like 2 or 3 months, and then they'll put my case and his baby mama's case and the escape all into one bill, which I presume that he's facing, just for the escape alone, a maximum of 5 years. But I would assume they would give him a chance to plead down. So maybe he's going to get 2 or 3 years, but either way, I'm satisfied with that because he deserves it. He's a piece of fucking garbage.
So those of you who don't know, Dan Aguirre opened up his home to his cousin, and unfortunately it resulted in bad news for him. And so it's gotten to a point where many of us have had family members where, you try to help them, or friends, right? Really close friends, and something goes wrong, and you feel like, man, that was fucking stupid to help this person out. And so unfortunately that's happened to my good friend Dan Aguirre.
Yeah, those jerseys he stole, man, are just irreplaceable.
Yeah. That really bugs me.
Like
man.
the Cutler Elite jersey, like the 1940s, the blue one with the orange numbers. You can't buy that anymore. The Bears haven't used that since 17, and it was elite. It was the authentic.
Mm-hmm.
So that was a $300 jersey. Just that one as an example alone. Mm-hmm. I can't buy it again. That 100th anniversary from 2019. Had a Walter Payton in that with the Bears 100 logo on it. He fucking took that. I mean, those are just examples of things I can't buy again if I wanted to.
Yep. And that fucking hurts when you are a collector like Dan is, and he's collected these artifacts that mean so much to him, not because of their monetary value, but because of what they mean to him, because of the team that he loves.
He even stole my Cordell Stewart Bears jersey.
Oh,
Cordell Stewart.
That's a desperate man.
I mean, just because he took anything that was authentic.
Yeah. Jesus.
You like him, rummaging through all your baseball or football or whatever cards and just stealing them. You've been collecting this stuff for years, and they have meaning to you and value to you in your own heart. And then you give out your home to him as a kind human being.
He lived free for 6 months.
Fuck that guy.
Yeah, he lived free for 6 months, and then started, like you say, he stole my weed eater. He stole a stereo. He stole even my high school yearbooks.
I didn't think you smoked weed.
A weed eater
Oh, sorry.
for the lawn.
Oh, sorry. Your weed,
Okay.
your long smokes weed. Got it.
It just
I thought that
can't
was
even-
like a manscaper.
No. Well, you know what? Aldo sent me what was that thing called? We had a sponsor like 2 years ago that shaved your ball bag.
Manscaped, yeah.
Yeah, he stole
Oh.
that. He stole that.
your ball.
You hear that, Nomad?
Ball trimmer.
And the thing
Your ball
is,
trimmer.
I don't even like to use that. It kind of hurt because I keep my fur cut down, so I just shave it with a regular razor. But I had tried it down there before, and he fucking stole that.
This
Well,
guy
I
needs to
wonder
be
if
introduced to Cocaine Bear for a day.
See that movie, by the way.
I want to see it too. So he's probably in jail right now with the fucking cleanest cock area in the jail. Hopefully it serves him well, right?
But he has the herpes, so
Dan,
I hope he's having the worst breakout of all time. I hope it
Oh.
hurts.
Dan, I have to. Okay, so that answers my question. So you didn't use the manscaper on your face, right? Just your balls?
No, God, no. I used it under my armpits to get a good clean, because my armpit hair goes from to my balls if I don't trim it.
I got the same problem. I can actually make braids with my armpit hair.
Yeah, so I was trimming it with that, to get a good clean look, like not have it bald, but just have it cut close. And I wasn't really using it a lot on my balls. I felt like it was pulling, even if it was just a little hair, it was just yanking it. I didn't like it down there.
Yeah.
So I was basically trimming my armpit hair with it. That's it. But he stole that. Stole hats. There's one picture of me wearing the Walter jersey from the 100 Bears 100. He's got that jersey and the hat I'm wearing in the photo too. He even took the fucking hat. He took coats, took shoes. I mean, at least he didn't take my old games.
Let's start a GoFundMe for Dan to get that shit back.
I mean, you can't buy it back, is what I'm saying. At least he didn't take my old games.
Yeah,
then
not even on
his
eBay?
fucking death.
Yeah, that's the thing. Is you can't replace that stuff,
But I
What
guess
about
he
a
thought he
porn
couldn't
collection?
sell that though, like the old games and stuff, because no one utilizes DVDs or Blu-rays anymore but me.
Right.
So
The porn
Thank
collection
God.
is safe.
yeah, my porn collection is safe.
He wasn't into 70s and 80s vintage porn, I guess.
Who cares what he was into? I hope he's into like a dick deep in his ass right now.
So let me ask you this, and then we'll get back to the topic we were talking about. So one of the things, I remember this was weeks ago. I remember sending you a message, and I'm saying, well, hopefully he'll get, once he's in the can, he'll get dried out, and he will change his ways, and he'll become a good person. And you weren't fucking buying that. You've given up total hope on this guy.
No,
right?
he stole from my mom. Like he stole the ring that my mother took off of my grandmother's dead hand when she died.
Goodness.
My mom was savvy enough to get it back and started calling pawn shops as soon as he left her house. So for about 5-6 years, I didn't talk to him at all because he stole from my mom. But then my sister died, and we, the open communication, because I do believe he was legitimately sad that my sister died because we grew up together, and my sister liked him and stuff. And so that kind of took the edge off. And my mom, on her dying deathbed, would have told me, don't trust him. Don't trust him. And I still gave him another chance. So he fucked my mom over and then did all this to me. So no.
Yeah.
If I had the choice to death by firing squad, I would execute him. I'm not kidding. Without any regret whatsoever.
Yeah, the thing, Shorty says, time to release the cocaine bear on your cousin. But the thing is that addiction causes good people to do really bad things. And it sounds to me, based on some of the memories that you have of him, is that you guys were tight. You saw goodness in him, but he was addicted to meth and who knows what else.
And see, I was with him so much when he was living with me. Maybe I'm ignorant to this, but again, and I grew up with my dad addicted, so I feel like I do have empathy for people, but he wasn't just sitting around shaking and shit like someone going through withdrawals. I've got to have it just to be normal. Sometimes you reach a certain plateau and it's you have to take the drugs just to be normal. If you don't take it, you start shaking and stuff. That's when you're truly addicted. Like your body needs it for just normalcy, not even to get high. He was not there. It's
What was
like
he
he was
thinking, man?
choosing to get high here. He didn't need it. He wanted it. So
What was he
it's to
thinking,
be
man?
willing to take all this stuff from someone that you grew up with, you've known 30 years, that cared about you and gave you a free place to live for 6 months. Fuck him.
What was he taking, Dan?
Well, the police told me one of the times they arrested him after we had our falling out that he was on meth when they arrested him.
Oh man,
That's the worst, man.
I seen a dude.
That's
I
his
seen a
own fault.
dude get talked into eating a dog turd just to get a hit of meth. A dog turd.
We saw that in that old movie in the 70s with the Divine. Remember she ate flamingos?
That's like pink flamingos, right?
Yeah.
All right, Dan. We were, and I'm glad you're back with us here today. Sorry about your lack of sleep and all the stress you're undergoing.
No, it's fine.
But we love you, and we're going to continue with the conversation we had. Tooch was going to share with us some of the free agents that he would love to see with the Chicago Bears, a name or two or three that he'd love for the Bears to target. I put together a list borrowed from some of the names Fox Sports posted today as top free agents. Tooch, I know you've had a chance to study this list. Dan, take a look at it because I'll be coming to you after the other Dan. Tooch, what do you think, brother?
Well, obviously, if you sign a 3 technique, it opens up, more options in the draft where you don't have to worry about it.
Perfectly said. Yep.
Number 1 overall. So, Deron Payne, and I know some people in the chat were saying he's not coming to Chicago. I mean, if we wave a big enough bag of money at him, I think he might think about coming.
Right. If he's franchise tagged, then of course he's not coming. But money talks. He will go where the biggest paycheck is. There's no doubt in my mind.
Yeah, Draymond Jones, another good name, and people worry about Javon Hargrave's age. I mean, I don't know. I love Chauncey Gardner-Johnson. He's just a dick, though. He's like a guy that like pisses off everybody on the field, right? Isn't that the guy like slapped our players in the helmet and shit?
Yeah.
But I guess you love him if he's on your team. So, and then you have to start in ditches. So you look at offensive line too, and Orlando Brown Jr. pretty damn good. I know people are knocking McGlinchey, but the dude graded out pretty good both in the run and the pass. He could obviously fill that right tackle slot if the Bears are committed to Braxton Jones on the left. And then, Mike Gesicki at tight end would be a nice little pickup. That dude's a hell of an athlete. And then, running back, you're looking at Josh Jacobs. He'd be pretty damn good. And wide receiver, like everyone says, it's a little thin. And then those you got to get guards in the middle. So Seo Malu and Risner, either one of those guys, I'd be fine with.
Good list of names there, Tooch.
Yeah.
The other Dan, I know you've been studying this list like it's your fucking homework assignment. What do you got for us?
Quantity over quality, my friends.
I love it.
I would love.
Where have I heard that before?
I would love a Deron Payne as a big signing of this group. Saquon Barkley obviously would be another big signing. For me, I think I'm along the same lines with you, Aldo. I think I would rather them keep Monty because of his knowledge of the system already. He's a great blocker. He adds something to this team that we need. And I think that you can get that out of any of those other running backs for less, for the hometown discount at the very least. And then you have, I love Levante David at linebacker. Isn't he a Will? Wouldn't that fill the Will spot there? If I'm wrong, correct me. But
I want to say he plays the middle, but I could be wrong. I'm not a aficionado of the.
Pretty sure he's a. Unless somebody can correct me and shit, I think he's a Will. That would be a good serviceable Will in place of a rookie that you can pick up in maybe a second or third round with all the picks you're going to get, hopefully. Maybe Mike McGlinchey at the offensive line, put him at right tackle, just to give some help there. I do agree with Tucha on Mike Gesicki. I think he'd be a great tight end target to go along with Komet. Komet adds the value of a blocker as well as a catcher, and Gesicki is more of that what is it, a U tight end, the catching tight end.
Yes, they call it U. They call it a bunch of other things. Yeah,
right. He would add that extra element that we need. But I would also like to see the Bears drafted tight ends somewhere with the boatload of picks they're going to get. LOL.
Quantity over quality.
Right, quantity over quality. Tremaine Edmonds, even at a will, would be nice. Other than that, this list, maybe like a Jacoby Myers at wide receiver as just a value signing. I'm not going for the bank in the offseason here. There's no reason to, in my mind. So I think quantity over quality in the free agency market, and quantity over quality in the draft, and boom, you're in the playoffs, guys. 11-6 happens this year instead of last year.
Hey, Aldo.
Yes, sir.
There is a guy on here that pretty much nobody is talking about, but everybody should be talking about.
Yannick?
He's traits-wise, and everything he brings to the field, toughness, the traits, everything that he does. Zach Allen, don't be surprised if that's one of the signings pretty early in the game, because Zach Allen is you have to just watch the tape. I can explain Zach Allen to everybody, but anybody that knows who he is and watch the tape knows that he's an Eberflus fit. And I think it wouldn't be a reach at all for them to get him right away, but they may wait to see who offers him what and try to get him a little bit later. But I can almost put money on they're going to reach out to try to get him.
Zach Allen is a name that I didn't really know much of. And then when I read that Fox Sports article on him, I said, you know what, I should learn more about this guy, because this guy sounds like an intriguing player. So I'm glad you brought him up. Zach Allen is definitely someone that I need to do some more homework on as a potential free agent acquisition. Dan Aguirre, are you with us?
I am.
Okay, I heard that.
The fucking Pink Floyd record sets the alarm off. It makes it. It thinks that we're off air. It's that song "Hey You" was playing, and it's so low that the system thinks that we're off air. It just is so annoying.
I love it. Pink Floyd fucking with my senses again.
It's one of those bands I should love, but just don't.
I hear you. Well, I got next time you're in Chicago, Dan, I'm going to give you a Pink Floyd indoctrination. I'm going to slip some LSD into your water or your Coca-Cola.
May I just say,
Yes,
Dan, even though you don't like the Three Stooges or Pink Floyd, I still love you, brother. I still love you.
Please don't bring up the Three Stooges. It'll get that retro guy. That motherfucker's
I love the Three
Stooges unless somebody's talking about the Three Stooges.
I fucking love the Three Stooges. I don't care that you don't like them. That's why we can have different opinions. I love you, brother. That's all good.
I appreciate that.
That's right. Fucking Putin. Are you un-American, Dan?
Putin retro.
How can you not like the fucking Three Stooges, you un-American?
You know what? I hate the Three Stooges, but the fact that they were on every fucking single day of my life, because my brother was a year older, he owned the channel. We watched what he wanted to watch. I started to fucking like them after 6-7 years. And
yeah, but you can't really enjoy the Three Stooges unless you get fucking fried. You gotta get fried. Just straight up baked.
Yeah, I agree with
that. Well, that was something I watched as a kid. I haven't watched it in years, but it was my mom liked it, and she put it on for me when I was a kid, and I loved the whole whoop, 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 whoop thing, you know.
I love it too.
I mean, it was entertaining.
More Larry cheese.
The show doesn't hold up. It does not hold up. I'll agree with you, Dan. It doesn't hold up.
Slapstick comedy isn't for everybody. One of my favorite movies of all time is Half Baked. It's slapstick comedy, but you got to get fucking fried to really enjoy the movie.
Man. I like Dave Chappelle. The Three Stooges was filmed 209 years ago. That's why I don't like. It's too fucking old.
Nomad, what's your favorite line from Half Baked?
Oh man, it's too many to count, man.
Can I tell
Probably
you mine?
something the dude on the couch said. Probably, I don't know.
Can I tell you mine?
What's that?
When the guy was going to the store and he was like, he's all high as fuck, and he's like, I'm gonna go to the store, man. You guys need anything? Like Dave Chappelle was sitting on the couch and he's like, yeah, can you get me blah 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 and blah blah blah? Oh, and what's that thing I haven't had in forever? Oh, pussy. Can you get me some pussy? That was the fucking moment of that movie for me.
What about when that guy says marijuana is not a drug? I used to suck dick for coke. Now that's an addiction. You ever suck some dick for marijuana? Do you remember that?
That one too, yes.
I've never seen the movie. I went to IMDb and read the quote.
When it was coming out, there was a part on the trailer when it was going to the theater where Jim Brewer was like taking off and trying to jump over, like, you know, the thing you put money in if you're parking in the street, the meter thing. He's like trying to clear the meter and hits himself in the balls. And that part wasn't in the film, but it was in the trailer when it was showing it in the theater. Oh, so I guess if someone has the Blu-ray or something, it's probably on the cut, like, you know, cutting room floor bonus features. But it was so weird that was in their trailer, their primary trailer, and it wasn't in the film.
Wow.
Book a nasty Nate. That picture of this dude, there's a picture on the wall. I don't know if you guys remember that part. It's a picture on the jail cell wall of him like in a wrestling pose. You know how wrestlers pose to take a picture in a pair of tights. Yeah, I just look at that fucking picture and I just die laughing, man.
You know who you look like when you did that, Aldo? Oh. Did you ever see The Water Boy? The guy that would later become the Big Show in the WWE played a character named Captain Insano that Adam Sandler was a fan of in The Water Boy. And he had a picture of Captain Insano with that same pose.
I gotta Google that. Yeah, Bear Truth Thought. I gotta check that out. I watched the one that Dan recommended with Robert De Niro playing the granddad. That shit had me rolling on the floor, man.
Which one was that again?
My old grandpa was.
Dirty Grant was Zac Efron. Oh yeah. My god, yeah, that is so great. And you got Aubrey Plaza in it.
Oh my god, it's the funniest fucking shit.
Yeah, that's one of the best movies of all time, and everyone like Rotten Tomatoes gives it like a 16% approval rating. I say fuck the 84% of everybody else because that movie's fantastic.
Some movies are just great.
And fuck the criticisms. Else. Everyone says it's too dirty. Like, you can't be too dirty. The fuck? No. It's a rated R movie.
Exactly.
Too dirty.
One of my favorite movies of all time is Evil Dead 2. Sorry, it just.
I like part 1. I like the original way better.
Well, both of them, but 2 was even more cheesy better.
I like the first one better because it was horror.
Was 2 the one where it attacks him and he's fighting?
Yeah, like, his hand gets cut off and he's like fighting his hand and he's beating himself over the head with plates and shit.
Funniest, greatest shit ever devised by a filmmaker. That was awesome.
I thought the third one, Army of Darkness, everybody else loves it. I thought it was complete and utter dog shit. I hated it.
So did I.
I have to agree with that. I could not believe that was a sequel to a great series.
Hey, Aldo, I found this set of movies, a series of movies. I know you probably know what I'm talking about. When I was in college, we got fucking fried after the season, like right after the season. Everybody was getting high and drunk. And ended up at one of my dude's cribs, man, one of the offensive linemen, and he put in these movies called History of the World, Part 1, Part 2.
Mel Brooks, right?
It's some funny shit, man. I mean, hilarious. We were high as fuck, man. I'm telling you, that old lady getting fucking beat up. Did you see that part? Yes. Dude was just hitting her in the stomach. Oh, that shit's fucking hilarious. When I smoke, I'm gonna watch that shit every time.
Sure.
All right, Mr. Aguirre. I know you haven't had time to stare at this list at all.
I tried to. From what I could remember hearing during the Super Bowl week, that Orlando Brown's probably going to get franchised.
Yes.
So that would leave McGlinchey. I think we need as much help as we can get, even if you have to slightly overpay for him. I mean, I guess he's a Notre Dame guy. Bring him home. I think the offensive line has got to be your primary. You sold me way back when in the fall on Payne from Washington.
Yeah.
So I'm definitely on his. I was hearing the other Dan speak about Levante David, and he's such a solid player, but I worry about his age and how much money he's going to command. But Tampa, without Brady's probably just going to start just trading everybody. So maybe they let him walk. That's an interesting one. And Edmonds, is Buffalo really going to let him go? If they do and they don't franchise him, that's somebody. And Nomad definitely sold me on Josh Jacobs. But number one, and I know it's going to be crazy, is McGlinchey. We need as many pieces to help Justin Fields stay up. That's where I'd go first, and then Payne second.
Yeah, I got to agree with you. I think McGlinchey, because he plays in a scheme that is very, very similar. I mean, very similar to the Bears. It's the same to the Bears' offensive line outside zone scheme. He's a perfect fit for that right tackle position. I think we can all agree that right now, given that I think we all agree that Braxton Jones is the left tackle. They're not going to, unless a gift left tackle falls out of the sky, so an established veteran.
It's his job to lose, you're saying.
Yeah. See, I was pontificating. Dan came to the rescue. And so I think right tackle is the position that needs to be filled the most, because I think, well, I would love to see that center from
Minnesota.
Yes.
Yeah. You sold me on him too.
Yeah. So I'd love to see him, McGlinchey at right tackle, at right guard, Tevin Jenkins, please stay healthy. At left guard, I think Whitehair is coming back next season, guys.
Boo. Yeah. I want
know,
Quentin Nelson in a trade for that number one.
I would love that.
Him a part of the package. I mean, if the Colts come up and take that first round pick, I want Quentin Nelson. Then you can bring McGlinchey and Nelson together.
Oh my gosh. And then Sam Mustipher is the towel boy for those.
Oh, he's got to go.
Aldo, how about a beard bet for the white hair proclamation? I think white hair gets cut. You say he gets kept. Loser grows his beard.
Okay, but you really got this fascination with this beard thing, don't you?
I want to see you with a beard down to here. That's what I want.
Yeah. Oh my God. Call an exterminator. Dan Aguirre was telling me the other day that he hates beards.
Oh yeah,
he hates them. And I just kidding around. I said, "You look good with a big deep beard," and he immediately wrote back, "No."
When the other Dan kissed me with his beard touched me, I'm telling you, his dick could have touched me. Would have felt less appalled than by the beard.
You kissed the man that you just met.
Hold the fuck on, everyone. I have to explain what happened, okay? We went to the game. We went across Michigan Avenue to Kitty McShay's, or whatever the hell it's called.
Kitty O'Shea's.
Yeah. Everyone probably knows what that is if you've been to a Bears game. And we had to kind of wait to get in. And we all got in. We were hanging out, having a good time. Had dinner. And then Kitty and I were getting up to leave. Strangely enough, Kitty, my wife, at Kitty O'Shea's. And I just as we were walking out, I grabbed Dan because he was in such a shitty fucking
mood.
I
was getting dumped on my girlfriend.
Well, I didn't know that. I thought you were so distraught from this Bears loss. I was like,
was that too?
I got to do something to help him. So as we were walking out, I just grabbed you by the head and I went on both sides of your cheek, and I walked out. And I thought, I hope that was okay with him.
Hey, you a weird motherfucker. That's how you greet a man you just met for the first time.
No, that's not how I greeted. I greeted
2.5 hours in
after
Soldier
a
Field.
4-hour day. Yeah, 5-hour day.
That's first date. We still on the first date, man. You don't do that shit.
At Soldier Field, he was jerking him off, Nomad.
Yeah,
reaching right over me.
Nomad. I was just going. I had already been to fourth base. I was just going back to first base, and when he left, the whole game, like, how is this, Dan? We're gonna win this shit.
I can't even promise you a solid response for that. You did that, man. I'd probably roll your ass up. I ain't lying.
Dude,
Now
if
Nomad
that
has
would've
even now
if that would've-
Nomad has even less reason to want to meet you.
Hell no, man. That's what we doing now, man. Hell
no,
no.
man, if you would have been sitting there because you would have been there with a mask over your face. So when I would have kissed you like that, I would have just been kissing both sides of your hockey mask, and you would have been like, "I know that," because nobody knows who fucking Nomad is. Who the fuck is Nomad?
You just don't haul off and kiss guys, man. You just don't do that, man.
No, it wasn't on the lips. You kiss guys on the
It would
cheek.
have been a lot
That's
less
Italian.
revolting to me if you were clean shaven. The
I'm
beard
sorry,
touching
man.
me was the worst part. I mean, again, I'm not homophobic. I don't necessarily want to kiss a guy, but the beard part made me understand why I like women.
Like, I'd be like, man, hey, how you gonna kiss me with that Clint Eastwood shit going on your fucking face, man? Dude, get the fuck away from me.
But don't you go down on Harry Bush though? Isn't that the same thing?
Still on a woman, though.
But come on, I'm not ugly.
I didn't say you were unattractive. I just don't like beards, not on me or anybody else. No offense.
I
mean, sometimes, like Jim Morrison had a good beard, I guess. Like Dan Fouts had a good beard, but I didn't want to kiss him.
It's a good thing Dan Aguirre is a good-natured guy, man. You probably get your ass whooped most of the time. I'm just gonna tell you.
I'm telling you, Nomad, if it would have happened to you in the moment, you would have been like, the same thing would have happened to you in the moment, Nomad. You would have been like, what the fuck just happened?
Nope.
Well, I'm not gonna kick his ass in front of all
You
these people.
ever seen Petey from the Little Rascals? That's how your eye would have been.
With the hockey mask on, because nobody can see your face.
I love it when we're talking about bushes and hockey masks and stuff, and everybody in the chat room is still talking football. Yeah, why?
They don't fucking play,
I love
man.
you guys. I love you guys.
They don't
Guys
fucking
in
play,
chat
man.
are the fucking best, man. We love you.
Well, it's probably a good time to let them know about open mic.
Oh,
Perfect segue. That's why.
what a segue.
That's why I won
Podfather,
2 Emmys.
Podfather.
Why don't you go ahead and tell people what we're doing with open mic?
All right. So the concept is we're going to have an open mic night on the Ballroom Network where you from chat can come in and join the show. And we kind of hemmed and hawed about the how we were going to do this. And I think the best way we've decided would be to have a few of you as guests on the show each night. And we can kind of have you guys in the show talking amongst yourselves in chat while all of the rest of you are in chat. And we can direct conversation and let you guys be the show. Open mic on Ballroom Network. This is going to start off on March 1st. And the first guest host is Swifty. Yes, Swifty. He's going to be at the Combine at that time. So he is going to have a boatload of shit for you guys to talk to him about. It's going to be amazing. We're setting it up. We're talking about 3-1. Stay tuned, everyone in chat. Be a part of the show. You are the show. Take it away, Aldo.
This guy, he actually produces a commercial, impromptu, live. That was pretty good, man. Well done. All right. I want to switch.
The Podfather. Thank you, Podfather.
Hey, I don't know what you all talked about earlier. Can I give a small, I'm stealing this from Phil, I admit. Can I give a small shout out?
Sure.
I want to shout out our man, Sonny Jovanovic, because he came up with the thought that calmed me down one day. I think it was last week sometime that the Fields getting traded shit was starting to manifest again. And I was like, man, after watching that interview with Rich Eisen, I was starting to think that, oh shit, maybe he is going to be traded. But Sonny had a viewpoint that settled me down. Because again, if you haven't listened, you should know by now, I hope, that I'm not in favor of trading Justin Fields. But Sonny said, if you're Ryan Poles and you attempt to trade Justin Fields, you're going to, let's just say he did this. This is coming from Sonny. He's like, you're immediately going to create a hot seat for yourself because more than half the fan base is going to be pissed off.
Oh, yeah.
And especially if Fields starts playing well somewhere else, or if they bring in a kid, it's not fair to the new kid to come in if he starts to struggling. to struggle. So in other words, he was saying it behooves Ryan Poles to keep Fields, because if Fields struggles, then he can suggest, oh, well, I didn't draft him. Let me go ahead and draft my own quarterback now. But if he trades Fields initially and Fields goes and balls somewhere else, then he shortens his own reign as Bears GM. So that argument I thought was pretty fucking good. And I wanted to acknowledge him, and I hope that that's what comes into fruition.
I think I think the whole idea of Justin Fields potentially being traded is going to get even a hotter topic as the days go on. And I'm so fucking glad for it, because that's going to increase the value of that first overall pick dramatically. If other teams think, well, the fucking Bears are going to pick one of our quarterbacks, then that's just going to drive the price up. Now, I don't want them to trade Justin Fields. I think that the right thing to do is give him in his third year, give him weapons, give him protection. This should be the year, just like it was for Hurts, that he's going to really fucking turn it on. Throw for 4,000 yards, rush for 750, account for 40 touchdowns by ground or air. This guy is really going to take off. Now, if he doesn't, if he has another year where he is missing connections, where he is holding on to the ball too long, just making bad decisions, the processing is slow, then I think, all right, it's time to tank again. Let's get that number one and bring in Caleb Williams from USC.
For all those points, you guys have seen nothing yet. And just wait until Ian Cunningham and Ryan Poles show up to CJ Stroud and Bryce Young's pro day, and they're talking to him on the side, laughing and carrying on and doing all that shit. Just wait until that happens. Watch the frenzy take it. I mean, we got a gear that we don't even know we have yet that's coming. It's going to get really bad.
Maybe that's why I can't sleep.
I know, man. I agree with you, Nomad. The best is yet to come with Justin Fields. But as any leader in any organization knows, you got to have backup plans. I mean, he could be playing great, and then all of a sudden, he please God, no, he suffers a catastrophic injury. You have to have something in place, something.
Knock on wood,
along the line. I hear you, man. Knock on wood right here.
See, I did that with my penis when you said that, because I'm erect for no reason when we started talking about Fields not being traded. I think that's what gave me some fucking blood flow to the cock.
There's no hot chicks over where you're working?
No. Actually, Amber's pretty attractive, but she's got COVID, so I was doing her shift this week on the pop station too.
Nomad, wasn't it you that told me that you got a blowjob with someone that was at COVID?
With COVID. I hope not.
No, it wasn't you. It was Tooch. Anyway, all right. Before we get to Bear State of Affairs, and we got people in the chat room who are just dying to hear Bear State of Affairs, but I'm going to keep them waiting just a little longer, because I want Dan Aguirre and everyone else to jump in to talk a little bit about Julius Peppers, who was one of the biggest free agent acquisitions of the Chicago Bears in history, perhaps. I mean, I remember when we got Julius Peppers, everybody was so fucking excited. This is a huge free agency signing. So now I want to turn over to Dan Aguirre, because he can activate his memory banks and take us back to that era. Julius Peppers is signed. What were you thinking, and what transpired during his Bears career?
Well, the Bears were coming off a 6-10 year, Cutler's first, and they got rid of Norv Turner's brother, Ron, as the coordinator, and brought in our favorite Mike Martz. But the sneaky acquisition to start free agency, actually, it wasn't sneaky. It was huge and loud. It was the highest paid contract in the history at that time for a defensive player. It was something like $84 million for 7 years, I think. Of course, he makes it 4 years into the contract before he's cut at 34. But it was a huge deal at the time, pun intended, the actual acquisition. And it was a big deal for the Bears, because you immediately thought that the Bears were players not just going to be 6-10. They could take a shot at the Super Bowl this year, because you've got Urlacher, you got Briggs, you got Tillman, you got Alex Brown, and, hey, you got Julius Peppers. So, and Urlacher was coming back from his 09 injury because he's been out the whole season. I remember week 1, he got hurt in 09 on Sunday Night Football in Cutler's first game ever at Green Bay with the Bears, that is. And so there's your context. It just felt like it was going to be big. And I was looking in preparation for this, that at the time Peppers was ranked 3rd amongst the players at his position in a 4-3 in his first season with the Bears. And that quickly, it went down to like 36 and 45. It continually lowered. Like his first season was solid with the Bears statistically. But you have to say, much like Khalil Mack, I like the signing. I like the trade for Mack, although, again, you didn't at the time, Aldo. I'll give you credit for that. But at the time, it felt like it was a good acquisition. The Bears because they were still living with that reputation and they don't spend money. And now they've just brought in the most expensive defensive player of all time from the Carolina Panthers. And of course, he comes here and he's okay. He's good his first year. The next 3 years, he's okay. He's not bad. He's okay. But goes to Green Bay and immediately flourishes and plays the way we wanted him to play in Chicago at an older age, no less. So to me, the Peppers signing was a huge disappointment. I don't know who I would view more of a disappointment between Julius and Khalil. Maybe Mack, because you gave up 2 first-round picks, and Julius is just straight up in free agency.
See, I find this so fascinating because we're in that situation now where we could acquire some difference-making free agents, and maybe Mr. Shorty is right. Go with volume over, cost.
Quantity over quality.
Yeah, because you don't want another disappointment with a huge contract. I can live with Travis Gibson sucking because he's making $1 million. I can't fucking live with a player getting paid $20 million a season and he's giving me 4 sacks in a season.
Well, why is it that the Bears get players like Peppers and don't know what to do with them? Immediately, he goes to Green Bay and looks like the early Carolina version of himself for 2 or 3 straight years. They're like, look, we don't want you to do anything but go after the quarterback and just go get sacks. And he was flourishing. Why couldn't we do that? It's just like
in a 3-4 defense, and he was playing an outside linebacker.
Yeah, and he was still fucking killing it. It seems like every player we get, we've got a home run here. It's like if we did get Mahomes, the Bears would have fucking ruined it somehow, just the way they did with Cutler. So I want the Bears to finally be the organization that exploits people's talents, because other than Devin Hester, I can't really think of anyone where he just was the man with the Bears in the last 20 years, in the 2000s, other than Devin.
Well, I think it was. I gotta just be honest with you guys. I was not always this tied in with the Bears. I've always been a Bears fan and watched the goings on, but not as tied.
You were
in
a Cowboys fan then?
What's that?
You were a Cowboys fan then?
Well,
Surprise, motherfucker.
I mean, that is a huge surprise, Nomad, to know that you've only been a Bears fan for a short amount of time.
No. I've always been a Bears fan. He's just fucking around. Always been a Bears fan. No, but about Peppers, man, I think what gets lost on a lot of people is the pressures and the hurry ups. If they don't get that stat box number that everybody's looking for, that everybody is judged on as defensive ends and all that kind of stuff, then you deem a guy to be a bust or a waste, and you didn't get what you signed up for. And that guy probably made a whole lot of plays for those tackles on the inside, just collapsing the pocket from the outside. And so when you see a year when a guy like Peppers, I thought it was a great signing. I still think that Julius Peppers is one of the better DNs that ever walked through here. So I mean, there's different takes. He went to Green Bay and had a much better stat line once he got to Green Bay, but I don't think he was ineffective when he was here. He just didn't get the kind of numbers that everybody was looking for.
You remember that play I always talk about, Aldo, with Chris Conte and Randall Cobb? Everything's on the line. It's where I threw the remote controller. What happened? That was Julius Peppers' last play as a Bear. He failed to hold, contain, and let Aaron Rodgers outside the pocket. And that's when he found Cobb wide open. So not only Chris Conte failed there, so did Julius Peppers fail in that instance.
And it's funny because any Packers fan who would be listening, they would jump right then and say he fucked up their chance to go to the Super Bowl when in that NFC Championship game, the Packers had an interception with about 5 minutes left, and the guy intercepts it, and he's got clear lane to at least get it past midfield, and who knows, maybe all the way to a touchdown. And Julius Peppers tells him, sit down, sit down, sit down. Well, they did. Aaron Rodgers comes out, and of course, as Dan always says, Aaron Rodgers chokes in playoff games. He chokes in that next series of plays, and then the Seahawks get the ball back and tie the game, and then go on to win and go to the Super Bowl.
That was one of the best things I've ever seen. Just as a pure hitter, when they recovered that onside kick, I was like, "This can't be happening. This is fucking unbelievable." Yeah, I'm completely bitter. Anytime I watch them lose, it somehow makes me happier, which is sad. I know.
But Nomad brings up a really good point, and I'd love to talk about this more in depth, maybe in a future show. But we do tend to judge the greatness or efficiency of players just by stats, and sometimes the stats just don't tell the story. You know, it's
They
the
did with
pressure
Khalil Mack.
that hurts. Yeah,
They did with Khalil
Well,
Mack.
Yeah, I mean that's the thing is, you know, I was looking at Julius Peppers' sack numbers. They're nothing compared to like Nick Bosa. Has been in the league for 3 years. He had one injured season, so he didn't accumulate any sacks. But as a rookie, he gets 9 sacks, and then last year he gets 15 and a half. So in just 2 years, the guy's got 19 sacks, and those were Peppers' best years that he got before the Bears. You know, it seems like when we acquire a superstar, they don't really play like that superstar. And that's what I'm worried about in this year's NFL free agency, is paying somebody $25 million and they play like Julius Peppers. I don't know.
Well, we got to give Robert Quinn a shout out for his 18 and a half. Again, that was the best season since like Richard Dent. Again, I always mention Richard Dent, and he had the reputation of being someone that didn't give 100%, but yet every year he was going to give you double-digit sacks. You could count on it. Anywhere from 10 to 15, 17, 18 sacks a year. And to me, that's what we were trading for with Khalil Mack. Yep. You give up 2 first-round picks. We're not going to get Lawrence Taylor because there's only one Lawrence Taylor. But fuck, I want Richard Dent, who's also a Hall of Famer. I want somebody that can get at least 10 sacks a year if I'm giving up 2 first-round picks.
Right.
At least every year.
Hey, I'm sorry, Nomad, real quick. Dan, do you recall who else was on the defensive line along with Julius Peppers? Urlacher was there.
Alex Brown?
Alex Brown, because I want to reply to Jordan. Jordan, I think, is making a misconnection. He's saying Nick Bosa is playing with the 49ers front. The front that Julius Peppers played with when he was a Bear wasn't exactly chopped liver. You know, he played with some pretty good people on the field with him, right?
It wasn't the 49ers either.
I agree there. I agree there, but it's not like Julius Peppers was playing with a bunch of scrubs like the 2022 Bears defense.
Yeah, that's the worst defensive line I've ever seen. I mean, seriously, the 22 Bears defense made the Mel Tucker Bears defense look like fucking Buddy Ryan was back in terms of like I thought the 13 and 14 Bears defense would be the worst in my lifetime. And to use the cliche, they were like, well, here, hold my beer. Let me show you what's up now. 22. Oh, it was so bad.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, and maybe I'm totally wrong here. Maybe Jordan is right. And maybe Nomad's right. You know, you apparently Nomad really enjoyed Pepper's career with the Bears.
I did. I just he has a great point, because comparing that line that San Francisco has to the Bears had, I mean, that's like 2 different fucking planets. Those are all good players that the Bears had. They had, if I were to give grades on all of them, probably outside of Peppers, probably a C+, B- line, the rest of those guys. You're talking about a bunch of A's and B's on San Francisco, and some A+ on that motherfucker too. Like 2 or 3 of them. And so the comparison to the two, could Bosa have the same kind of numbers without the rest of those guys? I'm not sure he could, because he'd be getting focused on a lot, getting a lot of chips and all that kind of stuff that happens to him. It's different ways you affect the game. Now, as far as Julius Peppers goes, I think he was a great signing, and I think he was far better than the stat line appeared to be. Like, say, for instance, if we got Daron Payne in the free agency, Daron Payne got 12 sacks with Washington and that defensive line that they had. Don't expect him to come over here next year and get 12. He might end up with 3. And everybody's going to say he's a bust. He was a waste. Not so much. So it's just comparing who he's playing around with. Jordan has a good point there.
And also, when you're comparing the team that he was playing on at the time, Peppers drew a lot more double teams and allowed other players on that team to get sacks. That was a good team that we had. That defense was still good.
You know who we had that I forgot about? Not to clip you there, Dan. A guy that it looked like he was going to be a star, and then like within 2 years was done. Was that Henry Melton?
Mm-hmm.
He was on the 2010 team, and you thought, oh, this guy's going to be really good. And by like 12 or 13, he's a fucking bum. Kind of like what was our defensive end, the rookie in 06? We went to the Super Bowl.
Mark Anderson?
Yeah, Mark Anderson had like 10 sacks in 06. And then by 07, he couldn't get 2. It felt like, it's just a 1-year wonder.
Well,
all right.
Didn't they let Melton go, though, after that? And then that's when he declined? I think they let him go.
He declined with the Bears in 11, it seemed like. And then didn't he go to Dallas because of...
Yeah, that's when he sucked. He left Marinelli and sucked. Yeah.
A guy Aldo and I, both of us have an unnatural disliking for this guy, and I admit it, but you're the only other guy that's annoyed by him. Another guy on that Bears 2010 team, you guessed it, Anthony Adams, a guy that we both dislike very much so.
Spice Adams?
His comedy is dreadful.
Yeah, I have to agree with Dan there. I mean, he's a nice guy. From all reports, he's a great guy, but I don't laugh at his videos, man. I just don't find
I fucking love Spice Adams. You guys are...
It's slapstick.
Talking to here right now.
Dan is on record. He doesn't care for slapstick, and that's exactly
that.
Well, Spice is. Well, you don't like that type of comedy.
I don't.
I agree with it. It's kind of goofy, man.
Yeah.
I love the Naked Gun movies. Wasn't that with OJ and Leslie Nielsen? Wouldn't that be slapstick? Nordberg, OJ Simpson?
I guess you could say that.
I enjoyed that.
Spice was a serviceable defensive tackle, but he's a better person in my mind. He's just funny.
He may be a great guy, but I don't think he's funny at all.
I
think Tooch is funnier, and I'd like to hear a Bear State of Affairs.
All right, hold on. Before we get to Bear State Affairs, I still want to make my case here about Julius Peppers comes to the Bears in 2010. That's his first season with the Bears. Right. He and Israel Idonije have 8 sacks each. But that team also had Brian Urlacher, Henry Melton, Lance Briggs, Anthony Adams, Tommy Harris, DJ Moore, Corey Wooten, Charles Tillman.
Corey Wooten went Brett Favre's career, by the way.
Exactly. That team was stacked with talent. It's not like comparing the teams that Peppers played with the teams that Nick Bosa are playing with. It's not like comparing fucking the ugly girl on that fucking TV show. I forgot her name anyway, and some beauty pageant winner. It's not that big of a discrepancy. So my point is, if we're going to sign a free agent, can I fucking see some numbers that make me feel like, yeah, this was a fucking good investment of $25 million. And with that, I'll turn it over to my man, Johnny Santucci, the Tooch, for his Bears State of Affairs.
Yeah, are we ready? I have to, the Naked Gun, there's this one line I always remember. It was like, who are you? And how did you get in here? And Leslie Nielsen's like, I'm a locksmith. And I'm a locksmith.
Tooch is the only guy I know that can sleep with his eyes wide open. You're sleeping the last half hour. Yeah. What? Are we ready? Yeah.
To be fair, we didn't give the guy a fucking chance to talk. He's been sitting there like...
I feel awful. I've been hogging the mic. I apologize.
Ready for a world of pure imagination?
You got the mic, Tooch. Go.
This is your turn.
right, I'm not muted. All right, Bears state of celebrate good times. Bears state of affairs.
He's not awake yet.
Off season, week 5. What's happening, Barflies? Well, starting today, NFL teams can designate their franchise or transition players. Bears fans are anxiously awaiting Ryan Poles' free agent moves in what is likely to be the biggest and most important Bears offseason in team history. Not only do the Bears hold the number 1 overall pick in the 2023 NFL draft, but they also have the most available cap space of any team in the NFL. And they added even more space by cutting deadweight defensive end Al-Qadim Muhammad. Can you feel the gravity of it all, Barflies? Mr. Poles is under enormous pressure, but more on that later. Hey, at least you can't trade up one slot to pass up Patrick Mahomes and draft Mitchell Trubisky, right? Because that would make him the worst GM in Bears history. Yet, before any such groundbreaking moves can be made, the Bears must wait out the franchise tag window. According to Adam Schefter, that process officially begins today. That will continue for the next 2 weeks through March 7th. During that time, NFL teams can designate one player on their roster with the franchise tag, ensuring that they don't hit the open market for at least another year. This has a chance to pull several big names out of the pool of Bears free agent targets. Franchise tag candidates include Lamar Jackson, Daniel Jones, Saquon Barkley, Geno Smith, really? Tony Pollard, Dalton Schultz, Orlando Brown Jr., Jesse Bates, Deron Payne, and Nomad favorite Josh Jacobs. Bears fans, myself included, are hoping that Ryan Poles addresses the offensive and defensive lines in free agency. Some other prominent names that could get a surprise tag include Falcons right tackle Caleb McGarry, Broncos defensive tackle Draymond Jones, and wide receiver Jacoby Myers. Once the deadline passes on March 7th, the Bears will have a better idea of who will be available and who they should prioritize once the tampering window opens 2 days before free agency, which begins on the 13th of March. In other news, it looks like the barkeeper will be getting some new neighbors. Yeah, it's the Chicago Bears who closed on the Arlington Heights property. And while the Bears organization might have to worry about a certain barkeeper loitering perpetually around the new stadium, perhaps inebriated or with his pants down or both, it's time to get down to it. Time to address Justin Fields' recent comments about wanting a dome and the subsequent media commentary and meathead fan outrage. I hope we get a dome, Fields said on the Pardon My Take podcast this week. I don't care if we're at Soldier Field. I don't care if we're at Arlington Heights. I hope we get a dome. It's very difficult to adjust to it, especially with the wind, Fields said via NBC5 Chicago. That's what I found out. That's what it's about, is the wind. It can be cold. It can be 10 degrees, but with the wind, with no wind, you're fine. But with that 15-mile-an-hour wind, that 20-mile-per-hour wind, you can't fight it. It's tough. After Justin Fields said he would like the Bears to have a dome, media moron Skip Bayless claimed that Justin Fields just traded himself out of town. Yeah. Yep, where do I have that one, Aldo? Where is that? Oh, I've got so many. Yeah, here we go. Yeah, from Clay Harbor, Justin Fields basically just said, trade me. You got to draft Bryce Young now, Skip and Shannon. I'm sitting here wondering who the hell listens to Skip Bayless. But in fact, Twitter pundits and Bears Twitter were also using this opportunity to either slam Fields as a bad quarterback and debate whether to trade Fields, as well as expound on the virtues of playing in Bear weather. When it's that cold, Fields said, you have to bundle up. I feel way slower in that cold. It's hard to stay warm in that weather. We definitely do not want a slower Justin Fields, do we, Bears fans? Nobody wants that. While the dome would help Fields, the Bears have never played their home games indoors since the franchise was formed in 1919. Chicago has been known for its adverse weather conditions over the years, and fans consider it part of the franchise's identity. Cue the John Facenda voice, right? Of course, the Bears have never had a 4,000-yard passer or a quarterback that finished with 30 passing touchdowns in the season. In fact, the Bears are the only franchise in NFL history not to have either. The Bears and their fans have to consider whether we all want that. If this is part of the modern NFL, with the game geared toward offense and passing attacks, it might be prudent to give the Bears' future of the franchise the dome stadium he's telling us we need in order to join the modern NFL. He may have a point. Since 1985, nearly 40 years ago, the Bears have won only one Super Bowl while playing in bear weather. If you're asking me and many a Bears fan whether they'd prefer to sit in sub-zero temperatures or watch the game in high def on a 65-inch flat screen and surround sound system, my ass is staying home with my feet up and hands clutching a rocks glass full of bourbon. But put me in a dome watching my favorite team or perhaps a Final Four basketball game and heading to the casino afterwards, I'm there. All this talk of trading Justin Fields and drafting Bryce Young puts enormous pressure on Ryan Poles. First of all, Poles has to reassure his young quarterback that he's still a part of the team's future plans while dismissing the latest media rumors. Secondly, if the Bears pass on Bryce Young and he becomes the next Patrick Mahomes, Poles is probably not long for his job in here in Chicago. Or conversely, like Bears fan Dan said, if Fields were traded, he'd become a 5-time Super Bowl champ. And hey, Bryce Young could flame out. Thirdly, Poles is holding the number 1 overall pick, and receiving maximum value for the number 1 pick comes with its own enormous pressure. Oh, I don't envy you, Mr. Poles. You might be in a no-win situation unless you pull off the off-season of a lifetime, and that is Bears State of Affairs and all those got pants on.
All those muted.
You're muted, Aldo.
I'm sorry I was muted because I was laughing throughout that. That was your best one. That was your best one there, Tooch. That was outstanding.
Can I play a clip real quick? Small clip on my phone.
Yeah.
It's a direct correlation to Tooch's part about the dome there. Anyway, this is talking about bear weather. Just bear with me, pun intended. Hold on. Listen to Brent Musburger here.
No domes, no artificial surface, just good old-fashioned football. And the war of attrition is about to start in Soldier Field.
That's the 88 NFC Championship game, and that fucking fires me up, man. Just hearing Brent say that, no domes, no artificial surface. This is the real shit. There is something about that I love. However, I do realize that Minnesota, Minnesota,
I was at that game. It was so fucking cold.
Minnesota and Detroit used to be outside, and Minnesota rode their cold weather to 4 Super Bowls. Literally, they would get the Rams all the time up there from LA, and they're like, it's 20 below. What the fuck are we doing here? And they went to 4 Super Bowls as a result of that shit. Well, actually, they won 1 in Dallas, the championship games. But anyway, the point is, I know we've got to change with the times, but there's a certain element of quote unquote bear weather that I do like.
Can I add an element to your conversation there?
Please.
What does the bear weather actually mean? If you look historically, Dan, you have bitched over and over. We all have about those late 80s playoff games that the Bears lost to fucking warm weather teams like San Francisco and even Washington comparably. You go look at historically what their record is in the cold weather, and it really doesn't benefit them.
Well, I think the dramatization of bear weather comes from like that clip in the 85 championship game where they beat the Rams come in from LA and Otis Wilson's on the sideline barking, saying bear weather. And that just got romanticized.
I know. And we've all kind of romanticized it and it become part of nostalgia and our own feelings about it. Even in 2006 in the championship game, the snow was falling when they're but the cold weather historically has not meant really an advantage for the Bears. So playoff games are regular season games if you look at them all. So if they want to move into a dome, I'm not for it either. But I think to use the argument that it's bear weather really doesn't mean shit, because half the team that they're going to draft this year is going to come from the South, and they're going to be joining this team from Georgia and Florida and Alabama and all these teams that are in the Southern conferences or Southern where they grew up was in the South. So you add that to where they're. One of my concerns was Justin Fields coming from Georgia. Excuse me. I now live in Georgia. Mistaken to you all, I don't live in Florida. I live in Georgia. It's just a place that we inherited in Florida. But Georgia is. I remember when the Bears drafted Fields, I thought, wow, this difference from Chicago to Georgia is so amazingly different that I could not imagine going back to Chicago and playing in that weather now as someone who grew up in this state, playing those high school games and then their college games, and then finally he went to Ohio. And that's a different subject.
I say Ohio's cold as shit. Ohio's my neighbor, and we're just as cold as Illinois.
But the majority of his life has been in a warm weather state until recently, right? So my concern was how is he going to feel about that? Because if I had to go there and play in that, having grown up in this, it would be a whole different thing. I can handle it from Chicago to Georgia, but going from Georgia to Chicago, how much of a shock would that be on my system? And I understand, and I really appreciate all of the shit coming out that, it's because he doesn't want to play in Chicago because it's cold. Good. We need that for the draft pick value like we talked about earlier. But
let me comment on Cliff Victoria. He's sitting outside in shorts. I'm sitting outside in shorts in Illinois in January. Was I not, Aldo, at the Bears game?
Yeah. Because you live in a cold weather state right now, though.
Well, that's true. I'm just saying, but it doesn't matter if it's cold. My fucking hand legs are still out anyway. Because
here's what happens. Here's what happens. Let me just finish this subject, Nomad. Here's what happens. Your mitochondria is built up in the state that if you're in a cold weather state, you have a lot of mitochondria in your cells. Those are the cells that generate the energy that build heat in your cells. When you go farther south, you lose those mitochondria over time, and you start to your body changes like mine and ours have. You become.
You sound
like lack of a better word to
Marjorie Taylor Greene right now. Are you advocating the Civil War?
but to go from the opposite, if your mitochondria is less, and then you're going to a northern state where it's cold, and you have to build your mitochondria in your cell system. Fucking look this up, guys, in chat.
Okay.
Your turn, Nomad. Go ahead.
Oh my God, you just fucked my head all up and shit, man.
It's true. It's a scientific fact. Look it up.
What's the name of that TV scientist guy?
Dan Nye, the scientist guy, whatever the fuck he is.
Pontificator.
Damn, you just fucked up the whole vibe, man, with that bullshit. What the fuck?
It's fucking true, man. You have more mitochondria in your cells in cold weather states and less in warm weather states, and you have to build both back and forth when you transfer.
Let me keep this.
Nomad, real quick. So this
and there's aliens looking at me right now.
This morning, Mr. Shorty pitches a show to me called The Pontificators. I think what he's doing right now is he's auditioning.
I think so, man. This motherfucker is a salesman and shit.
You are all. I'm making you all pontificate, though, aren't I?
Yeah.
No, you ain't. No, seriously, man.
I guarantee you,
nobody, and I don't care what nobody loves
Shorty.
football. Nobody loves a game of football more than I do. I believe that in my heart. That shit's in my DNA, and I would play in any fucking condition. But let me tell you something. I played on a frozen field twice, and everything in me said, "Fuck this. This is fucked up, and I can't wait till this motherfucker is over." The shit hurts. When you fall on that motherfucker, it hurts. It fucking hurts. Fuck all that old school.
But Nomad, you had.
Hold on, man. I did not interrupt you.
Sorry.
People don't want to change. That shit is in the past. In the future, most teams are going to have enclosed stadiums because we don't know what the weather patterns might do to society moving forward. It's just smart to build your stadiums and have it on an interior stadium, man. There's always going to be
there's always going to be a northern team that doesn't have a dome, though.
Green Bay,
a Buffalo, a Green Bay, a fucking name them. They're still there.
Things are going to change. Climate changes, man. You're not going to be able to control the climate. May dictate that you might have to enclose your stadium. So I mean,
that's a very, very good point. And let me add also is that I don't give a fuck about the players. I want to be warm. I want to be able to go 2-3 hours before the game and stay 2-3 hours after the game because there's shit to do in the stadium afterwards. There's the pub. You can go over there and shoot pool. You can go over there and do shopping. And if they're going to build a stadium that has that enclosed entertainment center, and then maybe I could say, fuck it, I'm going to stay at the hotel here down the street. that's what Chicago deserves. That's what the fans deserve. The players playing in the elements. Hey, that's cool. I'd love to see mud on an all-white jersey. That's how I grew up watching the game. But first and foremost, especially at my age, I want to fucking sit in comfort. And I want to
guys, can I just say one thing really quick, and I'll let you guys speak. The best fucking game that I've ever been to, out of all 70 Bears games that I've been to, was the first game of this season. And what happened? It piss poured on all of us. We thought the whole fucking day was ruined from the day we woke up. In fact, we had our train scheduled to take us to Chicago an hour before we decided. We woke up, we were like, fuck this. It's pouring balls. Let's just hit the snooze and we'll go to the next train, take it to the Chicago for the game. It was the best game I've ever been to. Of all the games, I've been to -9 degree games when they won on a Thursday night. I've been to Sunday games where Peanut Tillman in the corner caught, stopped Randy Moss from that touchdown.
That was Rex's first start.
I was at that
Rex's
game
first
right
start in 2003.
And that was a cold weather game too. That the point is for me as a fan, it doesn't matter. I'm there to see the Bears and nothing else matters. Everything else gets tuned out on my body. I dress warm, I dress light, or I dress to in layers like everyone else should. And you take stuff off when you needed to, or you don't. And I've been to games. I just want to eat warm nachos. Where I wore a fucking Bears sweater and a grass skirt and sat up in the 260 roll on like a 70-mile-an-hour wind day when it was like a negative, like a 20-degree wind chill. I didn't care.
I just want warm nachos, man. That's all. I want my shit to be hot when it get to me. So
Nomad, you don't go to games. You've already said that you don't like to go to games.
I didn't say I've never been to a game and I won't ever go to another game. I just don't enjoy the game in the stadium that much no more because
my point.
People are jackasses and they don't know how to act. That's my only thing. I'm not saying I don't go to another one, but when I go to one, and if I order,
it's going to be a warm weather game. So just pick it.
When they get to me, I would like warm nachos. Fuck all the rain.
So go in November.
So
go in fucking December then. Pick a game in October or November.
Days, man. Get a fucking enclosed stadium, dude. What are you talking about?
I have to say the best game I ever went to was our Dolphin game last year with just like Dan making me high-five him and stuff and kind of coming out of my shell. That's not something that I would do. I'm not exactly boisterous like that and that animated. But I can say every time I've been with Aldo, even in the Cleveland fucking debacle Fields' first start, getting sacked over and over, just because I was there with you, it made it that much better. And the same with you, Dan, and your wife, and at the Miami game, because we lost that one too and kind of got ripped off, as you know. But it's just that I had an experience, some camaraderie there that I don't think I ever really have at other games. So that was.
I got you to high five like a madman. You were like, at first you were like, "What is that?" You were like uncomfortable, like how do I do that? And you were like missing.
I don't know what to do. I just was like, okay, it's the first down of the first quarter. Relax.
I didn't tell him to shut the fuck up. I don't think I told him to shut the fuck up. I'm like, hey man, hold up, man. I didn't tell him to shut the fuck up. Did I? I don't think I did.
I think you did.
My fault, guy.
You told me to shut the fuck up, Nomad. What the fuck?
That, man.
I love it. All right. It is time for Nomad to tell somebody else to shut the fuck up because, fuck, I should have had my video queued, and I don't. Because it is time for a Nomad's Can.
Is this the second one? This is only the second one. Is that right?
Yeah, I think you've only done one, right?
Jerry Jones was the first one?
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah.
The Cowboys fan.
And he's had some great ideas for some other ones, but it's my fault. I keep forgetting. So I'm not forgetting tonight.
I'm not. I didn't. I just. This
you know
off
what?
the top of the dome.
All right. I love it. Off the top of the dome.
You do not want to open this can because inside it's something that isn't cool and or refreshing. This is Nomad's can of whoop ass. Oh, fuck.
All right. This is the segment where Nomad, something has aggravated him this week, and he wants to whoop some ass. Nomad, take it away.
All right, man. I gotta light this blunt for this motherfucker. Hold on.
Let's hear the later.
Oh,
This bar room also serves marijuana products. You can go over there.
It's legal in the state of Illinois, though.
that's
It
right.
certainly
That's right.
is.
It's a legal state, yes.
I'm not doing anything against the law, motherfucker. I'm just doing what I like to do in my own time.
There you go.
But listen, let me tell you guys something. I fucking hate Twitter. I hate it with a passion. I hate that app. That motherfucker might be the worst thing that happened since segregation. That motherfucker is fucking this country and this world up. And people take it way too seriously. Like I'm instantly when I go, and I hate that I have to get on Twitter. I don't say anything on Twitter. I just view what I need to look at. If I want breaking news about the Bears or whatever the fuck else I'm looking for, I would get on there. But it fucking turns my stomach to have to get on the app. Because you know what? I ain't the brightest motherfucker in the world, but I feel like a fucking genius after getting on Twitter. Because there's some dumb motherfuckers in the world. They respond to any and every fucking thing. You take yourself way too serious for your own mental health. Back the fuck off of that app and give yourself some time away from it. You don't have to respond to everything on Twitter. Matter of fact, you don't have to look at Twitter. Scroll past that shit. Somebody's talking about fucking Colin Cowherd said they're going to trade. When the fuck is Colin Cowherd played football? Why the fuck are we even responding to that? Does he know anything about football? He talks for 5 hours a day. He needs shit to talk about. Come on, guys. People really need for their own mental health. And I'm not fucking around here. Back off Twitter. It's fucking you up more than you think it is. And you take yourself way too serious. Just because if I went on there and said, okay, Braxton Jones is a bust and got 1,000 likes, all that means is I'm a jackass and there's a whole lot more jackasses out there like me. That's all it means. Doesn't mean you're right. So guys, please, for your own mental health, back the fuck off Twitter. Give yourself some space and some time from that app. It's fucking you up way more than you think. And I think you guys need to recognize that and just don't take yourself so seriously and other people's comments. So that's all I got for that.
That is a can of whoop ass delivered by Nomad. And Nomad, I got to tell you, you are fucking absolutely right. There is no doubt in my mind that Twitter has become a poisonous, social media. It is sad, how people interact with each other when they have the safety of doing it from miles away and over an electronic cable or whatever the fuck how it's delivered. Anybody want to debate Nomad and say Twitter's the greatest thing ever? Come on, Dan Aguirre.
I will say that worse than Twitter is TikTok. Not because it's owned by the Chinese or anything, but just listening to people talk, like the Gen Z millennial type people, like their whole attention span or lack thereof is sort of derived from like 4 or 5 minute TikTok videos. They can't even watch a full movie because their whole brain is like just been shaped by these TikTok videos.
You ain't kidding, man. I got to tell you, because the other Dan has been doing a fantastic job of creating these 60-second shorts and populating our YouTube channel with them. So if you ever want to spend a fucking hour of your day, go to his shorts, because YouTube created shorts to answer for TikTok, because that shit is like taking over the world. I will fucking sit there scrolling from one video to the next, just watching these 30 to 60 second clips on stuff. And all of a sudden I've wasted a fucking hour and a half of my day. And so you're absolutely right, Dan. That is fucking some dangerous shit. And so we have the other Dan to blame for the fact that he's ruining our
it is shortening our attention spans in ways that we don't even realize it.
No, you're right.
We used to actually read books. I still read books. I still go and get a hard copy of a newspaper just to practice reading. You know what I mean? It's just, and I write still. People don't do any of that, and they get all of their judgments and opinions about the world and things going on in it based off of fucking meme, and they respond to it in kind. So he's dead ass right. I mean, people don't have any attention span to really think critically anymore, and that's fucking sad. That fucking Twitter is dangerous, man. I'm telling you.
I'm with you, man.
The only reason why I have never used Twitter in my entire life. I never even understood how to use it. And I'm going to say kudos to Jordan for teaching me how to use Jordan Silvera for teaching me how to use Twitter. And also, in a way, fuck you, because it like it became something that I didn't want to use. But I knew it. That I'm just joking, Jordan. But I knew it was something that you need to use it as a business tool in a way. You know, if you're trying to do something like this, whether it's your own YouTube channel or the barroom or whatever, you need to use Twitter as a business venture in a way. So that's the part that sucks, is because some people are forced to have to use it when they don't even want to, myself included. And fucking TikTok too. It's like, you have to go giving your information to the Chinese just so you can promote your brand. You know, it's kind of, I agree with you, man.
I will play devil's advocate and say, if there were no Twitter, I would have never met Aldo. I would never be on this show. And one of the first reasons that I started using Twitter, and I didn't get on until like 2010, but I realized that I could, back then the Bears had like John Moon Mullen and Vaughn McClure, both of whom have passed on. But you could see, like, let's say there was a controversial call and they're doing a review. Fox goes to commercial. I would know on Twitter what the call was going to be before the TV copy or TV came back. So I thought that was awesome because the beat writers would tell you what was up. So I enjoyed Twitter in that aspect. And again, I would have never found the ballroom with Phil, Shane, Aldo, anybody, had there not been Twitter. So I can say that I'm appreciative of Twitter in that regard, just playing devil's advocate, not to say everything that was said already isn't true as well.
I got to give real quick. I got to give some props to Retro because he doesn't always say anything that I agree with. So when he says moderation is the key, I think that's a good point. You know, I've been trying hard to stay off of Twitter like 2 or 3 days out of the week. I just won't go there, and that's helped my psyche tremendously.
Man, it does serve a good purpose for if you, like Shorty said, if you know what to use it for. If you have an idea in mind of what you want to get out of Twitter, you can use Twitter to your benefit, no question. However, hold on. However, I just recently seen somebody throw up a mock trade scenario in the draft or something. I don't remember exactly what the details of it was, but it turned into a fucking fist fight on Twitter. And it took me about 5 to 10 minutes to read all the whole thread. And I felt fucking dumber for fucking reading it. I'm like, what in the fuck? I mean, why am I reading this shit? This is stupid as fuck. And people are just taking it so seriously, man. I'm just like, God, I'm so glad I'm not active on this motherfucker no more. Good Lord, that's just stupid, man.
Can I read you a quote, Aldo?
Yes, please.
This is from Jarrett Payton. You think we all know him. He played for the Miami Hurricanes, and I think he had a oh, yeah, Walter was his fucking dad. That's right. That's why we know him. We remember him as being a 4-year-old when Walter set the all-time rushing record.
Wait, Walter who?
Cronkite. Quote, it annoys me. I'll be honest with you. It really annoys me. I'm a huge Justin Fields believer. This was before he came to Chicago. So I've been a fan and I've watched him since high school. He's impressed me at every single level with what he's been able to do. That's a direct quote, and here's the second one. I want to give this young man an opportunity to be successful, but I also want to see him with what talent around him, and let's evaluate him that way. Without the last 2 seasons seeing what he's had to do, and hopefully things change a little bit because the whole narrative of him being this running quarterback is something that we aren't accustomed to seeing in college. It had to happen because he had to put this team on his back, end quote. So that's Jarrett Payton advocating for just saying Justin's our quarterback and no trade bullshit. And I agree with you.
See, but I sort of disagree with Jarrett. I would say that Poles has to go to Justin and say, listen, you're our quarterback. You know that. We are going to bring some other quarterbacks in because we want to drive the value of that number 1 pick. We're really not considering picking anyone over you. You would be the number 1 overall pick if you were coming out here. But I'm trying to get you some more weapons at the offensive line, at the receiver position. I want to get you as great as possible. And so by bringing in somebody to just work out and drive up the value of that pick, that's what I got to do. If he did that, then it's cool. And Jarrett should know that from who is so ingrained into the game of professional football, that's the GM's job, is to drive the value up with that pick.
Hey, Aldo, anybody on here, anybody ever grew up in a neighborhood where the people across the street, the family just can't stand you and you can't stand them? It's just kind of like the Hatfields and McCoy. It's almost like letting Justin go is like taking a whole bunch of bats and sticks and rocks and putting them in their yard and fucking starting a fight with the people across the street, and you ain't got shit. They're gonna beat your ass all over the fucking neighborhood. They're gonna beat you to death. Justin is entirely too fucking gifted and driven to even, like Ryan Pohl said, and I did go back and look at his press conference when talking about that before the show. He'd have to be blown away. You better come with everything you got and a kit and caboodle. You're not getting Justin Fields unless you give up pretty much your franchise. He ain't going nowhere. Fuck talking to people about it. Man, stop listening to that bullshit. It's just shit that's going to happen before the draft, and it's in order because you want to play that game of, okay, we're not so sure about him. We're going to put that out there. Yes, it's smart business. It's really smart business, but he's not going nowhere in the end. He'll be here.
I got a small anecdote before I go. I got to go to work, unfortunately. It feels like I just got here. But to add to what, it's been an hour and a half, but to add to what Nomad said about families not liking others, there was this family on the street where I grew up. Their last name was Sizemore, and they constantly were like just jabbing me and shit. Like they told my mother something to the effect that they suspected me for a burglary at their house. And it's like, I've never fucking broken anybody's house my entire life. But so at like age 16, 17, I caught wind of them saying that I was this bad guy. So I had this husky named after a Nirvana song, Lithium. And so I started shoveling lithium shit, and I would run down in the middle of the night and throw shit all over their fucking house. Just throw it on their porch. I did this like every night my 12th grade school year because they said I broke into their house. So I threw dog shit all over their house repeatedly every night. True story.
This is before they had cameras and shit, I guess.
Yeah, this is 1999.
Yes, thank you.
I was throwing dog shit all over their house.
That's why we call this show Bare Their Soul.
They're dead now, I think. So it's okay.
Getting his ass kicked for the week is over. I guarantee
you. I'm pretty sure everyone in that clan of inbreds are dead now. So that's good. I shouldn't say it's good that they died. I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding.
That reminds me of the first story. The only time I ever got busted for curfew. Me and my friends were sleeping in my buddy's backyard in a tent, and we got so loud his dad kicked us out. So we had to just walk around the neighborhood, and so we passed this school guy, this high school kid that we went to his house, and the guy was an asshole. So we were like, "Fuck this guy, let's grab a box and we found a dead turtle and like some other stuff, and I think a guy took a shit in the box too, and we put it on the doorstep of his door, and then we got the karma came back to bite us because as we were like leaving his house to go back to wherever the fuck we were gonna go, there's some car coming down the road and started chasing us. And we went off road, and this truck was like chasing us off road, following us, and we had to like jump in the creek. Finally, we ended up at my parents' house, and we called the police to tell the police about this asshole who was trying to kill us, and he took us in for curfew. We got busted.
Wow. Tooch, come on, bare your soul. What do you got for us? Oh, you can't talk. You got the family behind you.
Yeah. Hey,
I got nothing.
We should do wicked wild shit, man, but never got to that level, man. We used to do some crazy stuff, man, but Dan is wild as fuck. You wow, man. Why are you throwing shit on people's houses, man?
They said I broke into their house, which was unequivocally false, or I was attempting to break in their house. And at 17, I mean, the only way I could get revenge, I was cleaning up after my dog's shit every day. I was like, what? I'll just throw this on Dicey's fucking porch in our house. It was dark. I got down there and we would sling it. My friend Michael and I would throw shit on their house every night. And they never confronted us about that either. They had to think, where's all this fucking shit coming from? But I never got accused of that, not one time.
That's hilarious.
He's gonna come on here with a story about getting his ass whipped by one of his old neighbors at a BP.
Yeah, those guys are more apt to watching a Dukes of Hazzard marathon as opposed to listening to us.
I have one more quick funny story. My friends and I, like 8 of us, were out one night walking around late, and there was a Yugo parked in somebody's driveway. We all 4 of us, all 8 of us, got 4 of us on each side, picked this fucking Yugo up, took it out of the driveway, turned the Yugo and took it like a block down the street and just set it down on the side of the road like it was parked on the side of the street, and then just walked away. Like, could you imagine the next morning when you wake up to go to your Yugo to go? This is the 90s, by the way. A Yugo, so that dates it. Can you imagine like waking up to go to work the next day and your car is a fucking block down the street, parked on the side of the road? You'd be like, what the fuck happened?
That's crazy. All right, I'm going to give you one. Dan Aguirre, don't go away. I'll make this quick. So I'm in my mid-teens, and one of our brothers was killed. I used to be in a street gang. You know, it was basically a sports group, but you hang out with a bunch of guys playing sports, and everybody's going to start calling you a gang. Anyway, one of them was shot in the back. And he was a gangbanger. There's no doubt about it. He used to hang out with us, but he also used to hang out with local gangs. And so he was shot in the back and he passed away. And so we went around the neighborhood to ask for donations for his funeral. And the guy who owned the gas station said, fuck that motherfucker. He was no good. And so I wasn't there when he said that. My buddy comes over and he's fucking livid. That motherfucker, this and blah, blah, blah. And he's getting everybody riled up. So that night, me and that guy that got us all riled up, we go to the gas stations after hours, and we picked up a couple bricks and we fucking broke the glass. And I'll never forget it because he had about a half dozen German Shepherds in there. And so I told my friend, shoot high, man, because I don't want those fucking dogs to jump out and start chasing us. So that was terrible. I've always felt guilty about that. But I got one even better. My brother, because he wanted to fuck with this gas station owner, he actually went to the gas station with one of his buddies, and he opens up one of the gas tank things, and they're lighting matches and throwing them down the fucking pipeline.
Damn.
And when he told me that story the next day, I go, I knew you were stupid, my brother, but I didn't know you were that fucking stupid. Do you realize how fucking lucky you were? And I almost literally kicked his ass for being that fucking stupid. But I was stupid too for throwing the brick through the window. That's my story. Now, Dan Aguirre, you go talk people off jumping off the bridge.
I got one more quick one, and it's a positive one, but it was a good gag for a little bit. I was at a radio station and had this great guy named Jeff was working with me. And at the time, I'd never been married, never gone through a divorce, but I knew he was really down because he was not going to see his kid all the time. And you know how it goes. He was going through the divorce. So he's really down. He was a really talented guy. So he played local gigs and sung and played guitar and, so he's really down. So my girlfriend, Lakeisha, and I came up with this is my girlfriend circa 04, 5, 6, that era. She started putting a pair of panties on Jeff's car. Like every time he had a gig, she would put her panties like around his, like the little mirror on the side or his antenna, just to boost his ego. So like, who's like these size fucking 4 panties? Who's leaving these panties on my car? And we did this shit. Well, I say she, but it was my idea. But she probably did it like 6, 7, 8 times before I just couldn't look at him without bursting out laughing. And I ruined it. I was like, man, those panties are my girlfriend's. So if you've been beaten off to them,
Hey, Dan, before you go, you ever get a 911 call that's similar to that, where somebody's talking about their panties being robbed or anything?
No,
like that?
but again, if you've ever believed anything I've ever said, this is so true. It was about 6-7 months ago. This guy called in talking about his dad, and mind you, he was not a juvenile. He was an adult. He sounded like he's in his 30s, but he said that his dad was getting mad at him because he was masturbating and coming on his dad's shirts. And he was calling, wanting the police because his dad was threatening to whip his ass because he was coming on his shirts. I swear on my mom's grave. That's a true story.
I'm so glad we got cameras now, man, because people do weird fucking shit. That show, What Would You Do? It was one time it was a lady that, you know, she was curious about this guy that she had been seeing. He had, I guess, been displaying some weird tendencies or whatever. Don't really know. I just kind of caught it at the ass end of it. But anyway, she had him in her living room. There's a camera stage somewhere in there, but you can see him from an angle, you know, everything that was going on. She come in there with a basket of dirty clothes, underwear, socks, all that shit.
Oh no.
Just to see what would happen. And sure as shit, soon as she walked out of the room, this motherfucker's looking down the hallway to see if she's gone, how far she's going down the hallway, and he's picking up her dirty shit and sniffing it. See, that weirds me. That kind of shit weirds me out, man, because I've had some really, really weird chicks in my life, man, and I always wondered, I'm like, what do you do when I'm not at home or when I'm not around and you're in my apartment? What are you doing? You know, that kind of shit, man. Ugh, this disgusts me, man.
This Aldo, this is kind of segueing into something we talked about earlier, the never have I ever drinking game.
Unfortunately, I have to leave. This is all in my wheelhouse, but I've got to
go. Wait, one quick one before you go, Dan. Never have I ever joined the Mile High Club.
Oh, no, I've never done that. I've never taken a shit on a plane either. I'd be so afraid to get in that little room.
Dan first went on a plane recently, right? Was it last year or something? Your first flight?
Yeah, you're right. I've been on about 8 or 9 flights now, but I've never shit on one of them because I'm too big to get into the room, I think.
Get out of here.
I don't even shit anywhere in public, not much to mess in a plane.
I shit at Aldo's the last time and I hated it. I was like, Aldo, I have to admit, I've got to take a shit.
He's spending a weekend with me and he's apologizing because he's gonna take a shit. I'm like, what the fuck's wrong?
I'd be like, Aldo, do you have a shovel? Can I dig a hole in your backyard to shit in? Because I wouldn't want to shit in your
backyard. Larry David had that episode on Curb Your Enthusiasm where he was opening up like the coffee shop and he's like, there'll only be urinals because he's like, defecating is disgusting. There'll be no shitting at my business. No shitting.
Hey, there, I had to take one in Murfreesboro, Tennessee, in a hillbilly ass gas station, man. This motherfucker was straight hillbilly.
Oh,
but that shit wouldn't wait. I was eating all kinds of taquitos and shit on the way back to Chicago from Atlanta. I was like, that shit's gotta come out. I go in this fucking bathroom and it's like worse than a fucking movie you've seen, like a horror movie. And I can't wait. And I took a piece of a napkin and I lifted that seat. And I stood over that motherfucker and just let it fly. I flushed that motherfucker and got out of there and got in my car. And you heard me getting on that road. I was gone, man, because whoever came behind me, that shit was a disaster zone, man. But I was in that fucking toilet.
I gotta go. But I'll say that I was at a music festival in 2015, and I needed to shit so badly that I was starting to sweat. It's like I'm dying. I had told my wife we were in line to meet this lady that my wife liked named Maria Brink. She's in a band called End This Moment. And I was like, look, I've got to go shit. I'm sorry. Shit in a fucking porta potty. But as fate would have it, as soon as I came back, we met Maria, but I didn't shake her hand because there was nowhere to wash my hands after I shit. So I was like, I can't touch her.
Was your ass sweating? Was your ass sweating or your forehead?
No, my forehead was sweating. Like I looked like fucking Nixon in a debate. I was pouring. So I looked like fucking Shaq at the free throw line. But anyway, I gotta go, guys. I'm sorry.
All right, Danny.
Bye.
Bye.
He is Dan Aguirre. He is the one and only Dan Aguirre.
The grossest bathrooms. We have to have a grossest bathroom ever segment.
I'm right there with Dan. Like, I don't shit anywhere. Like, my body shuts down when if I go on a 7-hour road trip, my body just shuts down. I don't have to shit. If I go to somebody else's house, but if I, like Aldo, if I came to your house and shit in it, it'd be over. My body would go, okay, now I can shit in Aldo's house. I'd be like, as soon as I got to your house, I'd be like, Aldo, can I shit in your house? Aldo, can I shit in your house? But like, I'm not a public shitter. I'm the same way. I have never shit.
I don't think Mark Trustman is either.
I have one time when we were camping in Maui, and it was this beautiful camping. It was a tent camping ground, and there was an open clearing, and there was a porta potty there, and we were there for like 3 days camping. And I looked at that thing and I was like, man, I'm gonna have to shit in that thing for the first time in my life. This is gonna be very strange. I've never done this before. And then finally, when I had to, there was nobody else camping there. It was just us. And when I walked in, thankfully, when I walked into this porta potty, it was brand fucking new. I looked around.
Come on, man. You're supposed to say you're going to wipe your ass with a pine cone or something.
Every shit that I took in that thing was my own shit. It was nobody else's. It was amazing. That's the only porta potty I've ever shit in. I'll never shit another one again.
Oh,
man. Hey, when I got to go, I'll find the place, man. I got to go. Fuck it. I don't care what.
You getting on the road and you got to drive and travel a little distance. Don't stop at the side of the road because you saw a taco truck. And definitely don't put no hot sauce on that fucking burrito. Do not do it.
Exactly.
It's definitely in my wheelhouse, the road game. You know, there used to be, I don't know whether it was a podcast or radio show called Road Game, and people call in and it was a radio show. People would call in and give like the best places to take a shit, you know, like the best bathrooms, you know, the cleanest, most, you know, marble bathrooms, so that you wouldn't have to go through all the Nomad and Shorty stuff, you know,
like a Flying J's or something like that.
Yeah, for me it would be like Von Mar department store. It's like fucking marble and private stalls and fucking best. You know, you gotta go, man.
And shit and everything, ain't you?
Yeah. Yeah,
I gotta say, this has been the best Bear Their Souls episode because we got everybody in the chat room bearing their souls too. Cornelia says the two women that I had the most serious relationship with, I had to leave them in the car to take a shit outside. Thank you, Cornelius, for bearing your soul.
Cornelius probably singing right now.
Yeah,
Cornelius, hop on the show when we do the open mic. And bear your soul there, my friend.
Yeah. I love it.
You know what? You might want to preface that by letting them know that you don't always have to come on camera. Yeah. You can come in and with the audio. You don't have to present yourself physically. Exactly. You can come in with your audio.
Exactly. Yep. So if you are wanted in several states like Nomad is, you don't have to worry.
Yeah, you ain't catching me, motherfucker. I got too many kids.
I love it. Hey guys, I'm going to take a little break and I'll be back in 5 minutes. Okay,
go take a shit.
Exactly.
Let's see.
Go ahead, Toots. I've been interrupting you all night, man. What you got?
Yeah, both times I went to the Philippines, it's like I drank the water, you know, so it's a mistake. It's you're going to get dysentery from drinking the water, but it's hard to avoid. But the first time I was there, 2018, this has to be like the worst bathroom on planet Earth. But we were doing some island hopping, going to some remote islands. We went to like a remote island that had like, no electricity or running water or anything like that. But there was, people living on the island. And I had to go so bad, man. My wife was like, just swim out far enough in the ocean and let it go. I'm not swimming out there. That shit's gonna swim back at me if I do that. So I go back into shore, and Nomad would have clocked a 50-year-old man running 440 across the beach. If Nomad was,
ain't that like the rule? That's rule number one. I've left the country twice in my life, man.
Yeah, don't drink the water. Yeah,
that's the first thing. That's the first thing.
Yeah, I know it's an accident, but So I went and I was like, "Where's the bathroom?" You know, some dude on the beach was like, "That way," you know, and it was like a little like hut, or concrete block hut, maybe 10 by 10, and it was just a commode buried in the sand. You know, no fucking. No fucking water or nothing. A 50-gallon drum of water with like a big ladle so you can fucking water. That was it, man. It was fucking dirty as fuck. But I couldn't help it, Nomad. It was like I just didn't have a car to peel out of it. Fucking let it fly. Let it fucking fly, you know.
Oh, God.
Oh no.
Boil the water, man. Boil it.
Buried in the fucking sand, the toilet, you know.
Oh God. You got to imagine when you're walking around in the morning, if you're on the beach, you're walking around in the morning after a wild night, you know, it's like when you go to Jamaica, and you know how, if anybody's ever been to Jamaica, you know, they got that strip of just bed and breakfasts all down, and you can kind of just hop from each one. And there's parties at every one of those motherfuckers all night in the grill. And sometimes when I wake up, I used to like to get up when the sun came up when I was there. I just didn't want to miss anything. So I got up, went to sleep late, and got up early. And so I'm walking down the street, and every time I saw like a little clump in the sand, I walked my ass around it, because I just imagine that's probably some bullshit going on right there under the sand. And I ain't walking into it.
Yeah, for sure.
Sand crab. If you were to pour some salt on it, it would just come slithering out of the ground. And it'd be like this long crab that you could eat if you wanted to.
Yeah.
And then if it was, let's see, it took me a while to remember, like when I was in high school, senior year of high school, we had always heard, you know, like beneath the high school, there's all these tunnels, you know, you could, you know, so like we were graduating around the end of our 4 years at high school, like, and 3 other guys went, like, pried it up out the fucking floor and went down there. Sure enough, there were fucking tunnels everywhere. You know, so we're walking around. This is great, you know. And then we walked past where the janitors must have had their like locker room. You know, one fucking guy saw it. We're like fucking off the back the way we came, and the motherfucker turns the lights off. So we fucking in complete darkness, Nomad. But luckily we were pot smokers, so we all had lighters. We're like lighting our way, but we couldn't find the one where we came out or went in. I mean, to go out. So we just put another fucking one out, and it was in front of the girls' locker room. Fucking the volleyball team had just like gotten changed, and they're coming out from the locker room, and fucking 4 guys come up out of the floor, fucking hauling ass out to the fucking car and peeling out. But the motherfucker turned the lights off on us. Nomad, it's fucking pitch black.
That sounds like some shit I seen in
the custodian. Yeah. Took off though and escaped without any repercussions, fortunately.
Hey, you know what? The best time I've ever had in my life is in Jamaica, in the Grill, Jamaica. I've been to quite a few places. It's some beautiful places to go here that people sleep on. Like, people don't even know that Lake Michigan has islands. People don't know that.
Yeah.
There are islands in Lake Michigan that are
Upper
fucking
Peninsula.
beautiful. Yeah. People did. I didn't know that until like 6 years ago.
I'm watching this.
You know?
Yeah, Isle Royale, Sleeping Bear, all that area up there is just gorgeous. The water's like turquoise. Fucking beautiful. Lake Michigan. Yeah.
He probably is.
He's on his phone right now taking a shit.
Yeah. He's not coming in his wife's shirts, is he?
There's a lot of people talking about Maui and stuff in chat. And if I can just add a little bit to this, if you ever go to Hawaii, do not keep anything from the island. Like, don't keep any rocks, don't keep any sand, anything like that. And I can attest to this. And I'll just give you a quick rundown.
I've been to Hawaii a bunch of times, but
so we, my Kitty was working on a movie there, and so we were there for 2 months. And there was somebody that was hired to work on the film that we were on. She was on. It was called Just Go With It with Adam Sandler, and we went to a local party, and we were hanging out, having a good time. And I said, "Oh, I collected all these rocks. This was a beautiful black rock that I found. I found this rock here, and so." And everyone immediately looked at me like I was crazy. And they were like, no, do not keep anything from this island. Take everything that you have, all those rocks, take them back to where you found them, kiss them and thank them for its time with you, and throw it back. Or if you do not do that and you take it with you, you are going to have bad juju for the rest of your life. And we all fucking took that. Like, this is all the locals telling us that. We took it seriously. So we went and took all the rocks back the rest of the time that we were there. And the final night that we did, we took the final rock, threw it back, and then kissed it, said thank you for your time. And then we went out and we had a beer, and it was like our last night there. It was my last night there because Kitty was there for another month. I was there for a month. I was going to go home, right? So we're having this beer after that. After we threw our last rock back, and I look down on the ground and I see a quarter, and we're sitting in a high top chair where your legs are swinging. And I'm like, I'm not going to get off my fucking chair and go get that quarter. So I'm just like, whatever. A waitress comes by within like 2 minutes, picks up the quarter, puts it on our fucking table, keeps walking. So we were like, wow, this is the quarter that's thanking us. It's the island thanking us for giving all of its gifts back to us and thanking us for our time with it. And that quarter ended up being the quarter that changed our lives on a coin flip. I left. I went home. I went back to my miserable job. I hated it. She was still in Maui. We were not married yet. We were not even engaged. I said, fuck it. I'm going to flip this coin. I lined up the airfare. I'm like, I'm going to go back there for the final month that she's there. I'm going to quit my job. We're going to change our fucking lives. And I'm going to flip this. I'm going to line up the arrow to. I got the airfare ready and everything. I put the cursor on it on the send button, and I said, I'm going to flip this quarter. Heads, I'm going back there to ask her to marry me. Or tails, I'm going to go back to my miserable fucking life at my miserable fucking job. I flipped it. I'm watching it in slow motion, like, fuck, what am I doing? I grabbed it. I flipped it. It was heads. I hit the fucking send button. I was like, holy shit. I can't believe what I'm doing. I quit my job that day. I went back to Maui the next fucking morning. I surprised her on the beach and asked her to marry me when she didn't know I was there. And it changed our fucking lives. So what I'm saying is, if you're in Maui or if you're in Hawaii, do not take anything from the islands. And if you do, put it back, because if you take it home with you, it will literally give you bad karma, bad juju. And I've heard stories about this before in my life, that people that took black sand and they had their kids died and their wife died and they lost their job and blah, blah, blah. Then this poor miserable soul went back to Hawaii and dumped the sand back where he found it. He went back to his life and everything changed. I believe in that kind of crazy karma shit.
I love your stories, man. But I got to tell you, man, it takes you a long ass time to make a fucking point. You know that?
But my point is, we got married from that and our entire lives changed. It was
I love the story. It just takes you a long ass time to get there.
Yeah, I've been trying to be less winded, but that was the story. I had to be long-winded.
You always got to have a friend that's willing to just don't give a fuck and just tell you everything you need to fucking know. Like, I'm the guy. I'm that guy. I'll tell you straight up, hey, yo, that's an ugly baby. That's just an ugly ass.
I'm telling you the story of how my wife and I got engaged, and you're saying it's a shitty story? Come on.
No, I'm not. I said I love your story. Didn't you hear me say that first? I just told you it takes you a long ass time to get there.
Aldo already ate 6 bags of popcorn waiting for Shorty's story to end.
You gotta be willing to tell somebody shows you a baby that's ugly. You gotta be that's an ugly baby, man. That's an ugly ass baby.
If any story needed to be long-winded, it's about how my wife and I got engaged. Come on, that's a movie.
Nah, man. Hey, I love the story. It just
I told you this story before. You were like, that's a fucking great story.
It just took a while, man. That's all.
The Odd Couple. That's awesome.
All right, man. Don't you think we ought to be wrapping this thing up, man? We've been going a while.
Yeah.
I love you too, sweetheart. See?
I thought it was
Odd Couple on TV.
Popcorn over here.
I thought it was a great story. It was like a movie, you know, Rachel McAdams and what's his name?
It's like a bridge.
He had the whole screenplay laid out.
I tried to fucking summarize it for you too. It's a lot longer than that.
I was visualizing it. You know,
Yeah.
I'm thinking instead of filming in Hawaii, can we do it over in Gilligan's Island in Michigan?
Hold on, J2K says, and then Dan saw a UFO. Actually, Renee saw a UFO, and that was the first time when I had left before I came back to ask her to marry me. When I was gone, she saw. We had talked about. She's. I don't believe in UFOs. I've never seen one. They don't exist. When I left before I came back to ask her to marry me, she looked up in the sky from her hotel and saw a fucking UFO, and she was like, "Holy!" It's her own story. I can't describe it, but she was like, "It's doing all this shit. I believe in it now." So yeah, and then Renee saw a UFO. J2K.
So let me ask you a question. If you believe that there's life outside of planet Earth and outside of this galaxy, higher intelligence, what do you think they think of us, and what would they do?
They think.
Can I just say this first?
No, you're eating popcorn.
Yeah, but I just saw a UFO, unidentified floating object.
Was it a Baby Ruth?
It looked like one.
This motherfucker's got a popcorn machine in his basement right now. He didn't take a shit. He was making popcorn. He's like, I'm gonna make some popcorn.
He couldn't flush his almond joy.
I better go back and check because I fucking let it lay alone, man.
You ever had one of those? You had to pull out the plunger.
Wait, I love what Triple R just said. I often drift. What do you say? I often drift during Shorty's visions. I often drift during Shorty's visions. My pontifications.
I'm gonna have some video next time when you're into one of your stories. I put like these fucking weird shapes and shit.
He doesn't know, man. So it takes a friend, man, to tell you got an ugly baby. Baby is hideous, man.
Tooch, you want to close the show?
Up to you guys. Yeah.
Popcorn.
Did
What are you closing the show for, man? We're just getting started.
Are we hitting the movie recommendations real quick and then signing off?
Yeah, I like that idea. Go ahead, man. You start us off.
Yeah, Shorty and I saw Sharper, which is like one of those like grifter confidence man, movies. It was good, man. Really good. Everybody loves a good crime flick,
Sharper has
that's on HBO. Is that HBO? I think it's on HBO. Is there Apple TV?
No, I think it's Apple TV.
Apple TV. Yeah.
But it has
Julianne Moore.
Julianne Moore, yeah.
Yeah, she's
and
that's a good example of a hot older chick, Aldo.
Yeah.
I love hot older chicks.
Man. Yeah.
It's a good one.
She's still pretty fucking hot, man.
She is gorgeous still.
What's this about? Yeah. What's this about?
Well, you want us to ruin the
Yeah, I mean,
just tell me what's it about.
Let's just say this, Tooch. It's about the beginning that comes all the way back to the end, full circle.
Yeah,
that's the best way to describe it.
Conning, they're con artists who come up with like elaborate, con jobs or quick con jobs, and they work as a team, kind of, and then
they become billionaires
taking down the mark. Although they have a mark, one they get involved with taking down this billionaire, getting away with some of his money,
Is there pussy and tits?
I don't think so. I don't think there was any nudity. It was good, man. There's not chicks, man. Yeah,
no nudity, but man, the way
the story was great.
Circle is fucking amazing. It's one of those mind fucks. You're like, you think about
it. Good writing. Yeah.
What do you got, Mr. Shorty? What have you seen?
Not only that, we watched Sharper, but we like mind fucked 1883 the other night. Like that. I didn't want to go to bed. It was like 3 o'clock in the morning. We're like, fuck, we have to go to bed.
That's with Tim McGraw. Is that
Tim McGraw? Yeah, and
Yeah.
the female singer too. What's her name?
his wife, Faith Hill?
Faith Hill. Thank you, Tooch.
Yeah.
It's
Yep.
it's like if you guys like Yellowstone, it's the prequel to Yellowstone. So there's 1883, then there's another one, and then there's Yellowstone.
1923. Yeah.
Thank you. Yes.
Yep.
Good stuff, man.
Yeah.
I love the old the timepieces. Like I loved Deadwood on HBO.
Yeah, Deadwood was great.
I have that on disc. We still watch that. I love that movie.
I am watching Last of Us too. Really good. Great writing, great character, great acting.
Haven't seen that yet, but
That's about all I got time to watch. There's a couple of TV shows or two
What you
here and
gonna
there. Here and there, there's a couple of TV shows, and we only get like a couple of hours.
Yeah.
But I'll save that for the end. I don't get a chance to watch much TV. Are we closing now, or what we doing?
Well, I would like to leave, but
What about Aldo? Aldo, give us one recommendation.
This is based on Tooch's recommendation. I think Dan Aguirre recommended it as well, which is Emily the Criminal with Aubrey Plaza, famous for Parks and Recreation, recently of the Lotus, White Lotus. She's a super actress. She plays a young woman who is really down on her luck. She's got $70,000 in
Desperate
student debt. She's got bills coming out of Yazoo and so forth. She can't land a good job because she's got a criminal background, a DUI, and then also an aggravated assault charge because she can be a little feisty. So one of her co-workers at the a place that she's working at where she delivers food says, "You want to make $200 in 10 minutes? Call this number tomorrow." She calls the number, and it's basically a ghost shopper job. You go in with a fake credit card, fake driver's license, and you purchase a high price item like a flat screen TV. You walk out with it. The guy is there, gives you the $200, and you go home. She says, "Wow, that was fucking easy." And it just escalates from there, and the movie gets better and better and better. It is really good, and she's fucking fabulous. Aubrey Plaza.
Yeah, Theo Rossi is the guy who like teaches her all the scams.
Another great actor, yeah, another great fucking actor. You know, any good movie you watch, you will probably be talking about the acting, and in this movie, it is fucking phenomenal. I wish I would have thought of that fucking script, man. I'd be in fucking Hollywood, fucking chicks right now, and you guys would be here without me.
Talking about dirty bathrooms and pranks.
What happened to my life? All right, you guys gonna stick around?
Well,
I'm gonna sleep.
Jerk off? What are you doing?
Although I'm old and going
you guys
to sleep.
want to leave Nomad and I here just to fucking hang out with people? What's going?
Yeah, why don't you guys do that?
Yeah.
Well, how about this? Are we going to close this show, or are we going to do overtime? How are we doing this?
Oh, he's fucking off
Just keep it going. Just keep it going.
Just stick around and do this.
The old men are going to go to sleep because we're old.
I don't want. I just want to see who's here. Whoever's still in this show, and you want to hear some football talk, go overtime.
Oh wait,
put up a number one or something.
Before you go,
55 people watching. Everyone in chat. You want us to stick around, or you want to go to bed?
I got this, Aldo.
What's this? Read that out for me.
Jason La Canfora, the worst reporter in NFL, on the NFL beat. More than one NFL general manager came away from the Senior Bowl fairly convinced that Justin Fields will be dealt.
Jason La Canfora.
He's the worst. I think he's mentally handicapped.
I think he does a lot of this.
Tangle-eyed motherfucker. He need to figure out whether his eyes go east and west. I can't even figure out who the fuck he's looking at whenever he's on a broadcast.
Yeah, and both ways are a lie. When he's looking east, he's getting lies, and when he's looking west, he's getting lies.
I got this too, although this one
did a fantastic job on what?
Yeah, Chicago Bears general manager did a fantastic job of the Robert Quinn trade. Quinn only had 2 tackles and no sacks for the Eagles. The Bears ended up getting the 2023 4th-round draft pick from the Eagles. Not bad.
Yeah, but see,
we'll take it.
He's not counting the fact that Robert Quinn was injured. and missed with the last 6, 7, 8 games of the season. So it's not really a fair to Robert Quinn to say that.
Right.
Robert Quinn can come back next year and get 12 sacks easily with that Eagles team.
Yep.
Although he might not, might be released because of his salary. So
he went to a new team that changed things immediately. You know, you're not just going to continue where you left off.
And but trades like that never go that way in the Bears' direction, though. Usually, we got one though. Although we got one,
I hear you.
We had one.
I only seen one person put up a 1, so that means we probably need to wrap it.
Oh man,
I see STC says Bears.
If I put up a number 2, is that like? Is that like all those bathroom break? Throw up a 1 and throw up a 2.
We can just go for another 30 minutes, man. Let's see who sticks around. There's 55 people watching. Nomad.
They'll step. Watch what is it? The Odd Couple. Nomad and Shorty show.
I can see all those ready to get the fuck out of here. I just know that.
Fucking popcorn, man. He's ready for bed.
I'm ready to take another.
I haven't even had dinner.
Popcorn. He's ready to go.
Yeah.
I got football talk now. If that's what they want, man, that's easy.
Mm-hmm.
Well, all right, Tooch. Final words.
Good night, everybody.
That is Johnny Santucci. Make sure you follow him at John Santucci VIP. My name is Aldo Gandia. Follow me at Barroom Network on Twitter. Tomorrow we've got a whole new slate of programming. And if you want some in-depth scouting evaluation, go to patreon.com/Barroom Draft. I am going to leave you with the other Dan, Mr. Shorty, and Nomad. They're going to talk some more football.
Yeah.
Tooch, I love you. And guys,
see you, brother. Later.
Take it over. Have fun.
Cheers, Podfather.
Soulz brothers.
Now get the fuck out of here so we can talk some football.
All right. It's just me and you, huh?
Just you and me, man. What's up, guys? You guys want to keep going? You want to talk some more football? You crazy motherfuckers hanging out with us right now?
Y'all came to the right place. If you want to hear some football, you want to hear some, because I'm gonna empty the notebook tonight.
I got some pull up some of your Nomad pictures over here, so that it's just not my face here by myself. Let me see here. What do I have here? What do I have to go through? Keep talking, Nomad.
No. You keep doing what you're doing. I'm trying to I'm about to give you guys some recent. I gave them a lot. I think the last time we talked about this, but there's a lot more. If you guys want to get something and write some of the names down, and I'm about to tell you guys, because it's worth it to check these guys out and see what you think about them, opposed to what I say about them. See if what I tell you links up to what you see on tape, and that's the best way to go about it. So if you're gonna write it down in your phone, if you want to write it down on pad like I do that. I'll give you a minute, but I got some names for you guys that fit this scheme.
We talked about this a little bit the other day, Nomad, like some of the players that you're fascinated with that are not going to be top picks. You know, if the Bears get to a point where they're trading down multiple times and they have the boatload of fucking picks in this draft, what are you looking for? What are those guys' names?
Well, I mean, it's so much value, especially let's just start with offensive linemen, especially offensive guard. It really doesn't start for offensive guard until after, say, late in the second round, early third round. That's when it starts to get really sweet for offensive guards. So it's some really good offensive guards in this draft. And I'm trying to think of one I seen recently that really I've been watching Steve Avila. He's solid. He is really solid. But there are some other guys like Chandler Zavala with a Z. Check that guy out. I can't remember where. I think he's UCLA. Another guy is Atonio Mafi, Atonio, Mafi, M-A-F-I. Another guard to look at. Let me think. There's somebody else I was just looking at recently that really got me, man. I'm trying to find that name. I got so many fucking names on here. And I wish he'd have told me before we did the show. I'd have had all the shit lined up, but I'm looking at them now. But gosh,
Matt Tedrow says, "How about Andrew Voorhees?"
Voorhees, I think he's gonna be a journeyman until he gets his his body strength matures. I don't think he's physically strong enough for NFL defensive linemen right now to hold up an anchor. I just don't. I mean, he can prove me wrong, but I don't think he's got it right now. I think he's gonna move around, kind of like what's the guy that we drafted late from San Diego State? I forget that guy's name. I just don't think he's NFL strength ready. I think he'll be fine later on, probably 3 years from now once he gets that adult strength about him. But right now, I think he's going to move around and play on different teams for a minute. That's what I think of him.
The guy you're thinking of, the San Diego State guy, he was picked up he was taken from our practice squad. What the fuck was his name?
I forget his name now. I forget.
So do I, but he had a lot of potential.
Yeah, he's going to have a lot of potential for the next couple of years, but he's not going to be NFL starting offensive lineman ready for a couple of years till he gets that strength about him. He'll get mowed down, man. He just doesn't have the. And I'll tell everybody about football players, and you hear these coaches and scouts and the evaluators saying upside for most positions on the field. They're talking about their ability below the waist, the ass and down. What's your upside? What's your ceiling as far as that goes? Can you get physically strong enough to play in this league? That dude, Zach Thomas, thank you, Cornelius. Zach Thomas, he did not have it below the waist. It's going to take him a few years to get there. And so that's just the way it is.
What do you think about all the shit talk going around the NFL now amongst Bears fans and other NFL fans saying that James Daniels was a bad choice by letting him go to Pittsburgh? He didn't let up a sack this year. His numbers were fucking incredible. What do you think about that?
That was part of my can of whoop ass. I seen that, and that shit irritated the fuck out of me. James Daniels was so up and down here. James Daniels is a hell of a run blocker. He's got an ass like a mule. He moves people. In pass protection, he was spotty at best. Great that he went to Pittsburgh and performed better stats-wise than he did here. Great. But if I'm Ryan Poles and I'm Matt Eberflus sitting looking at his tape over his tenure with Chicago, I had every reason to let that guy go. Let him go. Somebody else wants to pay him, fine. But if he goes somewhere, you can't get hyperbolic about he puts up a good stat line somewhere else. So fuck it. He's an offensive lineman. You'll find another and let it go. That shit irritates me, man, when I look at Twitter.
I know. Me too. Because it's hindsight is 2020 all the time, right? You can predict and pontificate all you want on who you're going to keep and let go. But there's always going to be, things in other fans' eyes that are going to be mistakes, and things in other fans' eyes that are going to be great moves. And some people are going to agree that was a great move to let him go, and some people are going to think, well, fuck, it was good that we let him go, or that we should have kept him, I should say. So I agree with what you're saying. It's at the time, in the moment, the decision, I think it was the right decision to let him go.
Yeah. Well, I got some 2 and 3 stars. And you guys in the chat can let me know if I mentioned these guys or not, because I can't remember what I told you guys last week. I probably said a few names, or the week before, whatever. But I got a few 2-star and 3-star players that I've been reviewing recently that I really like. And we talking about later in the draft when we're talking about value. These guys can play right away in this system. And I'll tell you a few names. One is one I mentioned, Chandler Savala. That got the offensive guard from, I can't remember either, NC State or UCLA. I can't remember. Antonio Mafi. I think he is from UCLA. There's a defensive tackle, Jerron Cage. I can't remember what school he came from, but he's interesting. Jerron, Gerron, Cage. Really interesting guy. And one of my favorite players to watch on film and he's in one of those. They run so many funky defenses in college, man. They run a lot of just. I don't even want to try to explain it right now, but he's probably more of a 3-4 linebacker, but has the ability to play in a 4-3. It is who is this? Cage?
Yeah, this is
UCLA.
Cage here. Yeah, let's be careful with the. We're just gonna pull up. So I'll wait till we get a good section of a clip to pull it up, so we don't play the entire video. So let's go here.
Okay, my bad. I was moving too fast. Triple R told me about that. My bad, dude.
So I'm just gonna do mini clips here and there, just so we can kind of get an idea of him. There we go. Jerron Cage here.
Underrated, man. Underrated, but he's got nice film, man. He's playing in a bunch of. He's playing on a really talented defensive line, and probably doesn't get the attention that he deserves. But that guy right there, you draft that guy in the 5th, 6th round, and he's not a guy that you're gonna probably start right away, but can find his way into the rotation mid-season and make some noise. He's a gap penetrator for sure, and that's what we do in this defense.
I heard Swifty talking about Tyree Wilson possibly playing some 3-tech. What do you think about that?
He definitely has the body to grow into it.
Yeah.
Right now, I'm pretty sure that's not his desire to come into a team to play 3-tech. He wants to play defensive end.
But he's got the versatility to play both.
Yes, and that's the thing about this defense and what Eberflus traditionally does. He likes guys from 280, 290 that can line up all across that line.
Right.
So you never know when he's jogging onto the field where he's going to play.
And here we're still looking at Jerron Page while we're talking. I'm just kind of like getting ready to pull up some quick clips as they go because I don't want to play the whole video. But
they get the idea.
The guy's a stud. We need defensive line help, period. And if we can trade down as many times as we can to pick up some of these. Here's the thing about the draft for me. I'm almost jealous of the draft because all the players that the Bears can't get, right? So the more that you can trade down and pick up picks, that's going to add to the value, the quantity over quality, like I said, with players like this that, they're not like the top guys in college. They're not the ones jumping off the charts. Everyone's talking about them in college football, but they're the guys that are going to make a difference in the NFL when they get there. That's all that matters. It doesn't matter where you're drafted. If you're an undrafted free agent, you get to the NFL, you have a chance. Your character, your football character is going to make you what you are. Either it's going to be a star or not.
Play that clip one more time. I'm pointing something out to you.
The previous one?
Yeah.
Let's see. Where was it?
That Jerron Cage, the way he penetrated that gap, that was Javon Hargrave fucking 8 years ago.
Right.
Pretty much the same measurables at that time. Hargrave matured physically and became Javon Hargrave. Same thing could happen with this guy, Gerard Cage. But you want to talk about how I've been so impressed, and you guys, I'll let you guys know this privately in our private chat. But Carter Warren is impressive offensive tackle from Pittsburgh. He's a left tackle.
Let me pull up him really quick while you're talking about him.
This dude, for a college offensive tackle, left tackle, I've never seen really. Braxton Jones was really good as far as his maturity and his pass sets in college, but this dude he's better than Braxton Jones at pass sets in college. I mean, the shit he puts on tape and his pass sets, he's got some work to do in his run game, but that's easy. This dude is NFL day one ready to start at your left tackle.
Nope.
Let's go back.
That good.
Let's go back to this as you're talking about Carter Warren right now. Let's go back to this play right here where he pancakes this guy from the left tackle position onto his ass. Look at this. Just fucking pancakes.
I hurt his ribs. I know that hurt.
And you were talking about him as having versatility on the line. He can play left tackle or right tackle.
Another thing. That's another thing. I've never seen a tackle in mid-game flip from one side to the other. I mean, multiple times. I'm talking about 7, 8, 10 times during a game. He's from one side to the other and playing them both seamlessly, like it's nothing to him. He is, and although I said this to Aldo, and Aldo was talking about his injury history, I don't know anything about that, but I'm talking about his ability. He would be a steal to put in this lineup. That dude right now can play either tackle spot right now, day one.
Dude, look at this guy. Just mauling dudes. Look at his lower center of gravity. Let's see if I can. I don't want to keep this clip going, so let me just go back here to right about here. And let me see if I can pull this up and just freeze frame it so where you can see his lower body strength. So he's right. You can see my cursor, right? He's right here. Mm-hmm. Look at the lower body strength of this guy as he is mauling that dude and just moving him out of the way.
That's Miles Murphy. He's doing that too.
Yeah.
Probably a top 10 pick.
Yeah.
And he did that to him the whole game. I watched this game. He did that to him the whole game. And they actually moved. He did that to Miles Murphy. He did it to KJ Henry. He's fucking them all over. I'm telling you, this dude's a stud, and he's probably the most slept on offensive lineman in this draft in the top. He's probably going to go late first round, early second, but he's probably the most slept on out of all of them, man. This dude he's seriously gifted.
Look at this.
I was impressed. I couldn't get enough of the dude's video, man.
Guys just do not get around this guy at all.
Tell me, Pat says he is elite. He's day one starting on somebody's fucking team. I'm telling you.
J2K, hey, gotta say, the after last call is pretty good.
Thanks, I've been pitching Aldo on this for weeks.
Oh, is that why this happened?
Well, I thought he would stop the stream and we start in another stream, but this is cool too.
No, this works.
Yeah. But I know our guys, I know our people in the chat, man. I know how they are. They never get enough Bears content, and I've been itching to bring it to them. And this is what I'm here for. This kind of shit right
here. Everyone in here in chat, this is what makes this network breathe, is you guys. This is where the open mic concept came from. You guys can be part of the show. Cornelius, J2K, Triple R, everyone that's fucking hanging out right now. You guys can be a part of the show on the open mic night that we're going to have on the Barroom Network. Bare truth. Come out and speak your truth, man. You can speak your truth too, man. This is going to be an amazing concept that we're trying to develop here in the Barroom that's going to involve the chat room, that's going to make the concept of this idea of chat so much more interactive. Oh, it's going to be exciting, man. I hope you guys are up to it. I would love to see you guys hop in chat. Senami, J2K.
We're exploring the ideas that can really, really bust out the seams of the barroom with the kind of stuff that you guys need to get active in the comment section after the show and really let people know exactly what you want. I can feel what you want because I'm part of the chat all the time, and that's how I got to the show. So I know what you guys are looking for. But you guys have to you got to open your mouth if you want to be fed. Let Aldo know in the comments after the show what the fuck you want, and we will do it. Trust me. So you got to talk. But
reach out to Aldo in DM if you want to join the show. Let us know, man. Feed me, fuckers, Aldo says.
And he's eating fucking likes and subscribes up, man. That's bullshit, y'all. Get them likes and subscribes up, man.
Yeah, man.
But
I love how Aldo's sitting in the background eating his fucking popcorn, still hanging out. Like he's supposed to be fucking his wife right now. What is he doing?
All these... You are, man.
Fucking Cornelius, I'm a little stream challenge. Come on, man.
Oh,
Get some
man.
good internet. Join us, buddy. You got some good shit to say. You always do.
I got
Everyone here,
all
you can be
these
part of the
things,
show. Swifty, she fell asleep.
Hey, Swift, man, you got it. Hey, I'm at you before you go down to the combine, man. I want to just have some interactions with you, man. If you want to put me on live, cool. If you don't, but I got some names I want you to pay attention to.
Let's say this one more time. The first open mic night is going to be March 1st, which is a Wednesday at what 7? I think it's 7 or 8 p.m. Eastern time. Swifty is the first guest host of this podcast. He's going to be at the fucking combine. Swifty, man, we love you. We cannot wait to hear what you have to say. Okay, man, just let me know. We'll be in contact, my friend. When Swifty comes on this show, you are all going to want to talk to him. He's at the combine, man. Get your questions ready, guys. March 1st. Open mic. Get your shit ready.
I'll tell you guys another dude that's not getting enough attention because on a studded fucking defensive line, and there's other dudes that get all the attention. But Tyler Davis, defensive from Clemson, and I always watch a minimum of 3 games just to see if what I see the first game translate, at least 3 games and it's consistent. Tyler Davis got 3 stars from me. And if you can pull up some of that, he's got some potential too. Not to say that he's going to be, just because he got 3 stars from me, he's going to be a day 1 starter. Oh God, Tyler Davis went back to school.
Yeah, it's what Swifty's saying. Yep.
Oh, he's going to be hot in the draft next year. He's good. He is really good.
Yeah, he's not in the draft.
That's
though.
probably a smart move for him, man, because him going back to school with him being shadowed by some of those other guys is probably going to boost his stock. And so that was smart. That's too bad.
What do you guys think of Antonio Johnson, cornerback? He's like 6'2", 215 something pounds. He's like
told you
the
he was
mold.
a safety, man. What part of
you said
safety?
he was a safety. Yeah.
What part of safety didn't you get, man?
I fucking forgot. That's the part that I forgot. Fuck.
Man,
he should be a cornerback though. He's got the perfect size.
Mr. Pontification. Well, who keep changing all these images, man? Who keep doing that shit? Aldo or you?
Changing what?
All these images.
Oh, that's
come on, man.
That's not me, man. That's all.
And why does Urkel got a rainbow fucking pair of suspenders and shit? Kind of shit, man. You trying to tell me something, man? What you trying to do?
What do you mean?
Yeah.
You don't like fucking rainbows? Come on.
Hey Swift, I saw the video of you had Isaiah Land in there. I've been watching him recently. Before I put that out there, I've been watching him recently and wondering if that dude fits as a will linebacker. And he has the measurables for sure to play a will linebacker, like a Trenton. Like if they picked him and they grabbed him later on in the draft and he ended up being a linebacker, that dude he's got the athletic ability to do it.
I so badly just saw Aldo just stuffing his face with popcorn. I just wanted to bring him in just for a second, just so you can see him stuffing his fucking face with popcorn. Hold on, here we go. Is he?
Oh, what the?
This motherfucker's not gone. He just doesn't want to talk to me.
Motherfucker.
Are you sure you don't want to talk to us anymore?
Y'all want to carry on, man.
God. Oh my God. Oh, that's so fucking funny.
Okay.
Man, we love you guys. You guys are all still hanging out with us tonight. This is awesome to have you all sticking around, man. PJ, Swifty, Saint Omni, everyone. This is awesome. You guys are what makes the barroom go around. My gosh, this is fun.
All right. You wanna see a linebacker that's a great fit for us, that won't get drafted early, great value pick for later in the rounds. Tommy Eichenberg from Ohio State, another Ohio State player. Perfect fit for our system. You can put him almost at any linebacker spot and he can perform. Tommy Eichenberg, solid. I mean, solid.
I like the name too. Swifty had another guy from Jackson State. What's his name? Swifty? Jackson State guy.
He's talking about
Will linebacker.
He's talking about Aubrey Miller. He just asked me how athletic Eichenberg looks. I just about as athletic as fucking Sanborn, maybe a little bit more. I didn't think Sanborn. I still don't think Sanborn's going to be good in coverage down the field. You know, I don't think he was tested this year. I still have questions about him down the field in coverage. Eichenberg as athletic or better than Jack Sanborn.
Yeah, you've been ever since the first days of BCP though with Jack Sanborn. You just haven't felt like he could be a starter in the NFL.
No. I didn't say that. I didn't.
Well,
say
not a
that.
starter,
but
but you didn't.
What I said, I'll explain
team.
to you what I said, because I don't want you to get it all out of context. I thought that he could probably play the Sam linebacker long term, and he can be on special teams. But middle linebacker, will linebacker, no, he definitely surprised me. I didn't think he had the chops to do it. I still don't think in coverage he has what it takes to cover down the field. In the long term, I think they can still upgrade at that spot. I'm telling you, Flus wants long, lean, fast linebackers. He fit the mold for right now, but I guarantee you he's going to upgrade at that spot. Sanborn is not going to be given that spot. He's going to be challenged.
Shade 2K agrees with you.
It's the truth. I love Sanborn, man. He proved me wrong, but he's going to be pushed. Braxton Jones is going to be pushed, and he should be.
Leo Fector says, "How is Sanborn undersized when he's 6'2", over 225? Well, 225 pounds.
I think he's 6'2", standing on a box. That motherfucker is 6 foot at best.
But 225, he should be 255.
Oh, he's probably in playing weight. He's probably about 225, 228, something like that. Playing weight.
But there's something to be said for that guy that's just the ball hawk. He's always around the ball. That's Jack Sanborn. There's like the football instinct that you can't teach that he has.
I'm not taking any of that away from him. I know Sanborn is a favorite of you guys, man. I like the guy, but I'm just being realistic with you about the truth. Don't be upset if Sanborn isn't your starting middle linebacker. They can upgrade at that spot. Sanborn is really good, but they can get a better player. Period.
Of
He
course.
can play. He can still play. It's not like it's going to be the end of the world. The guy's going to be on the roster. He's going to play, but they can upgrade. You don't want to, just because you like Sanborn, not upgrade at the position. Come on, man. Got to.
That's true. You could upgrade everywhere.
That's
Except
right.
for quarterback. We're keeping the fucking quarterback. We're keeping the quarterback, man.
Another guy I would love people to really, really take some time and look at is Yasir Abdullah.
Spell it.
Yasir, Y-A-S.
Got it. Abdullah.
Yeah.
Louisville. Oh yeah. Let's see if we can.
Also got 3 stars from me. Team leader, got all the athletic traits you need for a linebacker, man. This dude's gonna ball the fuck out. He's gonna ball the fuck out.
Let's just pull that away and find where he's at in this next shot here. Yasir Abdullah. That must be him right there. So it is.
He's a blur out there, man.
He's a blur.
He leads by example. This dude, I mean, he just. I mean, another guy that got 3 stars from me, man. I didn't find nothing about him that I didn't like, and I like to tell people all the time when I'm done watching those games, I go right to the interviews, and I go 2, 3, 4 interviews in just to see if I can get a feel for what kind of character they have, and watching people interact with him on the sidelines. This dude's a pure leader. He's an asset to your team, and athletically he got everything you need in a linebacker. Everything.
And another thing to what Aldo just said, that the only thing that is going to ruin Sanborn's career is all the pussy he's getting. Do you see the pussy he's getting lately? I shouldn't say that vulgar, but do you see his girlfriend?
No, who is it?
I think it's like I think it's a chick from The Notebook or something like that.
She must like weird looking dudes, because that's a weird.
It's like some hottie like that. Like, holy shit, what is she doing with that dude?
This motherfucker, man. Sanborn's a weird looking motherfucker to me.
I know. Dude, you see some of these guys in the NFL with their trophy wives, you're like, really? If you just met that guy in the grocery store, would you just want to like fuck that guy? I don't think.
Let me tell you something. Women feast with their eyes just like men do.
Yeah.
I know that for a fact. Dude, they see that football athletic shape, that body, and they gotta have it, dude. They ain't really caring about what the fuck your face look like. They want to climb your ass and take you. They want every bit of you.
Swifty says, rumor has it that it was fake. It was Margot Robbie. Yeah. Thank you, Aldo. I'll stop producing. You can just fucking run the show from with your popcorn.
Who is that anyway?
Margot Robbie. She was in the DC Comics film with the James Gunn directed. What the fuck is it called? Help me out, guys. Harley Quinn. Yes, she played Harley Quinn in the DC comic film. Somebody else help me out here. Come on, spit it out, guys. What Swifty, what is it? God damn, it's no, not Wolf of Wall Street. What is it? What is the DC movie she was in? Suicide Squad. Thank you, Swifty.
Okay, that is Harley Quinn. Now that somebody said that.
Yes.
Got nice lips on her.
She is Hottie Quinn to me. But yeah, if I was her, like, come on, would you date that guy? Come on.
I mean, dude, I'm telling you, just like you see a woman that's built and just stacked, upper body, lower body, whatever you like in a woman, they see with their they see you with their eyes first, and everything else comes afterwards. But they are enthralled. Can't tell you how many times as a footballer. I'm still the same shape I was when I was in college, but they see you and they just want your body, dude. Football players are always going to get all the women because you're shaped like a fucking, a tank, man. So
Triple R says Jackhammer slinging that major league ball cock.
All right, man. They ain't come here for that. They came here for the football.
Oh, okay. Sorry. I thought they were having some fun here.
Another guy that ended up with, I think he's hold on, let me look at this good so I make sure. Another defensive tackle that I really like ended up with 3 stars is Jordan Ferguson. Can't remember what school he was at, but if you could pull that name up, that'd be good.
Middle Tennessee defensive end.
Really?
Jordan Ferguson.
Really, really, really good tape.
Let me wait till let me wait till this plays over. He's running for his life here. Oh, so let me just replay that play because that was actually a good play. Hold on. So what did he do here? We're stealing people's content here, so it's we'll just apologize in the future. Here you go. Look at that. Boom, gone. You get the picture. Pulling it. We'll wait for the next highlight. But this is Jordan Ferguson we're looking at here, defensive end. I mean, go
Go
ahead.
ahead.
I'm just saying, like the three things that this team needs on defense is the safety, the will linebacker, and the defensive end. And we're 2 away. We have the safety. We need this defensive end. We need that guy right there. We need somebody that causes havoc in the backfield. And the 3 tech, I should say. I fucked that up. 3 tech, defensive end, and safety. We get those two. If we get those 2 defensive linemen, we're good.
The dude, if you look at his story is impressive, man. He does charity work in Atlanta. He gives out food to the homeless. I mean, out of his own fucking pocket. His story, I ain't gonna get all the way into it, but if you really want to, you can check him out and look at his story. But this guy right here, he came to school as a running back, and his coach saw something in him physically. In this, like I tell people, when they talk about upside in a player, they're usually referring to from the waist down. What is his upside? And they saw his body type from the waist down, and they figured this guy can play edge right now, but he's probably going to grow into a 3 tech defensive tackle. Right now, he's such
doesn't he?
He's such a blur on the edge. It's like you never want to take him out of that spot. This dude flies off the line, and there's nothing offensive tackles can fucking do with him, and he's strong. So it's just that speed and power ratio that he's got going on. Look at that lower body, man. This dude is impressive. I don't give a forget where the fuck is school, Middle Tennessee, wherever he came from, man. Dude, Richard Dent came from a little ass school like that.
There's players like that all over the country, man. That's why it's quantity over quality. Been saying it all night, right?
Man, you look at that tape. I dare anybody to come in here and tell me that tape wasn't highly impressive after you got done with it. What we laughing at, man? Who's doing that, man? Who's doing that?
Ella's in the background just making all these fucking new images for you, dude.
What the fuck, man?
What are you fucking what is that? And I will always love Nomad. Oh my god. Matt Keogh says, Nomad, who is your number 2 and number 3 tech?
Ooh, that's hard to call. I think I'll just tell you, talent wise and ability wise, I'm talking about skill level, who's got the biggest bag and who can do the most. Skill wise, is Kalijah Cansey is the better of all of them. He's got the most skill. The most effective of all of them is easily Carter. But I think Keanu Benton or Thule, one of those 2 guys, either one of them can play 3. I know Greg Gabriel says he's a nose tackle, but I don't think he's going to be limited to that. I think he can play some 3. But Thule, Kalijah Cansey, and Carter. Those are the 3 I would be looking at.
I like Kalijah Cansey a lot.
He's just not big enough, man. I don't think the guy's big enough, man. They say he's 280. My ass. If he sat at Golden Corral for 24 hours without leaving and taking a shit, he still wouldn't weigh 280 pounds. He's not that fucking big.
Can he put on weight though?
He can. It's still going to take him a few years to get to me, a really effective 3 tech weight. I love his fucking skill. I just don't think he's what a lot of teams are looking for as far as size wise.
Let me pull him up really quick. Sorry about that.
I mean, he's a fucking stick of dynamite, no question about it. And he's got a bag. He's not a one move guy. He's got multiple.
Let's see here.
Wait till they show his whole body.
Yeah, I know he does look a little small, doesn't he?
He is small. I like
Cornelius says
the
he's
comp.
John Randall.
I like that comp, man, but it's going to take him a while to get there. It's going to take him a while. John Randall is a strong motherfucker if you ever want to see one. I mean, country strong. When he came in the league, he was strong like that. This guy's going to take him a minute to get there.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, he's a little slim, isn't he?
Yeah, he's small. He ain't no damn 280. I'm telling you, man. That motherfucker be carrying sandbags and can't get to 280.
J2K says Cansey is the shit, though.
He is. Skill-wise, I'm telling you, he's the most talented of them all. He's not wrong. The dude is that fucking talented. He's just not going to hold up. Like, what's he going to do in front of Smits if we got Smits and fucking what's his name? Tevin Jenkins. What's he going to do trying to penetrate those two motherfuckers? What's he going to do? There ain't a trick in the bag you can get past those two motherfuckers if they want to double him. You can't penetrate that gap. Once
you start coming up against NFL offensive linemen, shit changes. It gets real, doesn't it?
Yeah, I mean, they're inflating the shit out of his weight. I look at him and I see 255, 260 at best.
Yeah, he almost has like the build of it's almost like Roquan Smith with his build if you look at him. The size that he has, like he's got the same kind of quick stockiness that Roquan Smith has, but not the, if you were to put Roquan Smith at a 3-tech and see what he can do. It's almost what I'm looking at there when I see this.
But he's such a dog, man. He is a dog. I mean, a real dog, man. Look at this dude. He is absolutely explosive. I just don't see it translating to the next level right away.
Mm-hmm.
He can prove me wrong, though.
He's got some of that quick step that Tommy Harris had, though. That's what I see a little bit of. The quickness that he had.
I see Renewable asking me about Yaya. I love Yaya Diaby. I love his upside. Upside being what? All the potential below the waist. Mm-hmm. How powerful he can get. How much faster he can get. How much stronger he can get. That's what I like about him, and he translates to this system. You Eberflus likes guys like that have that build and crush from the edge and can set the edge. He's got everything. He's got everything they want. But here's the thing about Diaby: he's not developed yet.
Right.
He's not developed. We've already got a couple of developmental guys on the roster. We need guys that have tools right now. So you wouldn't want to get that guy too early.
Mm-hmm.
So you looking at round 6, round 7, if he's still there. I think that's just me. I'm not looking at their board, but that's what I would imagine.
J2K says, I thought the same thing too when I first watched him, Nomad, but now after watching everyone else, he's got it.
He does. I mean, he's got the physical traits that it takes to play a 4-3 defensive end. You need, especially, and it differs for whatever coach is coaching that defense and what kind of, what they value from a defensive end. But Flus's track record says Yaya Diaby all over it.
Mm-hmm.
He's a fit.
I agree. And Aldo met him, and he's a super sweetheart. He's a great guy. He gave Aldo a hug, when talking about his mother. And them talking about with Yaya talking about his mother as it relates to Aldo and his recent loss of his mother, and then he gives him a hug. That's the kind of guy that's a Chicago Bear in my mind.
Let me tell you a guy I really came around on that I wasn't too hot about, because I've been constantly in my head. Flus likes those 6'5", 6'6", 270 to 290 defensive ends, and as soon as I see a guy that's built like Derek Hall from Auburn, and it's like, okay, I no need me watching these games because he's not an Eberflus defensive end. Until I looked at Eberflus's first year or two with Indianapolis. And tell you the truth, this Derek Hall reminds me of fucking Justin Houston. The exact same build, body type, traits, abilities. It's like Justin Houston all over again. So that's a guy to watch out for. We're probably not going to get him. He's probably going to be in the top 20, 25, something like that.
Derek Hall?
Yeah. But he's explosive, man. He's like Justin Houston all over again. And if Justin Houston anything, he's been fucking productive his entire career.
Let's see if I can get a clip of him here really quick. Just Derek Hall. Mr. Pontification here. Fucking hell.
That's what my back used to look like.
I don't want to fuck around with Just Bombs. That guy's too big. Let me go to a different fucking. Let's go to this guy's. Just Bombs is way too big to put that shit up. Okay.
Call.
This is Derek Hall still, yeah. Auburn.
Man. Again, look at him from the waist down if you want to know the. Look at the.
All right, let's
the calves, all that shit. Look at that.
Mm-hmm. It's that lower body strength, man. That's what makes an offensive defensive lineman, right?
He's a lower body powerhouse, man.
Mm-hmm.
He got it when it to power from the edge. He's ideal, probably for over 3-4. But I wouldn't be surprised if it went with a guy like that because of his strength. He long arms for a guy that size. He got really long arms.
Mm-hmm. Long arms at the defensive line position is a huge upside when you're talking about the skill set that these kinds of guys have, you know. Tyree Wilson, you know.
Cornelius Soulz just reminded me of something.
Wait, who the fuck are you now, Nomad?
I don't know. Water fucking. Cornelius Soulz, Byron Young from Tennessee. One of the more slow. He's in that Derek Hall body type too. But another guy I wouldn't sleep on, man. That and his background also is something to behold too, man. He was out of football since high school for about 3 years. He worked at a fucking Family Dollar or somewhere for 3 years. And he realized, like, I can't let this opportunity pass me by. And it was passing him by, and he's hungry as fuck.
This is just for you, Cornelius. You and Nomad have been talking about Byron Young for a while in other chats. So I'm going to, here you go. There's some Byron Young for you.
No, Byron Young, Tennessee Edge.
Oh, wrong guy. Fucking Jesus Christ. I did it again.
I like that Byron Young too, but late in the draft.
There you go. Where is he here? Let's see. What number is he?
He's number 6 or 9. I can't remember.
Let's see.
He's an edge. He's a defensive end.
Here we go.
There he is, right there.
6.
I think he just fits the height and build for Eberflus. He's a little underweight, but I think he can. I think he wouldn't turn his nose to him. Eberflus wouldn't.
I don't think he would either. Bear Truth says, Nomad, do you believe Trenton Simpson goes in the first?
Ain't no way he's going out of the first. Aldo just popped in. You want us to wrap it up? Keep going?
I don't think he knows he popped in. Maybe I popped him in on accident. I'm sorry.
I think you're trying to see how this shit plays out. But look at this, Aldo. I told you, man, these people are hungry for this stuff, man. Mm-hmm. This is when they're the most alive. Mm-hmm. Talking about bear shit.
Matt Kedro, when you're muted.
I just want to say real quick, that's why I didn't go to bed, because you guys started talking football and I'm so into it. There's no place right now that you can listen to live talk about Chicago Bears football. No place in the fucking, at least Western Hemisphere. Nobody else is doing it except you two guys. Keep on doing it, man. I'm having a great time.
Hey, put me in, coach. Put me in. That's what I'm here to do. I done all the homework, all the leg work. All Shorty got to do is pull up videos, man, and we talk a little bit. This is all they need, man. Byron Young is a motherfucker. I'm telling you, man. Late in the draft, mid to late.
I'm just trying to give you quick clips so that we can not get any issues with this shit. So
right, keep it short. I think they'll know who to go look for.
Enough
value
said.
pick. Value pick. That's called a value pick right here.
You know, you turned me on to Trenton Simpson a long time ago, and that's a guy I've been stuck on. That Trenton Simpson's a guy that could play anything from it appears to be. He could play anything from strong safety to defensive lineman. You know, and the guy's he's got all world talents.
Okay, before we get to him, and I can talk endless about him. I think Renew has a point there. Let's get to Aubrey Miller is a wow. Like I can remember watching. I don't know if anybody watches Coach Prime when he was at Jackson State. He had a little a little show he was doing just to boost up the HBCU ranks and all that. But Aubrey Miller, dude, he gave Aubrey Miller the business. One-on-one in the sitting in the room with him and told him about himself, just to encourage him to get your shit together, get better. You the best athlete on this campus, and you out here taking settling for less. That's basically what he said to him, and you could tell Aubrey Miller wanted to get up and kick his ass, but he couldn't do shit about it. He couldn't do shit about it because he knew he was telling him nothing but gospel. And I think that was 2 years ago when I seen that episode. Since then, this dude has turned it around. When I seen him at the Senior Bowl, I said, that's a different dude now. That's a different dude. I don't know if his emotional maturity kicked in and the coaching just, kind of seeped into him a little bit all at the same time. I don't know. But whatever happened with him, it was absolutely lights on. And this dude, they got him listed as 6'2", about 245, 235, 245. But this dude is going to be, he's got Pittsburgh Steelers written all over him. Mm-hmm. And I was telling my homeboy who's a Steelers fan that if you want a middle linebacker that y'all been missing out there, that dude, that's what you need.
Okay, so we're trying to look at Jackson State. So Triple R, we have these are I have highlights here. I'm going to pull these up while we're still talking, but there's a lot of people are blowing up here in chat. PJ says, let's break down the defensive line. Let me pull that up. Let's break down the defensive line talents first, then move to the linebackers.
Okay.
And then he says,
who do you want to start with?
Well, he says, who do you go with first? Let's go one tech first. Who do you go, Nomad?
That's easy. Big boy from Baylor.
Mm-hmm.
Siaki
Ika.
Yeah.
I can't even fucking keep up with this chat. What the hell?
You can throw Keanu Benton in there. You can throw, let me think. You can throw a Javon Dexter in there, who I also think is uber talented, is going to be probably your next DeForest Buckner. He is but right now they got him labeled as a 1 technique, but I think he's a 3 technique as well. But yeah, I mean we can go down the line with that, but let's not get too carried away. Siaki Ika, you want to look at him?
Yes, I will. But what is Donald saying? Donald McHenry. I've never had any difficulty keeping the turtle in the tank, but diarrhea has a mind of its own. I don't know where that came from.
Right, where the man? You someone pissing out your ass, Donnie boy?
Is that like one of those? Is that a shark you're talking about?
He had something. He ate some hot sauce or something and got him in the middle of the night.
Wait, what's the name I'm looking up now? Yaki Iba or something?
Iaka. Ika.
Iaka. Iba.
Ika. IKA.
IKA. Hey man, these names are impressive.
Siaki.
They're becoming harder and harder to
Aldo's
say.
right. Read what Aldo said.
Oh, thank you. Siaki. Iba.
That's now when you comparing, I just want to say this to the people in the chat. Always go back and look at the Indianapolis defense. Now I don't have to look at entire games if I don't want to. If I want to look at a certain player, I can look at the Colts defense versus whoever, and it'll be all the snaps from the Colts defense. And you just look at how they measured up. You looking for a Grover Stewart. You're looking for a Grover Stewart. This is a Grover Stewart. This dude is for 360 pounds. This dude is crazy quick and fast. Crazy. He's a top 15 pick, top 20 at worst. This dude is crazy quick to be that big. It's unheard of for a guy to be that fucking heavy and that fucking nimble.
This guy's breaking it down really well here. In slow-mo. I'm not even doing that. Look at that. That's me. Look, I'm doing this. Look at this. Oh, I'm doing that. Oh.
This dude is seriously something else, man. This dude is seriously something else for a man that big. You looking for a Grover Stewart in the 4-3 defense in Indianapolis. Who's your Grover Stewart? He fits the bill. Stuffer.
Mm-hmm.
Quick. Can penetrate. Strong at the point of contact. Everything you want in a one. Everything and some. You can even line him up across the line and let him play a little 3 technique and see if he can penetrate. I think he can get the job done. He's a uber talented dude. He's going to have to probably work on his conditioning a little bit, get his core stronger, but nothing but upside. Look at that power below the waist.
Mm-hmm.
Look at that.
Love it.
He is. You put him on this team right now. You're going to be a better run defense day one with him there.
Oh. Wait, what's going on here in chat? Byram saying he'll be out of the league.
Now you can't say that. You can't say that, PJ. Why? Because
I'm not going to touch chat anymore, Aldo. You control it. You're muted. You're muted.
I fucked up. BJ said, my question is, if he's 360 pounds now, what will he be in 3 years? And so I responded back by saying he'll be out of the league.
Oh,
bye.
He can damn sure eat his way out, man. He can damn sure eat his way out. But Mozzie Smith, another guy, he is mostly, see, that's what I feel like eating right now. A fucking brat. That's what I feel like.
Let's eat a brat.
I love brats, man. I'll eat that motherfucker. I'll eat that shit for breakfast. A beer brat, man. Come on, man.
Wait, what kind of beer brat? What's your brand?
I love Johnsonville. I ain't gonna lie to you.
Johnsonville beer brats, the actual beer brat kind, or just the Johnsonville?
Love them.
Do you buy the Johnsonville regular brats and then you put them in beer and make them yourself?
Nah, man. Cliff Victoria was trying to tell me, man. He's like, man, get you some. He's telling me about some brand of brat and then just soak it in beer, let it cook a little bit, and then throw it on the grill. Never did that before.
Oh God, you have to.
Yeah, but Mozzie Smith, love that guy. Love his size. Now he's actually if you want to compare a player to Grover Stewart, he's more Grover Stewart than any of them. He's a real bear. I mean, that's an actual bear right there. This dude, his workout film, I've never seen anything like that from a guy that big. Never in my life. That is crazy. His agility for a guy that big. I'm not sure about his motor. I'm not sure about his motor. His motor did not turn me on watching his tape. And I watch a minimum of 3 games. His motor doesn't turn me on. Could that be turned on later when he's with the right coaches and right environment? You can get a lot out of that guy with the right coaching. He could be a stud.
This guy,
like-
look at this. Did you see that fucking spin move on the last play? Look at that spin. Oh, you are right about that.
Telling you, man, this dude right here,
Dude, look at that. That's Aaron Donald shit right there.
he's gonna be dominant, man. He's gonna be dominant day one, not 2-3
That is-
years down the line. He's gonna be dominant day one.
That is some fucking Aaron Donald shit right there, bro.
Just like everybody else is saying, man. You know, if he can maintain that weight, look at all the ass on him, man.
Yeah.
That's a mule right there, man. That's a mule.
Intermittent fasting and Nomad are what's up, dude. I intermittent fast too. Triple R, I know what you mean. And Cornelius, we talked about that yesterday on a different podcast.
Hey, you just gotta be disciplined, man. And discipline, even though I'm not playing football, I'm disciplined in my life when it comes to. I have all the fun in the world. I drink, I smoke, I do all the shit I want to do, but I balance it to make sure I get a great workout in a day. So I do whatever the fuck I eat, whatever the fuck I want. I'm on a keto diet, but I have my cheat days. I eat what the fuck I want, but I manage that shit by working out. And long as he's got that going on, man, he's going to be a good player in this league. It's just around the right culture, he will get his weight managed. That dude is probably going to play at 245 or 250.
Wow, that's small for an interior defensive lineman.
No, it ain't.
245, 250?
Not two. I meant 345, 350.
Oh, okay. I was like, what the fuck are you talking about, dude? That's a linebacker.
Yeah, he's going to be fine, man. He's going to be just fine.
Triple R, Tai Chi, yoga, walking, and cardio.
Man, you gotta be disciplined like a fucking Shaolin monk when it comes to keeping your weight down. The older you get,
Fuck yeah, you do.
you know, you got to be disciplined about that shit, man.
Intermittent fasting is not only is it good for you because it allows your body to digest everything that you've eaten in the last 24 hours, fully digest it. It causes your body to absorb all of the other carbs and that are in it that you're not adding to it by eating more shit in your day. So that's the other thing that I should, while we're talking about this, is anyone out there listening, you should, if you don't eat enough fiber, you need to add some psyllium husk to your fucking diet, man. Seriously, some whole psyllium husk. You drink it in some water every morning. It cleans out your bowels. It is so good for you. If you have diverticulitis, it helps you to prevent forming diverticulitis in your colon. It prevents colon cancer. Not only that, but it cleans out your arteries. Fuck, this should be a commercial. It cleans out your arteries, man. I'm literally on the back of the label of the psyllium husk. It says helps with heart disease, to prevent heart disease, because it literally cleans out your arteries and cleans the plaque out of your arteries. So if you're taking, anyone out there, if you're taking a pill to clean your arteries out, just fucking take some psyllium husk, man. I'm not telling you to stop saying what your doctor needs to do, but add some psyllium husk to your diet and see what that does to you. I guarantee you will be absolutely fascinated with the results. Your bowel movements are amazing. It cleans out your bowels. You feel amazing. Psyllium husk. Try it out.
Okay. Or just eat salad like normal motherfuckers on a regular basis.
Or duper dickle. What does J2K say? Duper dickle. Duper dickleoto. Duper dickleotus.
Eat salad, man. Eat salad. Make sure you're eating some salad, man.
But I'm saying if you don't eat enough vegetables in your life, like most Americans don't, unlike Nomad, psyllium husk is an excellent fiber replenishment. Matt, the brat makes me, fuck. I'm taking my hand off the fucking mouse, Aldo. Fucking, you know what? Just get your ass in here. He's in here laughing at me.
He got that dick right by your mouth. And you just got your shit wide ass open.
Oh God. Oh.
That's
Hold
the
on, no, wait.
you gotta cut that one, Aldo. You gotta cut that one.
That's definitely going to be part of it. Wait, put that back up, Aldo. Hold on, put it back up. Hold on.
Oh nah, see, stop, man. Don't do it. You ain't gotta play into it like that.
Is that me sucking some Nomad dick?
Some nice brown, golden brown, with your spit glistening all over it.
Wait, I gotta get my hand around that.
All right, guys. All right, what you want me to talk about? You want me to talk about
more tongue?
Talk about my players, or you guys got guys you want me to talk about? Throw it up in the chat. What you want me to talk about?
Oh my God.
I think we kind of test running this open mic shit, man. In a way,
We are kind of test running this, yeah. March 1st, all you guys, man, let us know, and we'll bring you on the show because you are the show. Seriously, you guys are what makes this run. You guys are what we want to be a part of the open mic concept that we're going to unveil on March 1st.
Yeah. Another thing you guys to really pay attention to, and I keep telling you guys, I'm uber focused on fits, not players I just like. I'm talking about fits for the system. And if you really want to hone in on some of those guys that are going to be fits, watch teams that are heavy zone teams like Washington, teams like Iowa, Wisconsin, Illinois, players from those kinds of schools and those kinds of systems. Yep. Watch those players. There are lots of players in all those systems. Guaranteed we'll get 2 or 3 guys from every one of those, one of those teams, a couple of those teams in there I just said. But my God, man, like Illinois, everybody's talking about Chase Brown, but Sidney Brown is the guy that everybody should be paying attention to. Mm-hmm. But somebody just said he want to talk about cornerbacks. Who is that? Triple R?
I don't know. I don't know if I should be running chat right now because every time I put something up, Aldo puts something else up. So.
He wants to talk about cornerbacks.
Triple R, what's up with cornerbacks?
I'll tell you the one that I've been. Another team that really fit those players really fit our system is Stanford. Kaya Blue Kelly, uber athletic. I
forgot to look at him.
Kaya Blue Kelly really fits.
His name again.
KYU BLU Kelly.
Got it.
Another guy that got 3 stars from me. Yes, Triple R. Riley Moss from Iowa absolutely got 3 stars from me. Probably the most slept on cornerback / safety in this thing. They're projecting him to go as far back as the 7th round. I don't see it. I think he's pretty good.
If there's anybody that knows defensive backs in this room, it's you, right?
I do. I know my shit.
UK says the Kelly Blue Book.
The Kaya Blue Kelly and coverage skills and flat out. I'll say another name is what's his last name? His last name is Rush. He played for South Carolina. Now his coverage skills are fucking elite, and why they are elite is because he's fresh off of playing receiver on the college level, which means playing on the flip side of the ball gives you a great leg up when it comes to knowing the route trees and knowing the tendencies of each route. He's running those routes for those guys, and he's jumping everything he sees. Upside right now, out of all of them, if you want to put that dude in man, if you want to play a zone concept, probably Rush or Kaya Blue Kelly would be the two guys I would pick right away.
Look at those skills there.
He's outstanding. He's not as good a cover as one-on-one as Rush is, but he's going to be great in zone. I mean, absolutely great.
What do you think about Antonio Johnson at cornerback?
Again, man.
That's going to be my running joke to you from now on. You're never going to get it.
Actually, you know what was
serious every time.
What's funny about him is he's got everything but the ball hawking ability and taking the ball away. He's just like Eddie Jackson. The range and the speed and the quickness. He doesn't take the ball away. He gets a lot of breakups. He breaks on the ball well, but he's not like Eddie. And Eddie gets his hands on that ball and he's gone. So he's got the same ability as Eddie Jackson. He just doesn't. The ball doesn't stick to his hands for some reason.
Are you talking about Antonio Johnson or?
Yep.
Okay. I was watching chat. Sorry. I was just making sure you're talking about the same guy because he could be a great cornerback.
What else y'all got, man? What else you want me to talk about? Brents. He's talking about Julius Brents from Kansas State. Another guy. That's another school that you want to pay attention to with the players there on defense. They play our style, zone heavy style, and all of their players fit our system. Julius Brents would be another one. Big, physical, got a lot of range, and dude he's a guy that fits here, and I can see him being drafted. Or if he doesn't get drafted, he's going to come in as UDFA.
This is I'll say it again. In the draft, it's just, man, you want every player, right? We all start salivating over these players. We fall in love with them, and then we see them become a Steeler or a Raven or, even better. And by that, I mean, you can always tell what a Raven player is going to be and what a Pittsburgh Steeler player. Like, you can almost just pick them out of the draft, right? We talked about this before. That guy's going to be a Steeler. That guy's going to be a Raven. Like, when is it going to become the time when the rest of the NFL is looking at the picks in the draft and going, that guy's a Raven, that guy's a Steeler, that guy's a Bear? We need to establish that identity to where everybody knows who we're picking in a way. They know who the fit is for that team. You can almost just you go over the names of these players we've been talking about. You can almost find the Steelers and the Ravens out of them because you know that they're going to just land to them and they're going to pick them.
Man, you focus on the past way too much, man. We always judge the Bears now based on what happened yesterday.
Well, that's what I'm saying, is that I think this is going to be the beginning of a new regime where you're going to be moving forward and go, this looks like a Bear. Because I think that's what Poles is trying to establish here. The identity of this team, that you're going to know what a Bear is going to look like in 5 years, in 3 years.
I actually understand what you're saying, because you can get, like me, I used to not watch tape for a long time. Lately, I fell back in love with it because I just overdid it all the time. I'm a student of the game, like I tell people all the time. I played the game, but became a real student of it. I see all these players, and you're right. You want to see every last one of those. But, yeah, you want to see them all on the Bears. But the truth is, we're not going to get most of them. Mm-hmm. And so you got to be okay with that. You can't be a year or two from now, oh, my God, we were sitting here and we could have got such and such, and I'm still fucking hurt over we didn't get it. Man, come on, move on. We're not going to be able to get them all.
But if we trade down multiple times, we could have multiple swings at those guys, right? That's what my hope is.
There's going to be a lot of trading going on. They're going to trade back multiple times. They're going to do a lot of that. They're going to get a big volume of guys. I wouldn't be surprised if they got more picks than they did last year. And I'm talking about 15, 16 guys.
Mm-hmm.
because later mid to late rounds they can really move around back there, and there's lots of guys all the way until the end of the draft that can play.
If they can turn 5 picks into 11, what can they do with 7 or 5 or 6?
Exactly, man. They're gonna come away with a boatload of dudes.
Mm-hmm.
Boatload of dudes.
Triple R's on my ass. He wants to see more video and less pontification.
He saw you going down that path, man. He's just like, all right, man, let's get to this football stuff and stop crying, man, about what we can't get. Let's go.
Okay. Well, who's next?
Let me think. Let me see what I got on my list. I got so many dudes, man.
This is just for you, Triple R. I'm gonna do less pontificating right now, just for you, pal.
You want to see a 2-star?
Yeah, let's do it.
Tyler Lacey, defensive end. Who's that asking me? J2K, how do you grade Pace as a GM? How do you hope Poles would do differently? There are two type of GMs. There are two type of guys. Poles is he's a college scout guy. Pace is a pro scout personnel. So they did two different things, and they acted two different ways when they were in the job. Pace decided that he wanted to pretty much build a team through free agency, and Poles is doing something completely different. And so it's like two different universes to me. And I side with the notion that you do build through the draft, and I don't like spending a whole bunch of money in free agency hoping guys, turn out and do what they did at another team. No, you draft them and you groom them.
Mm-hmm.
I think that's the right way to go. So it's two different universes to me.
Mm-hmm. And I love the pontification of these different defensive line prospects.
This dude's a fit.
Yeah, that guy's a fit, right
Absolutely.
there. 100% that guy's a fit for this team.
Heavy, and he's fast.
Mm-hmm.
Motor like a motherfucker. He got 3 stars for me, and that ain't easy.
Mm-hmm.
He goes and he just goes. This dude's gonna be a steal for somebody. Yeah, hell yeah, Triple R. He's nasty as shit. He's mean.
Mm-hmm. I like that. Who was it? Sakai Ika.
Mm-hmm.
That dude, to me, of all the players that we watched up to this point, I think that guy looks the part the most for the Bears. That could be a steal if we can get him with the if we can trade down and get multiple picks and land up with a guy like that. Who to me,
you seeing this dude's motor, man?
Yeah,
this dude is something else. And see, this is why I get into people in chats, and I don't mean to be rude and standoffish, but people talk about the same names all the time. These dudes are uber talented all up and down this draft. All up and down this draft. And guys like that are just sitting there on like Poles and Eberflus's draft board, like everybody's talking about this player. Wait until we get a chance to get this dude. Mm-hmm. And what we do with him in our system. Mm-hmm. And so I just look at a bigger picture, man. I don't mean to be rude to people, but I just get tired of seeing the same names being talked about like they're the only guys in the world. It's loaded. The draft is not big enough and long enough to get some of these talented guys. From beginning to the end, there is talent.
Mm-hmm. I like what Triple R says here. Hits guys, faux show. And what I like about the hits principle, Triple R, is it's going to go away. It's a brand new system input that's been brought to the Bears, and the huge media of the Bears, they've been talking about the hits principle like it's, the next coming of God. Excuse me. And it's almost been, shoved in our face to annoyance, right? We're like, Jesus, we just stop talking about this? The whole idea of the hits principle is once it becomes a staple of the organization, it's not going to become the narrative. You're not going to be talking about it anymore. It's just going to be what it is. And soon you'll see the Chicago media not even asking, well, what about the hits principle? because it'll be just what it is. And once it's established, that's when the team is going to be fucking dominant. I can't wait.
That's already established. You know, it's that like Flu said that he established the foundation this year in the work ethic and the habits that they created. That's the foundation. That's the floor. Everybody comes in and they feel, and they all file into the same mindset. The people that are going to be there, they know exactly what to do, and everybody that comes in follows suit. So that's done. Now it's about adding talent. Put the walls up and the ceiling. Another guy, he got 2 stars from me, but this dude right here. Now I look at him from the lower body. The thing I don't like about him is his calves, but I have to learn to. That's not everything. His thighs are decent. Guy named Corey Durden from NC State, defensive tackle.
I-E or Y?
Corey, Corey, Durden.
And by the way, Triple R, fuck you. I wasn't about to go on another pontification, okay?
He ain't happy.
I shut myself up before you could tell me to shut up, so.
He told me your ass need a couple of Quaaludes before the show.
I see what's going on here, Triple R. He's calling you out, man.
I was pitching doing it, how interested he would be in another show, and he's like, it'd be cool, but that motherfucker need a couple of Quaaludes before the show.
I gotta tell you. Hold on. This is good.
No, J2K, Corey Durden.
Okay, I won't pontificate. I'll shut up. But I was going to say, just really quick, I was asking Triple R in a chat the next day how the show went that night without Aldo. He's like, it wasn't as laid back as when Aldo hosts the show. It kind of had a little, it went a little quicker than normal, and he was being very polite with saying how could have been better, and then I said thank you very much for your input on everything, and try to work on that better. I think Triple R, can you at least acknowledge that in the beginning of the show I kind of relaxed a little bit, and maybe my Quaalude wore off by now.
Your ass be jumpy sometimes, man. Jumpy than the motherfucker. I'm like, God damn, what you do, man? I told Kitty to keep your ass away from the coffee pot.
I wasn't jumpy tonight though, was I?
No, not that bad. No.
Thank you. Thank you.
Not that bad. You was pretty good today.
Thank you very much, and thank you. I hope you recognize that too, Triple R. And fuck you too. I love you, bro. Just kidding.
No, take the constructive criticism, man. You're gonna get better.
No, I did. No, I totally did. And I told him flat out. Appreciate your input.
Did you find Corey Durden?
Yep. Except this looks like a basketball player or a
big dude.
I got him.
Value picks, man. Value picks. You don't have to have the big names, man. You can get these other guys and rotate them in and out, and you can get.
Just try not to take too many clips, because this is clearly Akon's clip or Acton's or whatever the fuck, ACCD. So let me get to the next clip really quick. Here we go. 1, 2, 3. Here we go. That's a bad clip. Hold on, let me get to the next one.
The thing while you're doing that and pulling up stuff, thing I liked about this dude is his productivity doesn't really dip. He gets a lot of double teams, and he holds up in those double teams pretty well, man. And he's not one of those guys that get the double team and get washed out and constantly being a liability. He holds up well. He plays a little bit of nose, and he plays a little bit of 3. It's kind of like I can't say he's like Keanu Benton, but they do the same type of assignments on the defensive line. He's a big boy. So I liked him, man. He got 2 stars from me. I didn't give him 3 because I didn't see enough explosive plays, but he is solid as shit.
That's what I love about the draft, man.
It's a lot of big boys.
Amazing reset, right? For your team.
Big dominant draft, man. There's some really, really talented big boys in this draft.
This is, like I said, this is a quantity over quality draft and free agency. It's going to be the amount of talent that they add. It's going to piss off a lot of fans because they're going to be like, why didn't you go for this guy? And why didn't you go for that guy? But in the end, when all the puzzle pieces come together, it's going to make, I think, something beautiful. 11-6 again? Is that a prediction?
I'm doing better than that. Now,
12-4, 12-5.
About I keep hearing guys talk about, is number 25 for us. No, he was 25 in college. What number was he here? The rookie running back we got.
Oh, Treston Ebner.
He just got a little bit too bulky, gained a little bit too much weight, and was ready for pass protecting, and got a little too big. But you want to talk about a value pick? Xavier Valade from Arizona State. I have watched Kobe Turner, J2K. I love Kobe Turner. I'm still watching him. That's why I'm trying to reframe. I'd have talked about him a long time ago, but I like what I'm seeing so far.
So here's Xavier Halliday.
Very explosive. Very, very explosive. Reads holes very well. Hits him and accelerates when he sees him. He's not a every down back. He's a third down back. He's not gonna be a David Montgomery type. He's the guy you put in on third down. You need to make a play. But you picked some bad fucking highlights, didn't you?
I guess so. I'm like, who am I looking at here? It was so bad. I'm just trying to find ones that don't have watermarks on them for their own. Let's see. Like this one does, I think. But let's see. You can't see it. Let's see here. Is that him? 6?
I don't think so.
Let's see.
I think he's number 1. I'm not sure if that's him, but yeah, forget him.
Forget it.
You found some bullshit highlights there.
XAVIAN
Check
Valade highlights. That's him.
Check out Rasheen Ali from Marshall.
Rasheen
Ali. That dude he'll get you a little excited. Word is on him, and I didn't see much of it watching his games, that he had 6 fumbles this year or the year before or something like that. That's not good.
No.
Well, his explosive ability is there. Those plays are there. He's explosive as all get out. And his body's going to get bigger, stronger, faster as he goes. And he runs with a lot of determination too.
Mm-hmm.
He's highly explosive. Look at that. He's bigger than what's his name? Everybody was excited about down at the Senior Bowl.
Tajay Spears.
Yeah, he's bigger than that.
Mm-hmm.
And he brings everything Tajay brings to the table, and some.
Is it just the number, or do I see some Matt Forte in him? I don't know.
Oh yeah,
Quicker than Matt Forte though.
Well, he's got some of that in him. Patient runner. Sometimes a little too patient and lets the pursuit catch up to him, trying to wait for the hole to open up. But You know, throughout the tape, that right there, a coach will get on him right away and change that. You know how Matt Forte was. He's waiting for that hole to open up, and he's kind of like, you know, stutter stepping until it opens up, and then the pursuit comes from behind him and gets him. And so, yeah, he's got a little. That's a good comp, man. Good job there, dude.
Nomad or Cornelius Squall says, "Damn, we got to get you on Pull's staff."
Hey, man, y'all better holler at him, man. Send them emails into that dude, man. Hell, y'all be good on staff.
It takes a team. It takes a team,
I
guys.
do the work. I do the work.
Triple R wants Turner highlights.
Rasheen Ali. Let's see what else you can find on him. He's very intriguing, man. He's probably one of my. Him and Devon A-Chain from Texas A&M, very, very, very impressed with. A-Chain, great third down back.
What do you think about the narrative of people thinking that we need to? Well, I know you think about Josh Jacobs, but I think that this team needs to stick with Monty because he knows the offense, and he's a good blocker. He adds other elements to the team, passing game, all that shit we already know. But what would you say to keeping Monty for whatever you like, the minimum that you could get him for, and then still drafting a back that had some speed? Because I think that we need to add speed to this team. Speed.
This is the part where I unplug my fandom. I am a fan of the Bears, just like everybody in this chat. And I just try to think like a coach or GM would coming into a situation where you're trying to improve your roster and build yourself into a championship team. Fans get enamored with players, and they get, especially if they've been here more than 2 or 3 years, they get so enamored with the player and the name, they get used to them. And the minute there's talk about that one of those guys leaving, everybody gets in their feelings. You got to separate your feelings from this and your fandom. They feel like they can improve. I'm sure they do. And I believe they can too. And so to me, you say, man, I love David Montgomery. And I do. I go to fucking war about David Montgomery. But in reality, I know the truth is we can improve and get a lot more explosive out of the backfield with another player. And so I wouldn't pay David Montgomery millions of dollars. I just let him go and see what he can do elsewhere, and I'm going to look to improve. That's just me.
I would tend to agree with you on that, other than the aspect, like I said, where he knows the offense. He's a good blocker. He's a good receiving back. And I'm not talking for, $12 million a year, but if you could get him for $8 million.
You got to ask David. It'll end up being, if David Montgomery stayed, it'll be for like $5-6 million, and they'll end up with a Josh Jacobs for like 12 to 15, and he'd have to play a backup role. Can you see that happening?
No.
Okay, that's what's going to end up happening. I mean, David Montgomery, I think he's peaked as a running back. I think we've seen the very best that David Montgomery has. I don't see him getting any better than he is. He's a above average running back, and that's it.
Mm-hmm. I know. I agree. Cornelius says we should keep Monty because of what he means to the locker room. And that's kind of what I was saying. If he could just sign for a hometown discount contract, I think he's worth keeping over signing a free agent. And then you draft one with speed. And then maybe you sign Monty to like a 3-year contract, draft another running back with speed. Then you have that 1-2 punch with him and Khalil, and then you add that speed with like a third down back and a little shifty gadget back, something that Tresson Ebner should have been last year.
You know who also meant a whole lot to the locker room? Brian Urlacher, and eventually he had to get his ass up out of there too. They come and they go, man.
Right.
Can't keep them forever, man. They might be great guys personally and great guys to have in your locker room. I mean, but other, like Triple R saying, other guys will emerge, man. You can't hold on to these. But that's what I love about our families. We love our guys.
I know.
But sometimes we love them a little too much. And the thought of them leaving and being on another team just makes your ass chapped.
I know.
And it just makes you sad. I get it.
Monty was like one of the first prospects that I like became my guy. And then they drafted him. And I was like, I can't fucking believe the Bears just drafted my guy. You know, the guy that I really wanted them to draft in that year's draft. It's very rare that happens for any fan, you know? And so that's my hang up on Monty in a way, is my my own just love for him and what I thought of him originally, and then they got him, and here he is, a Bear, and he loves being a Bear. He loves Walter Payton. He wants to be a Bear. It's just that's what you're talking about. It's that love that we have we fall in love with our players as super fans of our team.
Yeah.
And we don't want to see them go. But that's not necessarily the right decision to make, you know?
Yeah. No, it's not good. Get so enamored with your guys that I mean you can't see past the individual that you like, man. And in every locker room, college too, even more so than they got NILs now. So your locker room completely different from one year to the next. And you just got to be used to it and get okay. Got to learn to be okay with it. Like I've felt a certain way about a lot of Bears guys over the years. Probably most recent was Roquan. You know, that set a certain kind of way to me, but I knew it was just once it's done, it's done, and you just move on from it, man. I'm not gonna sit here and be upset about it because he's not here. Right. You know, it's done. Nothing you can do about it but move on. I don't look behind, fuck the rear view.
Right. We sat here and pounded the table for Roquan many times before on BCP, and then they traded him, and it's like, well, you just have to move on and find the positives in it, you know?
Felt the same way about Hicks. Felt the same way about Robert Quinn. I didn't like none of that. But nothing I can do, nothing good is going to happen by me harping on that shit. It's done. It's done. It's a done deal. That shit, the food's out the oven.
Triple R, you're talking about the Turner highlights. Ali Turner? Because I can't find.
He's probably talking about Kobe Turner.
Okay.
I'm still studying him. I like that dude. And he also another system guy from a system team that fit what we do. I do believe they're in a 4-3.
Let's see here.
I'm looking at these. I'm looking at the chat. He's telling me J2K is saying we have one of the best running offense, and we can keep that. Well, truth is, Justin is responsible for a lot of that. A lot of that. I mean, his production is not where you want it to be for a lead running back. David Montgomery, he doesn't. I wish I can fight harder for him, but I can't. I know we can improve. I think Josh Jacobs is the best running back in the National Football League. And if there's any chance you can get a dude that can carry a mail in any given situation and close games for you, you take that guy. You get that guy. You don't overpay for him, but if you can get that guy at a reasonable number, you improve your offense.
I'm gonna go to some fucking Josh Jacobs highlights here, because I'm sick of hearing about it. I want to know what I've been missing. You and your Josh Jacobs bandwagon you're trying to form here.
Well, I'm gonna explain. Let me explain to you guys. My first foray in football, I was a P level running back. I was quick. I was fast. Everything. Probably would have played in the NFL after my fucking freshman or sophomore year in college. I was that good at it. But by the time I got to junior high and high school, I started doing that shit almost. I wanted to play receiver. I wanted to play DB and all that kind of. But running back was my first love. I know special things about running backs when I see them. Jacobs as a skip step. When he's coming into the line of scrimmage, it's almost like he's off his feet for a second and he skips and he's determining whether he wants to go left or right and accelerate. It's almost impossible to deal with that when you're running past him, because when you're running up on him, you don't know which way he's going to go because he's off of his feet. And when he puts him back on the ground, you pretty much at his mercy. And hopefully you take the right angle to get him. But if you don't, he's going to get 6-7 more yards.
Richard Long asks, who is Josh Jacobs in the draft? He's actually a Las Vegas Raider. And a little history on that. When the Bears traded their boatload of picks for Khalil Mack, one of the picks, which was the I forget, it was like the what was that draft? It's like the 7th or 8th or 9th or 10th pick or something that they traded to the Raiders for the Khalil Mack trade. Josh Jacobs was the player that they drafted with that first round pick that the Bears had. So this guy could have been a Bear all along. And now we'd be looking to sign him on his first big contract. But he's a Raider. And now here he is coming into free agency. And ironically, he could be a Bear if they decide to go after him and sign him.
Quick
I find
story.
that kind of ironic.
Quick little story. One of my homeboys, I ain't gonna say his name because I don't do that, but he started at USC as a freshman, went to the league and blew his knee in training camp and really never fully recovered. My homeboy, he always comes to me every year, and asks me who I think is the best running back in the draft. And I tell him every year. And really don't be wrong. But he never lets me forget about this one. When I told him Josh Jacobs was the best running back in the draft when he came out, I just told him, I said, man, watch what happens when he gets to the line of scrimmage. Right before he gets into traffic, watch what he does with his feet. And when he sees exactly where the hole is about to be at, watch him hit the accelerator. Like he's about to do it right now. Watch him. He's going to kind of glide step before he hits the accelerator. Watch.
Yep, right there. Yep.
That's a hop step right there.
Yep.
That's not the glide step. He does that going forward. That was to the side. Well, he'll do it here. Glide step right there. Back it up a little bit.
Yep.
Back it up. Back that up a little bit.
Right there. Let's see.
Glide step.
Right there. Yep. He's see
special.
it.
He's special. He don't waste no time. He's not dancing like David Montgomery likes to do and try to shuck tackles off of him all day. He's decisive. There it was. There it was. If you can rewind that, that's exactly what it is.
Cornelius is heading to bed. Cornelius, thank you so much for hanging out with us, man. We really appreciate you. It's about time for my bedtime too, so we appreciate you hanging out with us, man. This has been a fucking great show. It's always great to talk to you, Cornelius, everyone here in chat. Thanks for joining us. Have a great night, Cornelius. We appreciate you.
Before we get out of here, everybody's talking about who they think the best running back in the draft is. Love Chase Brown. He's probably the best zone scheme running back in the draft, I think, by far. But I think the best running back in this draft is Kendrick Miller. And to me, I don't even think it's close.
Let's pull up that.
He's got some LaDainian in him.
This is going to be the last highlight of the night, guys. And then we're going to cut this show off so I can go to bed. Nomad can go to bed. We can all go to bed. But look at this.
This dude's a stud.
Kendrick Miller.
He's gonna be. If he stays healthy, this dude's gonna tear the league up.
Mm-hmm.
God willing, let me knock on wood for him because I want to see him do it.
I see a little bit of the Vikings running back in him right
I
there.
knew you were going to say Dalvin Cook because
Yep, Dalvin Cook,
his quickness and speed, and LaDainian Tomlinson. This probably, I'd say a mixture of both of them. I see a little bit of both of them in him.
Mm-hmm. Look at that side step.
Hey, thank you, J2K, man. I can't wait to do some more of this, man. I've been itching to do it, been down Aldo's neck, and he finally relented and let us do it. So I'm glad to bring it to you guys.
This has been fun, guys. Thank you so much for hanging out with us, man. This has been a blast. Little after show, little Bare Their Souls after show.
It's great. This is the shit I like.
Mm-hmm.
I live for this shit, man.
Dude, watching tape of guys is so much fun. It's a little early for me, but
look at that acceleration, man.
Fuck it, you got to do it. Look at that. He almost fell down.
You telling me that's not an upgrade over David Montgomery? you gonna tell me that? Anybody in the chat can tell me that?
I'm not.
Okay, then. You let me know when you see a running back more explosive than this dude. Call me and let me know.
Richard Long says, wait, Night Shift is getting paid to listen. Skylark wants some Chase Brown highlights. Hold on. Let's give you some Chase Brown highlights, buddy. We'll give you that, and then we'll kick this off. Because I want to see some too. I love me some Chase Brown. Dudes from Illinois. What else can you ask for? Beast. Now this is too many clips now, Triple R? What the fuck are you talking about, man?
they took the stream. I don't know. The stream is gone on my screen on my TV.
See, that's what happened. See, Triple R wanted all these clips. Now we just got our shit pulled.
Thing about Chase Brown and all running backs you want to pay close attention to is how many years he played and how many carries did he get while he was in college. This dude had a really, really, really high usage rate. And if I had to ding Chase Brown on anything, it'd be that. I know he's got the willingness to pass protect. He just isn't that good at it. But he got used a lot. And so that's what I would be worried about with Chase Brown. So I wouldn't want to draft him high.
Yeah, running backs that have a lot of mileage on them are definitely something that you want to have. You want to be conservative with that. You want to pay attention to that in the draft, right? We're off the fuck. We're done. We got pulled.
Yeah, we got to pull the plug, man. Save something for later.
Now we're in trouble, guys. See what happens when we give you too many videos?
I do. Hey, J2K, I do got to finish watching Kobe Turner. I just haven't had time to finish his tape, but golly, I like what I see about that guy.
I have to apologize here.
I got to get out this motherfucker for real. I live with a lady that might get up at 3 o'clock in the morning screaming like a banshee, and seriously.
Hold on, let me end the broadcast. Just in case anybody can see it. We'll do it with the closing, and let's just say where's the closer at? I don't fucking know where the closer is at. I don't see it. Oh, no. That's the opener.
This is unheard of this late at night. There's another guy that does this on Second City Gridiron, do late ass shows and shit for like 5 and 6 hours. And people be right there with him.
Mm-hmm.
Forget that dude's name.
Man, where the fuck is the closer for this? That sucks. Well, at the very least, we can just clip out the last segment of the show just to keep it live or keep it on the G2K is gonna make a quesadilla.
I really got to get out of here, man. I gotta get.
All right, I'm just trying to find the end here. Hold on. All right, let's just end it with the opener. Let's just do it this way. All right, Nomad, great show, buddy. We will talk to you. We'll see you guys next week on Bare Their Souls, man.
Hey, love, peace, and go hug somebody that's a healthcare worker, man. People go through ungodly shit caring for people, man. I just want to say that. I ain't gonna cry about my personal life. Care about the healthcare workers, man. They're important too.
Absolutely, man. Well, that's a wrap for the show. Thank you for joining Bare Your Souls. Until next time, 1, 2, 3, bears. I think it's still here, but we're just gonna end it. Okay. We'll see you guys next Tuesday. Hope you enjoyed all the clips. Good night.
Love and peace.